Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world listening to TalkSport 2 or watching us possibly on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube stream, although that does remind me, I've got to switch it on so you're not watching right now. Jarrod Kimber and Gareth Batty alongside me. We just heard Kevin Peterson. We love Test cricket. Well, there wasn't a lot of love for Joe Root yesterday. Over the last 24 hours, that shot, what will he be remembered for most at the end of his career? Will it be the double tons, the hundreds, the Ashes wins, the 30-plus centuries, or will it be attempting to reverse scoop Jasprit Bumrah to second slip? It'll probably be the former, actually. It wasn't that bad. Either way, plenty of column inches have been filled. Shield Berry, what's going on, Shield? Has described it as the worst shot in Test history. Michael Vaughan and Piers Morgan have gone at it. Bumble Lloyd yesterday did not go at it. He was quite measured. Jarrod Kimber's written about it. We'll hear his thoughts. Ben Duckett's spoken about it. Marcus Trescothick too. We heard from Ben Duckett yesterday, and if you haven't seen or heard that, head over to the YouTube channel where you can watch that. But for now, let's hear what one of the coaches within the England setup had to say about that and where England find themselves at the end of day 3, beginning of day 4 of this third test match in Rajkot, speaking with TalkSport's man in the England camp, Cameron Ponsonby.
Marcus, England fans are used to seeing kind of miracles under Ben and Brendan. Is there cause to believe in another one here?
Of course, we want to believe in what we can do. I think we've got some a good bit of history behind us in this team, in the way that we've played in recent times, to evidence the fact that we've done some pretty special things. So, this is going to be set up, and obviously we're going to have a chase to coming into the end of today and maybe tomorrow, and who knows, but this team is definitely capable of some amazing things.
It's pretty damp kind of underfoot conditions today, as damp as I can recall at this test match. Is there an opportunity for England to use that this morning?
Possibly. Look, I think it does dry out pretty quick, and you're right, it is like quite dewy this morning and quite cool, but the ball's in a different position in comparison to where we started on day 1, obviously, when it was brand new ball and it was a little bit in the pitch, but who knows, you never know in this part of the world, although yesterday and the day before have been pretty warm, and you can see the cracks sort of slightly opening on the pitch, but we'll come in strong today and work hard and see what we can do.
The collapse yesterday was 8 for 95. As the coach watching on from the sidelines, what was your reaction to that as it was ongoing?
Surprised, really. I didn't see it coming at all. I think we were playing pretty well and we were coping with situations. A couple of things went against us, and we lost a few wickets. We couldn't sort of apply pressure like we did on the first day when we were batting, and then they sort of got a bit of a foothold and made it quite tricky for us. But challenging, as we know. It's a difficult day, and we're all disappointed. But some bigger things today to come.
Is there any frustration from England's side on the front that kind of Ollie Pope's played a generational innings, kind of built largely off the back of the reverse sweep? Ben Duckett's just got 150, largely reverse sweeping, and he's come back there to India with that a large part of his strategy. Joe Root gets that reverse scooping, and there's kind of a big blowback. Does that seem like a contradiction from the changing room?
No, not really. I think we're all aware of what people need to write and what they've got to put in media and stuff like that, and I think that's part and parcel of playing the game. We play the shot, and we play certain shots, and some days it comes off and some days it doesn't. But we still stick to the process of what we do. We try and do things differently, and we want to try and be able to let the lads sort of express themselves, because that's what we've had such great success with. So we'll continue doing that and stick to our sort of mantra, because that's what we believe in.
Would you ever dissuade Joe from playing that shot in red ball cricket?
No, definitely not. No, I think it's just picking and choosing the right time, just making sure that he hits it better than what he has done yesterday.
Did Joe Root pick the right time, Jarrod Kimber, to play that shot?
I didn't think he was under a massive amount of pressure at that stage, so playing a shot of that risk at that point didn't make as much sense to me as when you're struggling outside off stump against Jasprit Bumrah. But Bumrah is slaughters. He's all on top of him, and maybe he did feel under pressure, and so he decided to play that shot. What I would say is he's played it. Shield Berry said it was the worst shot in Test cricket history. Is that right?
Yeah, I think Shannon Gabriel is feeling relieved right now.
What about the 23 other times that Joe Root played that shot, and 22 other times that Joe Root has played that shot successfully? Were they also the worst shot?
Did he get out? Tom Hartley bowling for England at the start of day 4. There's a shot at the stumps at the non-striker's end, with Shubman Gill playing this ball straight to Ben Stokes at mid-off, and we'll have to have a look. Stokes pulled off an absolute worldie run out to dismiss Ravindra Jadeja in the first test at Hyderabad. It's a full delivery. Gill calls Kuldeep through straight away now, and he would have been home.
Yeah, Kuldeep was a little bit slower there, but I think Gill didn't have any issues. He judged that pretty well for himself. So that's the first thing I say. The second thing I would say is you can be a great cover driver of the ball, John, right?
I am.
And still pick the wrong ball to cover drive.
You can, yeah. I think, isn't it as simple as this? If you play a good shot, you get praised, and if you play a bad shot, you get criticised.
Which is probably why they were a little bit frustrated.
Partly again, on the sweep is Kuldeep Yadav, who's the Night Hawk. He doesn't look like he's going to be hanging around if that shot is anything to go by. Welcome to listeners to Talk Sport, by the way, who will be joining us as they always do for the first session of every day's play throughout this series.
But I'll finish with this. Joe Root averages more in Bazball than he did before Bazball. Maybe he knows more.
Well, without a doubt, Joe Root knows more. One slip in place as this turns slowly away from Gill, who just gives himself a little bit of room. Cuts the ball, but no run. 198 for 2 then, India. If you're joining us, welcome. The lead, 324. I heard Ben Duckett in one of his interviews saying that Ben Stokes wanted to be fielding sooner yesterday, which is pushing things slightly. Flatter cuts by Gill, and there is a deep point. Rayan Ahmed fields. There'll just be a single. India pushing towards 200.
They are. Some of their press comments are ridiculous. Actually, we'd prefer to be chasing 700. If only we could chase 999. Duckett said yesterday, Jaiswal, he's been watching us and he plays like this. There's never been attacking batters before Bazball.
I don't think it's there. I think it's Ben Duckett, isn't it?
Kuldeep on the sweep again. That's all pads. No bat, no run. Feels like we're up already, guys. There's no seeing off the first 10 or 20 minutes here. India seem to be intent on scoring some runs and putting the pressure on England. Why wouldn't they? They are miles ahead, despite Ben Duckett's protestations. And I just think they've got a little mind on the fourth test as well. Kuldeep Yadav, by the way, hardly in again, flatter, defended this time by Kuldeep Yadav. Speaking to the host broadcaster before play, suggesting Ravichandran Ashwin may be on the way back for this test match.
We talked about this yesterday morning. When India didn't ask for a replacement, I assumed he would come back, or at least be available to come back. He might not need to come back, and everything else. Who knows if the BCCI have a private jet? He played for Surrey. He would have had a private jet when he was at Surrey, Bats.
Yeah, he can borrow ours if he wants, no problem. Once a Surrey player, always a Surrey player. I'll give John a shout and we'll fuel him up for him.
What about you then, Bats? It's the pivotal match in the championship. Surrey against, I don't know, Hampshire, Essex, Durham, whoever. Title on the line, and one of your premier batters is out in an unconventional way. Is there any difference in your mind to him getting out in an unconventional way to getting out in a conventional way?
I think unconvention is whether you've been practicing it, whether you've tried it, whether there's historical usage of a shot. And I think Marcus Trescothick said it perfectly there. Joe Root has a process. I think Gerard had said 23 times he'd reverse scooped and not got out doing it. I think the process is working. And the beauty and what is happening in sport now, and the reasons why the column inches prior to yesterday would have been all positive about what Duckett was doing and so on and so forth, is because players will not listen to, with all due respect to Shiel Berry, about his batting prowess. They will listen to Joe Root and they will stick to a process that has been working, because for every time it works you're going to get it wrong, and that's just the way it is.
Here is Anderson, pitches a delivery up to Shubman Gill, who drives to mid-off, no run, 199 for 2.
If you want to take the game on and change thought, change history, change an opposition's mindset about your skill and your team, you have to take some risks, and they're calculated risk. So for 23 times, Joe Root has taken a calculated risk, and we've all applauded it. He gets it wrong once, he's not going to be sitting in, he's not going to be dwelling on it for too long, because his process is working, so you have to stick to that, you have to have belief. And I thought it was brilliant what Marcus said. He said, no, you play it again, just do it a fraction better next time. Do it better so it avoids that fielder. And I think that is a wonderful place to be.
Adam Law's got in touch. Lawsy, 78, via cricket_TS on X or Twitter. Says, all for the new approach, but Joe has gone from a playing style that made him one of the best batsmen in the world to playing like a cat on a hot tin roof. It's like having a prime Messi in your side and asking him to play in goal.
But he's averaging more.
Maybe he'd average 70 if he played better.
I don't know.
Or differently, rather. Not better. Anderson again, short wide, cut away. And Ben Duckett will fill this at deep points.
I mean,
single.
if since Bazball, Root was averaging 35 and he was going out like this consistently, I think that's a fair argument. I think all these things are a fair argument, but it's not been the case.
No, and I think if you look at Joe Root's earlier part of his career, people criticise the fact he didn't get as many hundreds. He didn't convert from 50 to 100. He's always been dasher is very much the wrong word because he's very precise, but he's always been positive. He's always played on the front foot. He strikes at 60 in Test cricket. You know, that's not traditional. That's not the norm. We have a wonderful player here who is changing the face of the game because he's still playing. And I think judge it further down the line, not just on one isolated incident. You know, if that's the 24th time he's done it and he's got out once doing it, keep doing it, my friend.
I think he's got out twice, but I agree. It's a relatively risk-free shot if you go on bare statistics. Fuller from Anderson into Yorker length really on to Kuldeep, the left-hander. Going round the wicket as India reached 200. 200 for two, the lead 326. I think there is one other element to all this as well. There's a kind of feeling, because it's a premeditated shot, so you're not going to be cover driving a Yorker, right? And that's kind of the argument. Well, you can nick off playing a cover drive and nobody really minds. Actually, they do mind, right? And you play the shot dependent on the ball. Anderson again. Forward is Kuldeep. And I suppose the frustration is that Joe's made his mind up to play that shot before the ball's been delivered. So there is that element that's slightly different, I suppose. But the point I'd like to make as well is that there's a kind of feeling that by deciding to play a shot, right, rather than reacting, okay, because of the ball that is being delivered, Joe Root has essentially decided to take an unnecessary risk. I can kind of understand that, but I do think that there's a feeling that England have just thrown away a match-winning situation here in the way that people feel they did against Australia at Lords. And I'd say that they're two very different situations. Anderson just drags his legs back a touch, it's straight, and Kuldeep defence. England was still 225 runs behind India's first innings score. There was still a lot of cricket to be played. Joe Root doesn't get out to that ball, but he could have got out to the next ball. And it's not his fault that Johnny Bairstow was playing back when he should have been playing forward 3 balls later or 4 balls later. So there's a kind of feeling that Joe's decided to bring this undue risk on himself. His wicket has then led to another wicket as Kuldeep defends again. And then England collapse in a heap. But essentially, they were still behind the game. They were still going to have to score another 300 runs just to put pressure back on India. So I think it's a little bit unfair to just dump the way that the day continued after Root's dismissal, and the fact that England are now way behind India in the game, just on Joe Root playing that shot.
I think there's a different element to look at, which is kind of connected with what you were saying, John. We're talking about the number 1 bowler in the world. His pitch map will be incredible in the areas that he bowls. It will not vary too much.
Hartley is going to bowl his second over of the day, and it's a fuller length delivery, which sees Gould coming forward and defending. He's 68, Kuldeep is 4, the lead 326 early on day 4 in the third test match between India and England.
So the nature of knowing where the ball is going to be for great bowlers
Defends again, Gill, no run.
Means Joe has taken a percentage risk because he knows where the ball is going to be, because the stats will tell us that, the numbers will tell us that he will not miss his area 93% of the time that he bowls. So there is less risk So it's actually well thought out in so many ways.
Touch flatter on middle stump and clipped to shortish mid-wicket where it's fielded. But not before Gill comes through for another single.
And then the final point, I heard somebody talking about it at the back here. McGrath was a wonderful ball when he got Atherton out 20 odd times or whatever the number was. Did Atherton ever do anything any different to change how he was getting out? Probably not, because that generation, it would have been frowned upon. So if Joe Root keeps defending to Bumrah and gets out, everybody will complain that way. So you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. The outcome is he got out, so people are going to criticise.
Left-handed Yadav is forward and defending. Yeah, and that's always a point. I always... So, how many times were we in a position where, as England fans, England was set, 550 or 5 sessions or 6 sessions to bat out, and the openers would go out there, totally up against it. And if I had £1 for every time I heard the commentators say they've just got to stick to their normal game, defended again, Kuldeep. And you know what? England never ever came close. And I always found it quite strange, because I always found, well, surely you should do something different. Surely that's the point, because if you keep getting set these mammoth totals which you never get anywhere near, why not try something different? Hit the bad ball down the track. That's not necessarily a bad ball. Kuldeep Yadav uses his feet well and smashes Tom Hartley over mid-wicket for 6.
Wow, what a shot that is. It looked like young Pant, the wicket-keeper there, didn't it? As he ran down the wicket, big expansive drive, the bat goes up behind his head, and a big extension through the ball over wide, long on sort of mid-wicket area. Wonderful shot, skipping down the wicket. Not a lot wrong with the ball from Hartley. And his partner, Shubman Gill's got a lovely smile on his face, and he's going, go on, son, we'll have a bit more of that. What a shot from the night watchman.
Shall we put the Joe Root conversation to bed? Or is there anything else you guys like to add before?
I have one more thing. Because I'm not a particularly read man, an educated man in the prowess of very educated men here.
Length delivery left alone by
I didn't finish high school.
If you have a look in the English dictionary, what is the definition of insanity? And it would be something along the lines of doing the same thing over and over again but expecting a different result. England are trying to get different results. They are trying to change basically what we're all talking about, and that is the history and what has always been done. And it's exactly what you were saying, John. If you expect to just bat out when you're chasing 500, you're going to lose, and the numbers say that and history tells us that. They're trying to do something different.
Defended again by Gill. Actually just pops this down and runs the ball to backward point, and Kuldeep Yadav sees the singles there and screams at Shubman Gill to get going, and Gill moves to 70. I mean, we all look back at the way that Mike Gatting was destroyed for playing a sweep shot,
Reverse sweep
in the 80s, and we're like, those funny old dodders who used to run cricket. What's that, a reverse paddle scoop? Joe Root, get out of here!
Well, the point being is, if you look at the Mike Gatting reverse sweep, the big problem was that the ball was in the wrong area. Right? And if you look at this one of Root,
here is Anderson round the wicket to Yadav, who blocks this out to the offside.
If you look at this one of Root, I think the problem with the shot, but is that because Bumrah creates such a vicious angle coming in at him, it actually cramped him up a little bit. So when he was playing it against Wagner and Bolt, he was hitting with the angle of the left armers and swinging freely. So there's actually a technical problem here. This is like trying to cover drive Kyle Jamieson when he's 6'25", right? Like, he's going to get extra bounce and you're going to nick off more often.
Stokes was out to Jadeja, and again the angle wasn't there for the shot, right? But I'm not seeing too much criticism of a shot
which was
that
a
Stokes
really attacking shot,
and also a shot that Stokes hits and does very well consistently, right? But the angle wasn't right because of the left arm nature of the delivery. Fuller from Anderson defended back to the bowler, no run.
Yeah. So I do think we have to remember all of those different things. But you're right, to go back to the Mike Gatting thing. But let's think about what was happening at stumps on day 2. England had played a bunch of reverse sweeps. They'd played a bunch of risky position. Well, we all were like, oh, geez, they might end up with a lead here, right? They took just as many risks. On day 2, they worked, and on day 3, it fell apart.
Just to counter that slightly, as Kuldeep Yadav is forward and playing on the up, but defensively to cover, no run. What I always loved about the great teams, and this isn't a great England team, and I think that actually Stokes has done an incredible job to make this team competitive in India and against Australia at points during the summer. What I loved about I didn't love it that much at the time, but what I appreciated from the great Australian sides and the great West Indian sides was that their top 6 would all bat differently. Defended by Kuldeep Yadav again, who's hit one monster 6 today, used his feet well. He's pulled out 3 sweep shots, and he's looking quite the player. But so this kind of one-size-fits-all approach, if that's what it is, and I don't quite see it as that, then that's where I do feel a little bit, well, yes, you got off to this lightning start on day 2, and yes, it was risky, and yes, this is how you play. Well, this is how Duckett plays. We know that. And we know that Pope is a little bit like that as well. So I get all that. But that doesn't mean you then have to adopt exactly the same approach the next day because the day before. We all have that in life where we've pushed it, we've risked it, we've won, and we think, okay, I'm going to hold back for a little bit here. You can't get away with it forever. On the off stump. And Shubman Gill plays this very delicately and correctly.
I get what you're saying. What I would say is the worst parts of baseball are the bits where it becomes a bit Kool-Aidy, right? Where they're just all like, we could chase 700.
Yeah, exactly.
We're going to declare on the first day of the Ashes. And that's probably, looking back, might have cost them the chance of retaining it, right? I 100% agree with you. What I don't agree with you is I think all these England players do play it very differently.
Kuldeep Yadav props forward again. Very technically correct. Plays this defensively back to the bowler.
Pope doesn't bat like Duckett, right? Pope is changed his batting, especially against spin, to make sure that he's less of a target and can score against spin.
This turns into Kuldeep, who again, just for a second, looks like he's going to try and cut this ball, but realises it's coming too close to him, so defends.
Joe Root is playing this shot because occasionally he can get trapped at that top of the off stump area, and he's trying to find a way to take the pressure back off himself when they're bowling with a couple of slips in place against a really high quality bowler.
Just a touch fuller and wider, but still draws Kuldeep forward, no run.
Stokes has gone really defensive at times.
No, Stokes I find an interesting one because of all of the batters. Actually, I think he's the one that does come out, sets himself up to then go when the
because that suits his game. Right? And that I do think they do that. But I also think that they do get sucked into the moral arguments too much.
I think that's for the dressing room as much as anything. Defended again. Just having a little quiet spell at the start of day 4. There's a couple of boundaries. Kuldeep Yadav 10 not out. Shubman Gill 71.
Worth pointing out that Jaiswal's padded up as well, so we expect to see him come in next.
Yeah, good shout. That's dragged down and cut away. That really just sat up and asked to be hit, and that is exactly what has happened. Kuldeep Yadav carves that to the boundary through extra cover, and for the second over, Hartley has gone for a boundary to his final ball of the over.
Yeah, dragged down from Hartley. He's trying to hit the rough extensively outside the off stump of Kuldeep Yadav, and on this occasion just lost his action, lost his timing, and drags it down so it's nowhere near the rough. It's the good part of the pitch, and pretty much a buffet ball. Take your pick away you want to hit on the offside there. There's no fielders really, mid-off and backward point. Disappointed with himself, Hartley, but Kuldeep cuts him for 4.
I think Andrew McKenna's about to come in. I'm sure he's got an opinion or two. Oh, Manners is here as well.
I feel like there's one thing that we've not said. Whoever brought out the word Bazball
Here is Anderson. I'll just take one of Macca's deliveries, and it's left alone. No run. 213 for 2 then India. A lead of 339. Gill 71. Koldik 14. Bats with one final point about Joe Root before Andrew McKenna takes comms.
Well, the description of how England were playing baseball is the whole reason why there's this mass euphoria about one shot. You take out the word baseball, and it would just be a section of the article rather than it being headlines, because baseball is creating this chat.
Anderson goes in. Shubman Gill solidly forward, plays out on the offside, and there's no run. John said it was the last word. It's not the last word. Carry on your sentence.
But it seems that we're all getting caught up with whoever brought it up, because I know it hasn't come from the England camp. I know the England team have
They actually hate the word baseball.
This is why I'm talking about it, because I know people within that, and they don't like it because of what it's brought, the good and the bad. But it's more the bad, which could get away from what they're trying to achieve. And what they're trying to achieve is to take on the best in the world in their own conditions, in our conditions in England.
Anderson is in. Shubman Gill has nothing to do with that. Through to Ben Folkes, no run. 213 for 2 here on TalkSport 2. TalkSport and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
And to make change, you're going to make some mistakes, of course, but you have to do something different. And it's the different as soon as you chuck baseball into it, where people just jump on the bandwagon. Whether it's somebody on Twitter at home watching, baseball is what's creating that. Oh, I'm gonna put something on Twitter. Or whether it's our side of the fence from the media, we go, oh, hang on a second, baseball, what's all this about? And I think that is the biggest problem.
Would you like to put a name to it? Because I can tell you who it was who first came up with it. Anderson is in, slightly shorter and wider to Shubman Gill, who square cuts. Duckett is out on the cover boundary, and it's just a single to be taken. He'll go to 72. It's 214 for 2.
I think it was Andrew Miller from Cricinfo, but
Correct.
I actually think he came up with it before they played. I think he was talking about how McCullum's. He went to one of the. So it's not like Andrew Miller was like, this is baseball. What he was saying is that they are going to try play this new style, and it's predicated on Brendan McCullum's philosophies.
It's almost nickname-like, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's,
yeah.
His
you have
nickname's
to-
Baz, so you
Yeah.
you just put 2 and 2 together.
You have to, at a certain point, it's very hard to say. And England are playing an ultra-aggressive style where you need a word, right? And it stuck, and it was the one that stuck.
Anderson to bowl to Kuldeep. In he goes, right arm over. It's across the left-hander, and Kuldeep plays a very, very attractive off-drive. Straight to Stokes, but it's a perfectly respectable shot for no run.
I think the bigger picture of what's happening out there really at the minute, though, is we thought there was a bit of moisture around from what we heard in an interview from Marcus Trescothick this morning. We were hoping we would see more English conditions just for 20 minutes, half an hour, to bring Jimmy Anderson into the game. We've seen no lateral movement whatsoever, and the pitch looks pretty good on the main parts.
Speaking of interviews this morning, Kuldeep did the interview for the Indian side and was asked a couple of things. Jared's already picked up one, was asked about Jaiswal, and he said, yeah, he'll be fine. Kuldeep will face Anderson now around the wicket, playing defensively. One slip in place. Pushes out on the offside. That's the end of the over, the 57th. 214 for 2, therefore India lead by 340. The other thing that he was asked was, is there any news on Ashwin? And he said, I think he's on the way back. So, just to keep you in the picture here, the TV production is done by the BCCI themselves. So if that question was asked, you have to assume it had been pre-approved, and therefore...
You say that. I spend a lot of time working with the BCCI. It's not always quite that organised. I think from the outside, people see, oh, the BCCI. Yeah, it's an organisation with lots of people in it.
Okay, but anyway, Hartley to start a new over, and Shubman Gill comes forward. So the word seems to be that he is on the way back. There are some suggestions he may even make it back to the ground by lunch today. So there's another reason that India weren't going to go crash this morning and declare, because they want their number one spinner, if he is coming back, to be at the ground when they actually want to take the ball in hand. Hartley, oh, that's a little bit short. Shubman Gill pulls it through mid-wicket for 4. We've said throughout this series, if Hartley gets it wrong, he pulls it down short, and that one just sat there, and Shubman Gill took full advantage for 4.
Yeah, just a bit of a drag down again. It's his asset that is direct, but in this instance, it's just maybe a metre, 2 metres, just too much direct. So it's too short. It's too easy for the batters to pick the length and pulled away.
Gill goes to 76. He's playing this one off the back foot. Again, Kuldeep is calling him through, saying, yeah, we'll take that single, we'll keep that scoreboard ticking over. And they tick it over to 219 for 2. The lead, therefore, 3-4-5. By the way, just on nicknames and how things stick, do you remember when Steve McLaren got nicknamed the Wally with the Brolly, the former England football manager?
I don't remember that.
Okay, so he was stood on a touchline at Wembley. The match, it was chucking down with rain, and for some reason he decided to stand there with an umbrella. Hartley is in, and Kuldeep covers it up and blocks it. The story goes that it was Andy Townsend, the former Chelsea, Southampton and a Republic of Ireland player, and now TalkSport presenter. His wife was sitting watching the game with him and went, he looks a right Wally with that brolly. Andy had in the newspaper column for the next morning, mentioned it in his copy, and that's where Wally with the brolly came from. Hartley is in, Kuldeep covers up, and there's no run.
Do you remember that period, Bats, when Jonathan Trott was making hundreds for the ODI team, but England would still lose every game?
Yes.
And he was being blamed, despite the fact no one else was making any runs. And I think we can argue that he was still batting a little bit slower than what the team, it's certainly what they became. But he was the one making runs. No one else was making that many runs, and he kept getting the blame.
Hartley in, left arm over the wicket, brings Kuldeep forward, plays defensively, no run.
So as a joke, I started a hashtag on Twitter called Trott's Fault, right? And it was meant to be pro-Trott, as if to say, look, we all agree he could score a little bit quicker, but if he's making 130 and the rest of your team's making 220, I don't think the bloke who made 130 is the issue here. It might be that the other guys only could buy for 120. That, you come up with that little quip, right, and you use it in a hashtag. That was used for about 2 years. It was in, newspapers and columns and everything, and it was used against Trott, for Trott, not about Trott at all. And I remember meeting Trotty for the first time and him finding out that I came up with that. And
hashtag awkward.
Yeah, and you know what Trotty's like. He's a direct man.
Is that scar on your face from Trotty?
There was a lot of intense staring. You know what Trotty's like, a lot of intense staring. And you could see him trying to process what he wanted to do to me.
Anderson to start a new over to Shubman Gill, who plays it through point. Singles coming pretty easily at the moment. He goes to 78, 220 for 2 here on TalkSport, TalkSport 2, and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel as India take the lead to 3-4-6.
But I came up with that as a shorthand to explain, within Jonathan Trott and everything else. But then that one phrase then gets attached and moved. And look at a phrase like woke, which was black people talking about how white people saw racial injustice. And think about what the word woke means now. Right, it doesn't always stay where something goes, and that's how language works. And it also, as broadcasters, and the fans are exactly the same, really. But as broadcasters, it's like sometimes it's easier to say baseball than the 25 other things. And baseball can be positive, it can be negative, it can be a noun, it can be an adjective. It can be a swear word, right? It's used in so many different ways.
It is almost becoming a swear word. You're absolutely right.
Well, I think McCullum, talking about swear words, but I think McCullum thought it was a swear word for a long time. I think he's got used to it a little bit. I think there's also an issue with McCullum where he's like, well, actually, Ben Stokes is a major part of this as well, and everything else.
I think that's his biggest thing with it. It's like, well, hang on, I literally don't go out and play a ball. It's all down to the players. Anderson's going to be around the wicket to Kuldeep. Sort of a back foot force to Rayan Ahmed at point. There's no run.
That said, outside of the person who wrote McCullum's book, I've probably written more words on McCullum than anyone else ever. This is the way he played. And that shot that we saw from Root, if he was struggling around off stump, McCullum wouldn't have played the reverse scoop because it wasn't his shot. He would have run down the wicket and tried to smash it over backward point for 6. And it was accepted in part because he wasn't the level of batter that Root was, and also because he ended up being very successful with that method.
220 for 2. We've played almost half an hour this morning and there's been barely a sniff of a wicket so far for England. Anderson looking for one, goes around the wicket to Kuldeep, pushes into the covers, and there is no run.
I wonder if that ball there is the first sign of any sort of movement from the ball. It was just Anderson around the wicket, just fading towards the outside edge. I'm not saying it's reverse swing, but certainly something with the ball. If England sort of got a handle on it now with the moisture starting to go as the sun's starting to burn that off, and they can get to work on that ball and get it moving laterally, get something happening to challenge the batters.
220 for 2 in their second innings, India. As Anderson goes in, he's around about Kuldeep's off stump. I tell you what, Kuldeep's playing a heck of an innings here. He's been there 42 balls now, came in last night. He's now 14 not out. That lead 3-4-6.
Yeah, I've seen Kuldeep bat quite a bit, and I remember when he was young thinking there's some sort of batting talent that he had. But he's never really made any runs back up. And I've got a feeling he might have done a very good innings against Australia, I think, once in a test series I might have covered.
His high score is 40 in a test match.
He has a first-class 100, men. He can bat.
Yeah, it just looks like there's something there, doesn't there? Anderson goes in, short ball. Kuldeep flicks it off of his nose. Doesn't get a huge piece on it, but gets it down to Hartley at fine leg and will get a single to take the score up to 221. Kuldeep goes to 15. 3-4-7 is now the lead by India, and just while we're doing some statistics and whatever, so 3-4-7 currently. The highest target set in India and successfully chased was by England 2008-2009 when they chased 387. That is the only score above 300. The next highest on that list was 276 that the West Indies chased in 87-88. The highest that England have chased in India and won is 207.
Yeah,
and that was in 72-73.
I think the first one was it was India chasing against England, wasn't it?
Yeah. Anderson is in, goes full. Beautiful shot from Shubman Gill. 2 full, almost half volley length. And Gill pings it through the covers for 4. The Indian lead goes past 350. It's 225 for 2 at the end of the over here on TalkSport 2.
And Shubman Gill goes into the 80s with a quite sumptuous drive. Beautiful. He's so good on the eye. Just makes the game look so easy. Almost stops the game in slow motion and gets into a beautiful position. Traditional left elbow up, foot to the pitch of the ball and smashed into the boundary boards.
What a shot. Just while we round up those numbers, so we're talking about 387 being the highest chase in India. At Rajkot, in a first-class game, at 4th innings totals to win, the highest so far, 251. 251 for 4 was Mumbai against Tamil Nadu in 2017. So England are look, they push boundaries all the time, but they're going to be up against it a bit here. Tom Hartley to start the new over. Kuldeep gets the inside half of the bat, beats short leg, and he'll get a run to backward square leg where Rayan Ahmed fields. Gareth and Jared have moved out. Abhishek Junjunwala and Bumble Lloyd have moved in. Good morning, Abby.
Good morning, Macca, and good morning to everyone who's listening. Again, a very good start for India, and that shot from Shubman Gill in the previous over of Jimmy Anderson, an absolute treat for the eyes. Early morning.
Maybe not English eyes, but yes, I know exactly what you're saying. Shubman Gill 82 not out. Hartley around the wicket, big stride forward from Shubman Gill once again, no run. Good morning, Bumble.
Well, good morning. It's very, very early morning, and I've just come out of the hotel, which is right outside here. Throngs of people. Hundreds of people.
I'm glad you mentioned that. Hartley around the wicket. Shubman Gill turns to mid-wicket and will get a long single. I don't think they're going to push hard for a second. I'm slightly further away, so a 15-minute cab journey. And this is the 4th morning, and this was the morning I have seen the most traffic, which at 10 past 3 in the morning blew my mind. And then I realised, of course, the traffic was all going in the opposite direction, which was people going home.
It's a Saturday night.
And that's what did me. It's like, hang on, they're on the way home and I'm going to work. Hartley over the wicket to Kuldeep. Kuldeep positively defending that ball to mid-on.
Well, every other morning it's been so quiet. But this morning, there's hundreds and hundreds of people congregating on the pavement.
I think there's a pizza place just near the hotel. I think that's possibly what it is. Late night snackage. Hartley in. Kuldeep punch drive to mid-off to Bairstow, takes a single. One more to the total. India's lead goes to 3-5-4, 228 for 2.
Late night snack. It's early morning.
Need something to soak it up on the way home.
We were discussing it earlier, that how good he has looked in this inning so far.
He's at the non-strikers end as Shubman Gill comes forward, pushes out on the offside, no run. It was quite interesting actually, because Kuldeep got not a bit of stick, but there was a lot of discussion about the way he'd approached the night watching duties in the previous test, and people pointed out, well, Rayan Ahmed got sort of like 25 from 30 balls doing it, whereas Kuldeep got 1 from 30 balls doing it. So you wonder if just the noise had sort of said to them, well, look, when you come out in the morning, let's not waste any time, play some shots, and he's played some absolute beauties.
I think earlier the night watchman job was making sure that you don't lose a wicket the previous night. But even that has changed now. You talk about night watchmen getting runs and getting them quickly as well. So how far we have come, Bumble.
10 o'clock at night. There's no need to be out after 10 o'clock.
It's the Bumble curfew. Right, Mark Wood into the attack. So we've had 35 minutes this morning, and Mark Wood's going to get his first go. It's been Anderson and Hartley for England so far, and there's been no wickets taken, and if we're entirely honest, not really a sniff of a wicket either.
No, it was the same last evening. I thought England got really flat, and that's not gone unnoticed in the media and social media. They've got to come up with something. He's doing fine, Kuldeep, and they always fancy it. These lower order players come in and give me a chance, and they frustrate the opposition, and they're building a lovely partnership here.
Yeah, I think they were just discussing it's going to be short stuff again.
Mark Wood goes in. It's Kuldeep with so much time, and that first ball from Mark Wood is only 133 kilometres an hour, and he guides it to backward point, and they take a single. I mentioned this earlier, that Kuldeep in his interview before play had said he thought that Ashwin was on the way back. We've just had it confirmed officially. Ashwin and the team management are pleased to confirm he will be back in action on day 4 and will contribute towards the team's cause in the ongoing test match. So he is either made the journey back from Chennai or is in the process of making that journey. So our Ashwin will be rejoining this test match.
So where did it come from that he would take no further part in the game?
Well, that was their original statement.
Whose?
So from the BCCI.
And they've changed.
They have now changed. I'm assuming that the situation was, shall we say, one that they didn't really know, and therefore it has proved to be fluid.
Yeah, seems like it.
Mark Wood in, right arm over the wicket. Kuldeep turns it around the corner. Ben Duckett will field at deep square leg, and they will take a single. So 1 taken, 230 for 2. So the initial statement said it was for personal reasons, and then he wouldn't take any further part. And then a BCCI vice president went on social media and posted, I wish Ashwin good luck as he goes to visit his mother in Chennai. So we know that it was a family issue. We don't know what that family issue has turned out to be.
Do they have a media officer?
Yes, in fact they have 2.
And what did they say?
That I can't tell you.
Nothing.
I'll be honest, I didn't speak with either of them. Mark Wood around the wicket to Kuldeep, it's down the leg side. Gets nothing on it, through to Folkes, diving away to his right-hand side now. I'm guessing the initial statement was designed to sort of cover the vast multitude of bases, and if there was then a situation that played out that it meant that Ashwin could come back, they could do that.
Can I be really mischievous?
Oh,
Do you mind?
please feel free.
Would he be allowed to bowl?
Well, I would presume so.
On what basis?
Well, just pure. I'm basing that on human nature and compassion. I don't know. Mark Wood goes in around the wicket to Kuldeep, and he plays it defensively on the onside.
Can I be more mischievous?
Feel free.
Because it was said all along, there's nothing about, we talked about a substitute player to take active part in the game, and we're told, well, there's nothing really that covers that, therefore, no. You can only come back and bowl immediately if you've had an external blow. That's in the laws. There's nothing that covers that either.
Good luck, Jeff Crow, there.
But it's something to do with the time, isn't it? How much time he was out of the ground while fielding.
Mark Wood around the wicket to Kuldeep, and there is no run as he plays defensively.
So ideally, when he comes back and when he gets onto the field, that's the amount of time he won't be allowed to bowl. Is that amount of time India took to get them all out? Isn't
Yeah,
that
it's,
the rule?
it's something like
Yeah,
that.
something like that.
There'd have to be a decision.
Yeah,
You'd
yeah,
have to, the match referee will have to
take a decision.
look at the decision because it isn't covered by any regulation.
Yeah. Him missing while they are batting doesn't really matter.
No, it
because
doesn't.
It doesn't matter because he's not going to bat.
Yeah. So in theory, let's say, look, let's say you arrive back at 11:30, just as lunch starts.
Yeah.
Therefore, he'd be on the ground. If they batted for another session, it'd be 2 hours. He missed all of yesterday. Would he therefore have to serve 4 hours before he could bowl? Mark Wood goes in. Kuldeep is playing defensively, no run.
No, as I see it, it's the innings. Like Abby says, that whilst they're batting now, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter where he is.
Yeah, exactly.
So the bowling is an entirely separate thing. 'cause it's only the
when
innings.
it comes back when England are batting. If he's ready to play when England start batting, he's fine. He can just come on and bowl.
Yeah.
But if he is delayed or whatever, and England have been out there for an hour, and he's not on the ground, he would have to wait for an hour.
So there basically is another reason why India were never going to have a quick thrash this morning and then declare, because if the number one spinner was still at 35,000 feet when they did so, they create a problem they didn't need.
Or he can come in like David Warner, the way David Warner arrived
Come
at
in
the
on a
Big Bash.
helicopter. Yeah, absolutely. Why not? It is TalkSport 2. It is our exclusive commentary of India against England, this third Test match. 1-1 in the series, and we're here on TalkSport 2 and on TalkSport, of course, through to lunch, and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Don't forget, there's more live sport coming your way today in the WSL at lunchtime. Brighton against Liverpool here on TalkSport 2, and then there's Premier League action on TalkSport tomorrow night. Everton against Crystal Palace. Crystal Palace with an awful lot to think about at the moment, and to be honest, Everton have 2:30 for 2, though India with a lead of 3-5-6. Hartley goes in, bowls left arm over. Shubman Gill's just kicking that one away because it pitches outside leg stump.
We'd love to see him coming in a helicopter and landing during lunch. What an entry that would be for Ashwin.
It's been done before.
Full Alan Stanford.
Yeah, it's Viv Richards at Rishton Cricket Club.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Absolutely. Hartley outside of leg stump. This time Gill is playing it. Ollie Pope half stops at square leg. Can't keep the ball near him, so they're able to take a single. Gill goes to 85, 231 for 2. The lead 3-5-7.
And jockeys do it all the time.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Ask Abby, go on, you ask him, what did he do yesterday afternoon?
Yeah, so I gather you decided after 7 hours of doing this, you didn't have enough cricket in your life, and you decided to go and have a bit more, am I right? As Hartley goes in, Kuldeep defends into the offside, no run.
Go on, tell her what you did yesterday afternoon.
I tried to have a hit, and it was outdoors. It was not a
Outdoor-
lot of fun.
An outdoor net.
Outdoor net, which was wet. With two
You
new
don't
balls.
say.
With 2 new balls, yeah, it wasn't fun, I can tell you that.
Well, did you go the sort of the full England in Abu Dhabi mentality of, well, if I can play it in these conditions, I'm never going to bat in this again? Oh, Kuldeep down the pitch to Hartley, smashes him back over his head for 4. Well, Kuldeep sounded the bugle there. He's played a couple of absolutely banging shots this morning. He's gone to 22 from 53 balls. India's lead now 3-6-1.
He's no mug. It's a lovely shot, is this. Mid on and mid off are up saving one. And he's on the charge, gets down the pitch. The ball pitches and takes a little bit out of the pitch itself. No matter, it's it dead straight.
There is a slip, there is a short leg. Hartley goes in. Kuldeep's on the reverse. He takes him on the pad, he doesn't get anything on it, but the fact is, he's playing the reverse.
This is unbelievable to watch. Kuldeep Yadav trying to play a reverse sweep. Massive smile on his face as well. Probably this is the first time he has done so in international cricket.
It's day 3 of a test match, and the night watcher is playing reverses. Welcome to cricket in 2024, folks. Hartley in, left arm over the wicket. Kuldeep pushes to mid-wicket where Ben Duckett is stationed. End of the over, 62 gone, 235 for 2. India's lead 3-6-1. Some more thoughts from Bumble and Abbey, because Neil Manthorpe's coming in to take over the ball by ball.
Well, he's doing a grand job as night watchman, and it's a real frustration for the fielding side England. You always think, well, we'll nip him out, let's get a new batter in. You know, it's a good partnership, is this. We've had 11 overs in this session and 39 runs, and it's been very pleasant for India.
Yeah, it's been brilliant, and they're still 18 overs away from the new ball as well, Bumble, so it's not going to be any time soon that they're going to get the new ball. But the pitch hasn't really deteriorated that much. The ball's still coming onto the bat quite nicely. We haven't really seen great deal of turn either on the surface. But you can't take anything away from the Indian batters. They've really batted well in the second innings.
When you see the aerial view of the pitch, and it does look, there's many rough areas, but sometimes that can deceive, can't it? It's not doing that much, it's doing enough.
$235 for 2. Kuldeep going well on 22. I mean, it's a lovely situation. I mean, this is what they sometimes refer to as tax-free batting, isn't it? I mean, there's there's nothing to worry about.
Yeah, I think the batters who are going to come after this are going to have a lot of fun, especially the likes of Sarfaraz Khan, who likes to go hard, who loves playing his shots. So I wouldn't be surprised if he comes with the intention of going really hard. And not to forget, Yashasvi Jaiswal is still out there. He's been retired, he's not out yet.
And, well, Kuldeep said this morning that he was fine, and that he was probably fit to bat to resume his innings if required. This one punched away off the back foot. Nicely done by Shubman Gill. Another single to the sweeper on the cover boundary. He's up to 86.
He will probably come back if a wicket falls. If you'd 100 on the board, you'd be saying, look, I want to get back in.
Yeah. Would that be his call? Would that be the captain's call?
I think if he is fit as a captain, somebody's on 100. You've got to send him in before everyone else.
Well, you could say, well, no, you've got your 100. Let's give Sarfaraz a go.
Somebody else get it. That could happen.
236 for 2. Kuldeep on 22, Shubman Gill 86. No wicket yet for England. Here's Mark Wood again around the wicket. And Kuldeep plays it away defensively to cover, no run.
It'd probably be a conversation between, you know, a fitness guy, a physiotherapist, a doctor, the player, captain, to come up with a decision. How fit? Is he 100% fit? Or can he do a job? Can he get by? When you've somebody who is 100% fit.
If the player's the only one who really knows.
Yeah, because if there's any niggle, you don't want to really make it worse, because there's still 2 tests to go. So there's no need for him to actually come out and bat if he doesn't need to.
I'm sure he'll want to. No question about that.
Manners, you will know this. If he doesn't come back out, is he, for average purposes, deemed not out?
Yes. He is. Here is Mark Wood, and that's a bouncer. Quite quick one, actually, and it took off. That's quite surprising. And, well, it's being called wide by umpire Kumar Dharmasena, which Mark Wood, he has the look on his face of a man who's been told a joke which he doesn't understand. Just didn't get the punchline at all. He's come in, he's bowled a bouncer from around the wicket. It's taken off, and Kuldeep has ducked, and it's being called wide, and we're looking at the replay. I can understand why.
It's fascinating to see where he has to pitch the ball to get the ball to go up.
It was in his half.
It was in his half rather than in the batter's half. It was really, really short.
Here is Wood again, and Kuldeep guides this away down towards third, and it's gone for 4. It's actually really well played. Third man's very, very wide, and Kuldeep has just steered that.
And he steered it comfortably. You know, it's this short bowling again, and it stays in the pitch, as the pros would say. It bounces, and it's an eternity before it reaches the batter. Open face, the middle of the bat. No third man down there, so he gets a comfortable 4.
Yeah, when the ball leaves Mark Wood's hand, probably leaving at around 140, 145 kilometers an hour.
Looks for the Yorker now, falls over as he tries to deliver it. It's a low full toss, leg stump, clips straight to the fielder, no run.
Yeah, but by the time it reaches the batter, it's losing a lot of pace, and that's why there's so much time for someone like Kuldeep Yadav to be so comfortable against Mark Wood.
I must say it's been very, very comfortable batting, and there's always two ways to look at things in cricket, at least two ways, and that is if it's so comfortable for India batting on this fourth morning, then how comfortable might it be for England? Although it doesn't always work like that. We'll have to wait and see. We've heard that R. Ashwin is on his way back to Rajkot, and that's a big, big appeal for leg before wicket. Yeah, I think he's hit it. Didn't they hit the bat? Mark Woods now, yeah, he's making the bat sign. He's asking Ben Stokes, but it was definitely hitting the stumps, Woody. No question about that. But there was he's okay. Ben Stokes is very, very quick to use up his reviews, isn't he?
I thought he middled it.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW.
Ben Stokes is an unbelievable player.
I've checked both feet.
Brilliant
It's a fair
captain,
delivery.
but
We go to front on,
there's
please.
a massive question mark with his reviews.
He's not a great reviewer. It's India's first innings in Hyderabad. He used them. Oh, he smashed it.
Absolutely inside of the bat.
Yeah, I've got a clear inside edge.
Massive inside edge. Huge. Not a feather. It's not just flicked.
Ultra edge to make sure it hasn't hit the pad
As a
first.
bowler,
Please.
come on, Mark Wood must have seen that.
Well, he did. We saw. He said he's hit it, and they've decided somebody behind the stumps.
Ultra edge coming up now. Just go back one frame.
And now we're watching this
Yep,
and
thank
watching
you.
it.
Okay, we've got
This could have been
bat
over
involved.
seconds ago.
There's no, it's bat
It's a
first. So I'll go
massive,
back to Kumar.
massive
Kumar, we've got
edge.
bat
Well, it's
involved.
not an edge.
Stay with your original decision
It's
of
a
not out.
half of
You're
the
on
bat.
screen
Yeah,
now.
it's half a bat.
Well, that's the reason that Kumar Dharmasena gave it not out. And it's a good job we can't see his eyes because he's got dark sunglasses on as he makes the stay with the original decision sign.
What's the keeper doing?
It's just a sign of desperation, Bumble, I think, more than anything else. They all knew that there is a massive inside edge, but they were just hoping.
He said he's hit it. The wicket keeper's. We're watching a replay now. Mark Wood is saying he's hit it.
Ben Foakes has said he's
hit it. Let's have a review.
Well, let's just make absolutely sure.
Big chat, big conversation here between umpire, bowler, Hartley, Captain Stokes. It's a conversation. It seems to be going on.
Joel
some
Wilson
time.
is the umpire is involved in it. Quite sure what it's. I mean, on what basis did Ben Stokes use that review? On the basis that, well, we haven't got anything else to do with them.
Well, there'll be many listeners who'll be thinking, well, perhaps he doesn't believe in it. It's a load of rubbish. Get rid of them and let's get on with a proper game.
Just toss them out the car window. Just get rid of them. Here is Hartley, short outside the leg stump and pulled away by Shubman Gill for 4. Well, you can bowl this defensive line, but if you don't get the length right, then you're going to be pulled every time.
And Gill gets into his 90s with that boundary. Very well played as well. Didn't try and overhit it, just timed it beautifully into that gap.
Half tracker.
It was a poor delivery. He's got fabulous socks on, Shubman Gill. Bright blue. That's left alone, padded away by Shubman Gill. Just allows it, pitching outside leg stump, he allows it to hit him on the pad. Not unlike your socks, Bumble. Yours are bright red with the
emoji.
smiley emoji.
Mr. Man.
Mr. Man. Is that Mr. Happy? Flicked away behind square on the leg side for a single.
That's exactly who it is. It's Mr. Happy. Christmas present, of course.
Yeah, nobody buys socks like that for themselves. Well, Shubman Gill's batted beautifully, I have to say. It's been a classic innings in many traditional senses of the cricketing word.
And when I was involved with England in a coaching capacity, one of the players bought me a book of Calm. So I get off a little bit.
They still talk about you with enormous fondness in Harare, Bumble.
Oh, yeah.
246 for 2, and I'm not getting excited about the appeal because it was very, very optimistic.
They're going to review this as well. They are.
It was very loud. That's what I could say from Tom Hartley. It was very loud. It wasn't very loud from Ben Folkes, and it wasn't very out.
A bit of sense has come in from Root. They've gathered round enthusiastically there, and Joe Root has come in and said no.
And that looks out.
It looked a lot more out than the last one.
Oh!
I can tell you that is out. If they reviewed that, Kuldeep Yadav is walking back.
Impact all right, was it?
Impact was fine. It was hitting.
I think it's in line. If it's anything, it's sliding leg side.
Oh, I can't wait to see the Hawkeye verdict on that one. Here is Hartley again. Forward comes Shubman Gill. The problem is, I mean, you've just reviewed a bat before wicket, and suddenly it's you cry wolf. Okay, here we go. Here's the review. It's out. It's out. Kuldeep Yadav survives. He has a life that would have been out. Oh, he's on 26. Ben Stokes looking unamused. India 246 for 2. Down the wicket comes Kuldeep, driving it to Stokes, and brilliant fielding from the England captain at mid-on. He's gathered that very quickly on the bounce, thrown it to Hartley, who takes the bails off. And Shubman Gill has had to dive at the non-striker's end to regain his ground.
It's brilliant fielding from Stokes. Quick release, powerful release, right over the stumps. He dives in. I think he's got in.
Well, he had to dive, though.
Yeah, it was a good dive, but unbelievable. I think it's very close. I think he might be short. I think he's gone.
Oh, he's gone.
Okay,
Yeah.
The bat, I think, is over the line, but it's in the air. It's not being grounded. The bat has bounced up, but that these days is in.
Okay, I think I'm going to better off the other side. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, he's
Bat
in
is short,
trouble.
bat
He's
is
in
short.
trouble.
Bale is
He's
lit
in
up.
trouble. He's
Thank you,
out.
I'm ready to make my decision.
Shubman Gill's out to run out at the non-striker's end in the 90s. Oh, dear me. Shubman Gill's going to be gone. Run out for 91. Brilliant Ben Stokes at mid-on has gathered, thrown in on the bounce. Tom Hartley's done fabulously to gather that and take the bails off, and Shubman Gill suffers the horror of being run out at the non-striker's end in the 90s.
It's outstanding fielding. Naked eye, I thought he's got in there.
Yeah.
And slow motion is fractionally out. It's a desperate dive. And he's so upset. But it's fabulous fielding.
Yeah, it's amazing. Given the way the game was going, the game was progressing, England looked a bit dejected, but still, when the moment came, they were up for it. Ben Stokes, that's why he's such a special cricketer. Unbelievable.
What I asked you yesterday, Bumble, I said, which captains have you played with, against, or under? And I included yourself in this, who are best at manufacturing a wicket, somehow just conjuring one up from somewhere.
But you always need that little bit of magic, and that magic usually comes in the field. A stunning catch, a wonderful piece of wicket keeping, a run out. And we've just seen it there. Everything there was perfect from Stokes. The gather, the speed, the accuracy, the power. And then again, you've got to come to Hartley. I mean, he's thrown that like an exocet. He's got to gather it. It bounces absolutely on top of the stumps. And so he does his job as well. So England have got a wicket at long last. Who's going to come in?
It's Jaiswal. I think it's Yashasvi Jaiswal who's come in, who was not out last night on 104 of 133. He played a brilliant knock, but India, I still feel, has a bit of work to do. Yes, they've got a massive lead, and Shubman Gill looked very, very frustrated there.
Well, goodness me. So Jaiswal it is. Yashasvi Jaiswal comes back out to the crease on 104.
Do you know, it's overshadowed the LBW appeal that we talked about, that was out on review, and England decided not to review, and that was Joe Root who persuaded them not to. Abby said at reviews, they're just not good.
Yeah.
I think they're taking drinks, actually, aren't they, at this stage? So Jaiswal's going to walk out there, and his first job is to have a drink.
Yeah, in the previous innings as well, they missed out on a couple of reviews which were out. But again, they took the reviews when they were not out. So they definitely need a bit of work with the review decision. But again, Kuldeep Yadav, we saw his face when Shubman Gill was out. He knew he's made a massive blunder there by calling yes and then throwing him under the bus, exactly like Jadeja, what Jadeja did to Sarfaraz in the first innings.
There are certain rules, aren't there, that night watchmen need to follow. One of them would be don't run anybody out at the other end.
Yeah, especially when they're 91.
It would always be on our whiteboard, if there is one in, a night watchman, run him out, because he won't know. He'll be under so much pressure that he's got to look after the other guy. There's every chance of a run out.
All right, well, drinks have been taken. We're going to have several changes in the commentary box. Abhishek Jumshamwala and David Lloyd will make way. You're off, Bumble?
Yes.
Thank you. Gareth Batty and Jared Kimber will take their place, and John Norman will take my place as Joe Root is introduced into the attack for the first time.
Thank you, Manners. Well, we didn't see that coming, did we? Shubman Gill run out by the night watch as Root is in, and Jaiswal is back. Centurion has defended this ball back to the bowler. He's 104. He was forced from the field yesterday, suffering back spasms. And he's forward and just clips this ball square of the wicket for a single. Just watching a replay of that run out now. Kuldeep Yadav clubs the ball to Ben Stokes, and it reaches Stokes on the bounce. It's actually, whilst it's a very, very hard throw, it's a little wild. Hartley does pretty well, actually, to take the stumps, but surely Kuldeep just sacrifices himself. Doesn't send Shubman Gill back, does he? Two slips in place. A little tempter for Kuldeep Yadav, who's probably still thinking about the reception he's going to get when he makes his way back to the dressing room.
I think Bats and I know exactly what happened then. As a tail ender hit the ball really hard, so he assumed there was a run, took off, and then suddenly went, oh, wait a minute, I've hit it straight to him. And that happens all the time.
Yes, but what doesn't happen all the time is that you send back the man on 91 back to the danger end. Beats Kuldeep Yadav this time. Past the outside edge, no run.
Yadav would just have to get his own 100.
I remember I nearly ran Matt Pryor out doing exactly that, playing against the Barmy Army. I just forgot to call for the run. Matt only realised when I was shot. It was a good shot, but also could have run him out. This is punched to cover from Kuldeep Yadav.
Matt Pryor's a reasonable man. He would have let you go. He wouldn't have remembered that forever.
You remember when KP ran Aaron Finch out playing for Surrey, and Finch went and sat on the dressing room on the steps waiting. I mean, not waiting for him in a kind of, we're going to have a fight when you make it back, but he was not happy.
Yeah, I think there was a bit more to that incident, if I'm brutally honest, John.
Well, we've got time. Defending Yadav, no run.
No, I think he would have smacked him at that moment. He wasn't particularly happy. I think that was the part of the reason why he was sat on the steps, because he was trying to manage his emotions before he got in the changing room. But it still blew up a little bit.
I remember the camera kept panning to him, and he was just sitting on those stairs. And then KP was out quite soon after, wasn't he? And KP walked up the stairs. There wasn't much said as he walked past him. I guess there was a little said once they got into the safety of the dressing room.
I think the basic problem was that Kev had said he was fit, having had a calf issue, and he more than likely wasn't particularly fit. And Finchy built his game around being quick between the wickets and scampering, and he was quite big on that.
It's quite interesting listening to Aaron Finch talking about what it was like opening up batting with David Warner for Australia, and he was one of the things he said, I mean, another batter, of course, that like to push the ones into twos and get himself going, but one of the things he said about Warner was that not only was Warner not shut up when they were talking between deliveries, Rayan Ahmed is going to have a bowl, and Shea Swale is forward and just plays this softly to the leg side, inside portion of the bat. Ball runs down to fine leg for a single. Yeah, one of the things he said was that between overs or deliveries, whatever had happened, they go and talk, and Warner would always be talking, you know, what the bowler's trying to do, what the field suggested, how he's going to try and combat the bowler, how he's going to rotate strike, what shots he's going for. But not only would he talk about his own game, he'd talk about Aaron Finch's game as well.
Yeah. There's actually a really good clip where they mic'd him up when he was batting about a year ago, Warner, and just the conversation that they're having is really interesting, because Warner is, it's almost like he's analysing what he needs to do, and the batter at the other end.
Yeah, that's exactly what was happening, and Finch has found it touch flatter as this one is misdirected down the leg side, no run. 248 for 3 if you're joining us on TalkSport and TalkSport 2. India, Shubman Gill, the 1 wicket to fall this morning. England should have had 2 though. Kuldeep Yadav would have been given a leg before wicket as Yadav props forward. England's use of DRS, you summed it up quite nicely outside actually, Jared. The 2 different...
Yeah, well, we've covered the 2 best England eras, right? So, you know, whatever it was, 2009 through to 2012.
Forward again with Kuldeep. He will take a single to the leg side.
And then, obviously, we've covered this one. And they're very different kinds of teams. One team was incredibly analytical and, you know, went about it, you know, piece by piece, a little bit joyless. And the other team was vibes-based. And if you look at their DRS, that's exactly how the 2 teams did it. The analytical team was very good when it came to making DRS predictions.
Shea Swale is forward, no run.
And this team is a little bit more, I don't know, let's just put 100 to 1 on the outsider. Yeah, $100 on the 100 to 1 shot, I should say. You know, like it's maybe it'll work. And if it doesn't work, well, we gave it a go. So it's interesting watching those styles.
And again, forward, Shea Swale. Tidy start to Rayan Ahmed's spell. India 249 for 3 at the end of the 66th over. So second new ball is due in 14. The lead 375. If we suggest that India aren't going to get bowled out, when do you think that the declaration will come back?
I think it will be based on the runs to an extent. I think they will just want to absolutely shut out any chance of England feeling deep down realism that they can get the runs. So I think they're wanting 450 plus, if I'm honest. You would hope that it would then give them at least 4 sessions, if not 4.5 sessions, maybe to bowl England out.
Whatever happens, don't go anywhere, because England will be going for it. Coming forward, Kuldeep Yadav involved in that run out with Shubman Gill. What about you, Bats? Do you ever run out somebody that you shouldn't have during your career?
I probably did. Nothing really springs to mind, but I was pretty good at running myself out from time to time.
Yeah, Rooty, lovely Rooty.
Folks like that one, but again, it's just played quite comfortably by the tail ender, Kuldeep Yadav, who's 27 from 71 deliveries. Will suggest that, you know, this is still a decent track. Again, plenty of loop there from Root, but not a huge amount of turn. Push to cover.
Yeah, Joe Root trying to get it outside the left-hander's eye line into that rough patch, see if he can get something going.
Is he trying to tempt Yadav? If he is, again, Yadav pushes this up to Ben Stokes in mid-off. But this time, Shea Swale isn't going anywhere, and Yadav scampers back.
Yeah, Jaiswal, you can hear on the stump mic, he was pretty animated there. Not entirely sure what he was saying, but it was basically, I'm not moving, Chief.
Touch flatter from Root, and This is cut to backward point where Tom Hartley fields. Again, no run.
I remember a T20 game at the Oval. This isn't Bats running anyone else, but I remember a T20 game at the Oval where Surrey got booed because they got smashed by Northants.
Is that last season? This is on, middle and off, and beautiful, compact forward defensive shot from Kuldeep Yadav that brings the over to a close.
You might know the era because Andrew Simons and Yunus Khan were playing in the T20 side. It was Andrew Simons, Yunus Khan, but it was an incredibly stacked, like, top order, probably around 2010, I want to say. Does that sound right?
11 or 12 I was guessing at, but yeah. It's.
But I remember Rory Hamilton-Brown was the captain of that team, and I think there were something like 7 run-out chances in Surrey's innings. It's the worst running between wickets I've ever seen, and it looked like a team of people who'd never played cricket before, who all had very different thoughts on running between the wicket, and there was probably only 3 actual completed run-outs.
A little bit of turn again into the left-hander Jaiswal's off stump, but plays it comfortably enough. He's 106.
But of all the cricket I've ever covered, it's still the worst running between wickets I've ever seen from, like, top-level professionals, where I was just like, they shouldn't be on the field together.
This time he gets across the off stump and just helps us around the corner to square leg for a single.
Rory Hamilton-Brown was captain, and I just remember his calling was just bizarre. Like, it just didn't make any sense in that game at all.
250 up for India. Lead now 376. 7 wickets in hand. Centurion at the crease. And the word on the street is that Ravichandran Ashwin, if he's not back at the ground, he's certainly heading that way. What's the law or the rule in and around when he can bowl? Is there any stipulation there? Yadav defends again. So he's missed a fair bit of cricket, hasn't he? So can he bowl from the start of England's innings, or is there a period that he has to be on the field, or does it affect when he can bat? Leg slip and slip in place, and again Ahmed targeting the stumps.
Speculating, I would say he'd struggle to get in before 7 in this innings batting, but I don't think it will affect the next innings for bowling.
Down the track, and Yadav in the end just plays no shot to a delivery that he was thinking about smashing straight, but the length wasn't there, so he almost defends it with his pad and walks back behind the crease. Pushes this out into the offside again. End of the over. Was there one delivery? No, that is the end of the over. Just 1 run coming from it. 250 for 3 India.
Yeah, he definitely can't bat. Well, I mean, he's not going to bat up the order anyway, but he definitely can't bat up the order. But I don't think it carries over to the next innings. I think it's the inning that innings that you're involved in.
Yeah, just a quick word for Rayan Ahmed there. It's his second over today, but he's actually got through the crease very nicely. He's following through down the wicket. He's predominantly operating around the wicket to the left-handers, trying to hit that rough. So far, he's bowled really nicely today. It's a really good sign for the young man.
Outside edge of the bats. Jaiswal will pick up runs here. A little run down to the 3rd boundary for Rayan Ahmed. It's Joe Root bowling, and he's got Jaiswal playing forward. There's one slip in place. It scoots along the ground, but there's some turn there for Root.
Yeah, big puff of dust as the ball hits the surface and catches the outside edge of the bat. Didn't have the bounce, maybe.
Touch straighter this time, and fraction fuller as well, so easier to navigate from Jaiswal. No run, 109 to the opener. So 2 centuries in the series so far. A double, of course, in the second Test match. 100 here. Shubman Gill was hoping to go back-to-back. Beats Jaiswal on that occasion, and that turns from the straight bats.
Yeah, Joe Root, he dropped his arm a little bit as well. So it wasn't at 12 o'clock on a watch face. He dropped it to like 2 o'clock, so it's a bit more round arm to drive it in towards the stumps, and big puff of dust and spin.
Suddenly slipped, and keeper are interested. Gets Jaiswal propping forward there. no run. Spin at both ends for England. Inside edge onto the pads. As Jaiswal tries to clip this ball into the leg side. And he'll be thankfully got a little bit of bat on that, otherwise he would have been trapped in front.
Yeah,
Seeing the replay of a delivery from Ahmed in his first over, I think. I'm not sure if they're suggesting that there was a little bit of bat on that. It's taken by Folkes, and this will be cut away from Jaiswal. Past at Rayan Ahmed. Deep point can't cut the ball off, running round. And that's 4 more to the score.
Yeah, Joe Root, 4 balls in a row, just dropped his arm. First couple in the over sort of spun, but this one fraction shorter. It's minimal. It's still the top of the stumps. It's just a tiny bit wider on line. And Jaiswal, with that little bit of a front foot press, gets himself in a great position and pounces. All the great players of spin are adept at going back quickly and making the bowlers have less margin for length, and he does it quite brilliantly there with a cut shot through backward point.
How quickly did he pick up on the length there?
Yeah, I mean, we see it with all the very fine players, but certainly Indian players are so adept at playing spin. It's their meat and drink.
There's a short leg in place, and Ollie Pope it is almost brought into play from this first delivery from Rayan Ahmed, which Kuldeep Yadav actually plays quite comfortably into the ground, just in front and to the left of Rayan Ahmed. There's a big turn here, which elicits a little yelp from behind the stumps. The ball turning from off to leg, and that's where Folkes fields, no run. And again, Kuldeep Yadav getting the bat down on the ball, playing deep in his crease.
Yeah, Ollie Pope at short leg is a strange position. He's almost behind square at short leg. He's not sort of that forward short leg in front for a bat pad. He's just behind. He's almost like he's trying to bowl back of the length and get it straight off the face of the bat.
Touch flatter, left alone, and watched through by Kuldeep Yadav. He might have just added the 1 run since that mix-up, which saw the end of Shubman Gill.
I think I'd quite like to see slip go to leg slip as well with this tactic.
Yeah, I see that. This is delivery from Rayan Ahmed, which sees Kuldeep Yadav playing forward for the first time in a couple of deliveries.
If they do that, they have to take the fielder over the boundary in front of square, don't they?
Wouldn't be the worst thing maybe to Kuldeep as he comes forward and plays his ball to backward point. Tidy over from Rayan Ahmed again, and a quick one as well. He's zipping through them.
Yeah, he's as I said, he's getting through the crease better. His momentum is going down the wicket. At times he can stop a little bit short, or his body weight can go either towards leg slip or come out of his action quickly and go when he's following through towards sort of cover in his follow through. But everything's going straight lines, which is why he's been so accurate, and the ball has been in a very challenging area with that rough, and it's starting to open up the cracks. The rough is becoming more unpredictable. Some are spinning, some aren't. Some are bouncing, some aren't. And this is a nice thing on a personal level for Rayan Ahmed, with a back-to-back test matches and one just around the corner. I'm not suggesting he's going to have a massive influence on the destiny of this game particularly, but it's a good thing for a young man to get into good habits now.
Well, you imagine he's going to play a fair amount of cricket this year, with 3 tests to Pakistan to come in October. We've still got another 2 tests on this tour. And its route will continue. And again, Jaiswal just plays forward. How impressed with him have you been, Bats? Jaiswal, that is. This is a little leggy from Root, and punched away to mid-wicket for another single. He moves to 114. Considering the amount of pressure on these India players, you do see it. You see them buckle a little bit when they make their way into the international scene. I think Jaiswal made a century on debut, and then he of course hit that double ton in this series. He's backed it up with another one here. 2 slips in place now for Root. And a packed offside field as well. Kuldeep Yadav, who's forward again. He looks compact, doesn't he? I think I was a trifle unfair about his batting prowess maybe a couple of days ago. He's shown a few shots today, but ever since Shubman Gill was dismissed, there's a resoluteness about his batting. This is wide of off stump and left alone by Kuldeep Yadav. No run.
Yeah, Jaiswal has made a huge impact on the game for such a young man in the infancy of his career, but he looks so assured at the crease.
Tossed up and left alone, and that's not a million miles away from knocking back off stump.
I think the most impressive thing about Jaiswal is his ability to go up and down the gears, to change momentum, to put bowlers under pressure, but then absorb some pressure.
Left alone and no shot played. It thuds into the pad of Kuldeep Yadav, well outside the line. That doesn't matter, of course, but I'm not sure that ball is going to be spinning back to hit the stumps. A little chat between the bowler, Joe Root. Stokes doesn't look interested. England have only got the 1 review left. They burnt one on a clear inside edge. They wasted one by not taking it, which would have seen off Kuldeep Yadav, and Stokes is keeping that in his back pocket. From Jared and Bats can continue this conversation, and then it'll be Andrew McKenna to pick up comms.
So in the first innings of the first test, Joe Root, 29 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 79. In the 68 overs since,
as Rayan comes in and gets an outside edge of Jaiswal's bat, it goes to slip, but all along the floor, no run.
In the 68 overs since, he's got 3 for 228. And he's gone from 2.7 economy in that first innings to 3.35. He's basically done exactly what we probably would have thought.
Rayan Ahmed goes in, it's short. Jaiswal helps it around the corner with no real timing, so it's just going to trickle down to fine leg, and 1 more to the total.
When Root's best balls, and on pitches that help him, he is a frontline bowler. And when he doesn't have those conditions and he's over bowled, he gets a little bit tired, people can milk him a little bit more. He'll still bowl a ball that is worthy of getting a wicket. He'll still get wickets for the rest of this series. He also had the finger injury, which didn't particularly help him.
Rayan Ahmed goes in. Kuldeep comes down the pitch, but then plays a defensive shot out on the offside, no run. 384 the lead for India, 258 for 3 in their second innings.
But I think quite often with Root, we focus on the one good innings where he bowls well. We kind of forget all the other innings where he doesn't, and that's what we've seen more of.
Rayan Ahmed goes in. Is that a catch to Joe Root at slip? Joe Root has immediately turned round and started waving to the dressing room. Kuldeep got a full ball that seemed to be squeezed. Umpire Wilson and Dharmasena will get together. Now, was that squeezed into the ground and then to Joe Root at slip? It's going to go upstairs to Rod Tucker, the third umpire.
No, this is out. It's just a full ball that his bat's hit the floor at the same time, but he's nicked it straight to Joe Root. That's out.
I think Root made it look weirder because I think Root might have done a fingernail there. But I think you're right. I think it's a caught behind. But Kuldeep staying there because he hit the ground at the same time, so he's unsure.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so it's a full ball from round. We've got the replay. Oh, he's definitely not squeezed it. The bat hits the ground.
It's out. There's nothing to even look at. It's out.
Confirm that, please, with the ball on the ground.
It's an incredible stand. He's nicked it to slip and stood.
That would be my best angle. Ultra edge
Morning,
coming
Stuart
up.
Broad.
Ball's bounced.
Yeah.
Really hit the bat.
Edges the ball, then hits the ground.
Just follows
Deviated a
straight
metre
through.
to slip.
Oh, yeah, no.
What are we looking at here? Look, the world has gone mad. He's just nicked it to slip and stood.
But some of the reason that this happened
Thank
is
you.
because
Ready for
Root
my
doesn't
decision?
celebrate. It's because Root goes off. That actually made it look even less like it was a catch, even though it was quite clearly a catch to slip.
Can I just say as well, though, there was no pace on it whatsoever. Joe Root takes it comfortably, but then flicks it away straight away. Like, almost like, you know when you get a ball on a part of your finger that's already badly bruised? I don't necessarily think it's the act of taking that catch. It has now been given. England have finally got shot of Kuldeep, the night watcher, for 27 from 91 balls. 258 for 4 as Kuldeep walks off. But I wonder if Joe Root's, because he obviously spent some time off the pitch in Vizag. I wonder if he just got one on that existing bruise already that has just meant that was a bit painful. Right, well, England have got their second wicket of the morning. The first came through a run-out, and now they've got shot of the night watcher. And we're 35 minutes away from lunch. India's lead 384, and Sarfraz is wandering to the crease. So Jaiswal has resumed his innings. He's now 115 not out. And Sarfraz, a man who got 62 before being absolutely barbecued by Jadeja in the first innings, comes back out. So it's not going to get much easier for England.
No, and he was positive, wasn't he, Sarfraz, in that first innings. It was pretty much a runner ball 60. Played some lovely shots. He was of the modern take on batting. He certainly wasn't just going to defend his way to a score. He was proactive. So I think with what we've seen, there's enough in the surface without it really sort of changing drastically at the moment. But it's going to be an interesting period of play. How's the young man going to play? It will give a decent indication of what the future looks like for the rest of this session and next session, as to how positive he's going to be, what the plan is from an Indian point of view.
Do you think Kuldeep had maybe gone slightly into his shell because Jaiswal had come back out? We all saw what Jaiswal did yesterday evening, and he kind of thought, well, actually, I don't need to. I'll let you carry on, because Kuldeep had played some magnificent shots earlier on.
I think England have bowled well at him. I think Rayan's bowled well. He's in his third over. He's controlled the scoreboard, but bowled good balls in there, and he's got the reward of a wicket.
He has indeed. So 4 down are India, and it is Rayan who's in to the right-handed Sarfraz. Pitches it just outside of off stump and spins further away. Good first one to the right-hander Sarfraz. Rayan's in his 12th over. He's got 1 ball left of this 12th over. He's now got 1 for 35. So England have got a slip in for him. No other close catcher. Rayan Ahmed goes in, gets a leading edge. Sarfraz is looking to play to square leg. It ends up at short third. End of the over here on TalkSport, TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. India 258 for 4. The lead 384. Jared Kimber.
One thing I really want to look for with Sarfraz is the way he uses his wrist to get singles. So he has the ability, even when the ball's spinning away from him off a length, outside off stump, to turn it to backward square leg and get a single. He plays it right under his eyes and turns his hands. He did it brilliantly in the first innings. Really fascinated to see how that goes, especially as the wicket, spins a little bit more and the ball holds up and everything else. But I thought he was really interesting batter in that innings.
Yeah, I think the thought of how you play spin, the old traditional way of play with the spin, if you're a right-handed batter, hit it into the leg side and left arm spin, or leg spin going away, go with the spin. I think with modern days showing that that's a bit nonsense and you can hit into the spin.
Right, well, Joe Root will start his next over to the left-handed Jaiswal. 1 for 56 for Root so far.
I think Joe Root might have a callus problem. Gareth
A Jack Callis problem. He's back out on the field with no obvious plaster on the fingers, and then he comes right arm around as leg side-ish. Jaiswal has got down on one knee and played the fine sweep, and Mark Wood can't get around to cut it off. It's 4 runs. 266 for 4. No, 262 for 4. It's already gone onto the scoreboard, and so India continue on their way.
The same problem we saw with Moeen Ali in the Ashes, where he's now bowling so many deliveries. He'd be bowling a lot in the nets as well, and I think he's just opened up something on his finger a little bit, which might have been what the ball hit in that last catch as well. And we just saw him get some dust and everything. There's a big difference between bowling a little bit in the nets and bowling like this.
Joe Root goes in. That's a very slow, loopy one. Outside of off stump, Jaiswal is down on one knee, sweeping it around to Mark Wood at deep backward square. I think Wood has just stolen that out of the hands of Ollie Pope, who was also coming around. But it is a couple more to the total. 121 now to Jaiswal. And the TV are just showing the replay of the wicket again, because Joe Root, as we described, catches it and then just flicks it down, walks off. And they actually had to appeal for a second or third time just to make sure that the umpire knew that they were actually saying it was out. This one from Root is shorter and wider. Jaiswal hits to point no run.
I don't think they appealed. That was the problem. He took the catch and threw the ball down and went off to get his finger fixed. Then everyone else forgot to appeal for a moment. And yes, it was obvious, especially on replay, but it wasn't as obvious when we saw it live.
route in around the wicket, leading edge from Jaiswal. He's flicking to mid-on. It goes to mid-off and lands only about 3 or 4 metres short of the fielder at mid-off, and they will take a single. It is worth reminding all youngsters why a youngster is up at 5:30 in the morning. I'm not entirely sure, but you do technically have to appeal for everything for it to be out, as according to the laws of the game.
When you've just nicked it and it's deviated 2 metres to slip, you just walk off the field. You shouldn't need to appeal.
He hit the ground, so he might have thought he hit the ball into the ground.
The most obvious dismissal I've ever seen. It was just out.
Oh, I wish I had footage of you.
And you are bigging it. You're bigging it up to be something it's absolutely not. He's just nicked it to slip and stood there.
What? Yeah, I know. There's some famous occasions of that happening in cricket. But
why do people not get in trouble for that?
Oh, ask mate Brody.
He does get in trouble for it, though, doesn't he?
Root around the wicket. There's definitely a problem with his finger here, because that's another full toss. He's got away with that one as Sarfraz has hit it to mid-on and there's no run.
You'll be able to explain this better than me, Bats, but it looks like he's actually kind of forcing the ball into his fingers rather than just naturally going in.
Let's watch this one. Root around. Again, it's pretty full. Around leg stump. Sarfraz is flicking it around the corner to short fine leg. To end the over, the 73rd, India 265 for 4 here on TalkSport 2. That's just explain that in terms of what Joe Root is doing and / not doing at the moment then.
Yeah, I suppose when you don't have the injury or something going on, you would flick the ball up and you see spinners at the end of the mark, they're flicking around, they're tossing it about, and then they just put it in the hand, they run up and bowl. He's having to place it into his hand now, sort of his open hand with his fingers splayed to get it into a position where it's not hurting too much to be able to go about his business and deliver the ball appropriately.
Right, thank you very much for the time being, Gareth. Yeah, so Joe Root is being inconvenienced by that. Rayan Ahmed will continue though, and he's got Jaiswal to deal with. Jaiswal's 122 not out. India's lead 3-9-1 here on TalkSport 2. Jaiswal goes down on one knee outside of his off stump to Rayan Ahmed and flicks it down to Anderson at fine leg. One is taken. 266 for 4 India. The lead now 3-9-2, getting ever closer to being 400 in front. Gareth Batty and Jared Kimber have moved out. Abhishek Janjanwala and David Bumble-Lloyd have moved in alongside, and they're watching Rayan Ahmed go in. From deep in the creases, Sarfraz very just gently, soft hands, drops it into the offside and takes a single to get off the mark. 267 for 4, Abby.
Yeah, at the moment, it seems like England just waiting. I think India will be looking at 500. 450, I'm not sure they're going to declare at 450. Try and get as close as possible to 500.
Oh, Rayan Ahmed gets that one to turn pretty big to Jaiswal. Around the wicket, he's clipped it to Stokes at deepish mid-on, and they'll take a single. 268 for 4. Jaiswal to 124.
We're talking about spin, and it's been spinning since day one, but it's predictable spin. It's not really spinning and jumping and you can't play it.
Rayan Ahmed goes in, leg stump line. Sarfraz pushes out on the onside, no run.
It's just turning, and sometimes you can get these 4 or 5, we've not seen it yet, that it pitches and does all sorts, bounces, spins, keeps. No, it's not, it's predictable as it is now.
Rayan goes in once again. Again, he's sort of straying a little bit leg side-ish there to enable Sarfraz to turn it through square leg. Mark Wood will do the fielding. The lead goes to 3-9-5.
Yeah, I still feel if you can be consistent and keep bowling the ball in the same area, which we haven't really seen enough from the spinners, both England and Indian spinners, they haven't really been as consistent. Apart from that one spell of Kuldeep Yadav yesterday, which was a wonderful spell.
It's some air from Rayan outside of the off stump on this occasion. Jaiswal lays into this one, doesn't time it. It'll still go out to Zach Crawley, who's the cover sweeper. 270 for 4 with the single taken. Jaiswal to 125.
Usually the spinners have been a bit inconsistent. They bowl at different lines, different lengths. But on this surface, I still feel if you can carry on bowling wicket to wicket, stump to stump line, and on a good length area, you can ask a lot of questions against these batters.
And looking for LBWs with DRS, the one that spins or the one that goes straight on and hits the pad. DRS is in business.
That's 25 minutes to the lunch break. England have got 2 wickets today. One via a run out. The other, a pretty straightforward catch. Joe Root is in, bowling around the wicket. Now that one did keep low to Jaiswal. Jaiswal does play it out well, gets in behind it, pushes out on the offside, no run.
Yeah, I just feel that Kuldeep Yadav, the moment he entered that dressing room, he would have gone straight to Shubman Gill.
Yes. Yes, that run out. Joe Root in once again. Now again, there's a lot of air on that. It's almost landing as the full toss outside of off stump. Jaiswal doesn't time it, and there's no run. Joe Root does appear to be being quite significantly hampered by this finger problem. Root around the wickets. Jaiswal from the crease pushes out to Bairstow at short extra, no run. He took that catch to dismiss Kuldeep and just went straight off for a bit of treatment. Didn't celebrate. Root is back in again around the wicket, sort of the lower, slingier action on this occasion. Jaiswal turns it through square leg and will take a single. He goes to 126, 271 for 4, so India's lead 397.
Do we know which finger it is?
We don't. We think it's index or middle finger, judging by the look of it.
Yeah, that was just a slightly rounded arm from Joe Root getting an inside edge. Sarfaraz Khan, he's an attacking player. Keep an eye, he'll be looking for that slog sweep at some point.
Root goes in around the wicket. Sarfaraz plays it back down the pitch. Root in his follow through fields. No run, so just the single from the over so far.
Hasn't he had this problem with his finger throughout this tour? Been mentioned in the media from time to time.
Yeah, I mean, he spent some time off the field having got a couple of blows in previous games. Root is in. That one doesn't seem to bounce that much. Sarfaraz plays to point, and there is no run. Ends the over, 75 gone here on TalkSport 2. 271 for 4, India's lead 397.
Do you know, off that over, I don't think Joe Root is trying to spin it. I think he's just bowling slow.
Yeah, also, the way the wrist is positioned, he's undercutting the ball, so the ball is going straight rather than trying to turn the ball, and that could happen a lot of times when you're struggling to hold the ball properly.
Well, Jared said he thought, just by the way he was holding it, he wondered if it's more of a callus problem rather than a bruise or a crack kind of problem.
Can I just come back to yesterday and
yes.
time wasting?
Yes.
Now, the batter has to be ready when the bowler is at the end of his run. There are 2 substitutes have just been on. Change your gloves, have a rub down, have a drink. Just bowl.
Sarfaraz has been out there 9 balls. I'm sure he doesn't particularly need a drink or whatever. And in fact, Jaiswal's not been out there that long.
Yeah, he was on 104 yesterday. He's just walked out, so he hasn't faced that many balls.
Rayan Ahmed to start the new over. Outside of the left-handed Jaiswal's off stump, spinning back into him, pushed out on the offside, no run.
So just getting back to it, I'm being pedantic, it just should not be allowed. And it's covered with the laws. If the bowler is ready, just bowl.
Rayan Ahmed does exactly that. He gets a little bit too much spin, if you like, because it ends up on the leg stump of Jaiswal, who helps it around to deep square leg for a single.
Anyway, enough of that. Back to Abhishek's activity yesterday.
Yes.
So he went for a net yesterday, not just a net, an outdoor net. What did he wear? He said it was lovely. I just had a T-shirt on. Ask him how many people were there.
Go on then.
There were 5 nets in the club.
Rayan Ahmed goes in. Sarfaraz across his stumps, turns to fine leg for a single. The lead now up to 399.
5 nets.
Yeah, all full. I had to wait 10 minutes to get a net.
This 3rd week of February,
Yeah.
you've got to wait to get a net.
Yeah.
Outdoors.
Yeah, you can see how keen kids are, how keen parents are.
Rayan Ahmed in outside of off stump. Jaiswal aims a big extra cover drive. There is a deep man, Zach Crawley, who will cut it off, and they will take only 1. The lead now 400 for India as they get to 274 for 4.
So don't think we're in Mumbai or Chennai. Whereabouts are we in London? What district?
This is Hampton Court, near Hampton Court.
You see, Henry VIII got his own microclimate installed around Hampton Court, so that's what it'll be.
But to be honest, it was quite pleasant yesterday. Wasn't too bad.
So, following on from that conversation, I want to know from listeners, did you have a net outdoor yesterday in the UK?
How many outdoor nets were employed in the UK? Come on, at TalkSport2, at cricket_TS. If you're on the YouTube channel and you're a subscriber, you can send us a message through that. Did you have an outdoor net yesterday? Come on, Abby can't have been the only one. Well, we know he wasn't the only one. He had to wait to have one. Let's put a geographical map together, everybody. Rayan Ahmed is in. Inside half of Sarfaraz's bat. Pushing out on the onside. Will take it to single. 275 for 4.
Well, I live way up north Yorkshire, North Yorkshire. And I could tell you that York City is completely flooded and all the grounds around are.
Rayan Ahmed in. Jaiswal across his stumps. Flicks to the leg side. Take a single. 276 for 4.
So forget cricket. There's a football pitch close to where I live, and you can see, you just picture the goalposts. You can't see them. It's flooded.
Yeah, well, you see, he's a brave man, is Abby, but he's got a big tournament coming up, you see, so that's why he's doing it. He's got to get himself a net, and so he's keeping himself in decent nick. Another man who keeps himself in decent nick is Neil Manthorpe, and he's going to come through and take over the ball by ball and take you through till lunch here on 2.
We're just seeing a comparison between Rayan Ahmed and Kuldeep Yadav about average speeds. Rayan average speed 83.2, Kuldeep 83.3. Both wrist spinners.
Played away defensively by Jaiswal. It's 129, no run.
And we're seeing where the ball pitches, and they're almost identical. They're almost the same.
Yeah, I just feel that Kuldeep gets a bit more zip, a bit more turn on his deliveries.
I think what that graphic is missing is the point of delivery, the height of delivery, and I'm not saying that's pushed away defensively by Jaiswal, and there's no run. Rayan Ahmed he's short. He's 5'8", and I think Kuldeep is closer to 6 foot. Maybe not quite 6 foot, but I think that tiny bit of difference or the significant number of difference in height of delivery makes a difference in the way the batsmen play him.
If he's 6 foot, he must have been stood in a grow bag.
I said closer to. Yeah, well, Rayan Ahmed just seems, maybe it's his build, he just seems considerably shorter. Root in again, turned away on the onside by Sarfaraz Khan, no run.
The other thing that's missing is revolutions on the ball. How many revolutions?
Well, the television production company are doing a major analysis on the differences and the similarities and differences between Kuldeep and Rayan Ahmed, but it's Joe Root at the moment. India's lead is 403, by the way. That's in at the pads of Sarfaraz Khan and nudged out towards square leg, no run.
Yeah, revolution makes a massive difference. Also, Kuldeep Yadav sometimes gets a bit of an in-drift, which makes it harder for the batter. And Rayan's still very young in his career, still learning the trade.
Well, that in-drift would tell you that there's the amount of revs on the ball.
Absolutely.
Sarfaraz 4 from 14, 77 overs gone, new ball due in 3 overs. It should be it'll be available, I suspect, 1 over or maybe 2 overs before the lunch break. 277 for 4, Sarfaraz Khan 4, Jaiswal 130, and England have had a couple of moments of fortune today. Kuldeep Yadav caught it slip by Joe Root off Rayan Ahmed for 27, and the unfortunate Shubman Gill run out by the brilliant Ben Stokes. At the non-striker's end for 91, Tom Hartley played his part, gathering Stokes' throw and whipping the bails off. Actually, he didn't whip them off. He looked like he was going through the motions of he thought, oh, he must be back. This is never going to be out. But it was. And Shubman Gill's gone for 91.
We've just seen a long shot of Anil Kumble on the screen. For all Northants supporters, a fabulous career at Northamptonshire, at the home of cricket, Wantage Road.
He's one of my favourite, not just favourite cricketers, but favourite people in cricket.
Is he involved in Indian cricket? Is he?
I don't
part of the
think
setup?
no. Since he's left that coaching role, I don't think he's involved with the BCCI, but he does a bit of work with.
He's still involved at Karnataka, isn't he?
Yeah, he's still involved with Karnataka, but not with the BC. I mean, not directly with the BCCI, but through Karnataka, he must be involved. But yeah, it's good to see him in the broadcasting box.
This one is nudged away out on the onside. And there's no run. Jaiswal remains on 130.
From what I can gather, you need to be on side with the BCCI.
Yes.
You need to be on friendly terms.
Punched away for a single by Jaiswal into the covers on the offside.
And is it? Am I right here? You'll know this, Abhishek. Is the BCCI? Is it? Are there many politicians in that? There are people from politics in
It's more politicians than cricketers, I can tell you that.
Crikey, if that, good gracious, if that happened in the UK, oh my goodness me.
Yeah. But there's a lot of politicians involved in also. It depends a lot who's the ruling party in India. And then you get a lot of people from their side.
Rian Ahmed in again. Sarfaraz Khan pushes it out towards Duckett at cover. Again, no run.
Yeah, as Amit Shah, who's our Home Minister in India, he's the president in Gujarat cricket. His son, obviously, the secretary in BCCI.
Oh, that's lifted high down towards long on, out towards deep mid-wicket rather. It's gone a bit squarer. Johnny Bairstow's in pursuit, can't get there. Well, he can get there, and he has got there, only to pick the ball up on the rebound from the boundary triangles, boundary foam Toblerones, and Sarfaraz has a boundary. Good shot.
Yeah, that's a nice pickup shot. It's slightly full onto the pads, but he picked the gap perfectly. There was nobody in the boundary. It's a risk-free shot.
And another leg break, and it's chopped away past Jimmy Anderson at backward point. Anderson thought he had it covered. He's down on one knee, held out his left hand, and somehow the ball spun past it. And there's 2 more runs to Sarfaraz when Rian Ahmed thought it should have been a dot ball. 284 for 4. India lead by 410. So frustrating morning for England. As I said, those 2 moments of success. 1 a run out. Here's Rian Ahmed, busy, bustling. He does get through his action very quickly, and there's a certain element of explosiveness about his delivery action. That ball was quicker than any other that he had bowled, actually. It was almost 88 kilometres an hour.
Well, it's good pace, and it is spinning. But you should be able to negotiate, and you can see that the batters are 284 for 4. They're negotiating spin. Day 4, it's not impossible to play. It's not bouncing. It's not keeping low. I think it's spinning, which you'd expect anyway.
I think the Indian batters have batted really well, and as I said, if they could be a bit more consistent with their line and length, things could change.
Joe Root in another round arm slinging delivery, and it's driven up to Stokes at deepish mid-off. No run there.
Do you know, I'm not sure he's trying to spin these. It's just slow bowling.
Well, he bowls a nice seam-up delivery, but I don't think he's doing that either. Bowling quite round. Oh, that's a full toss. No, that's Gift. Smashed. Got exactly what it deserved. That's gone for 6 over long on. That was a shin-high full toss. This is as friendly a delivery as you'll get any level of cricket.
Yeah, you can see he's struggling a little bit. Straight away looking at his finger, Joe Root just can't spin the ball enough. As you see, again, the way he released that ball, again undercutting the ball, not going over the seam, he's just undercutting it. Lovely shot, nevertheless, Jaiswal.
Free hit, absolutely. And this one is pushed out to Stokes at mid-off, who's cross with himself for not gathering that cleanly. He's affected 1 run out already today, and thought he might have a chance again with that one, but in the end it's just a single to Yashasvi Jaiswal.
I'd guess it's his second finger, and it's the skin that's off his second finger from what we've just seen.
Not uncommon for an off-spinner. Oh, Sarfaraz Khan has gone deep and also long over wide long on for 6 more.
I said earlier, it won't be long until he plays a slog sweep. He loves playing that shot. It's all about picking the right length, and both these players have been exceptional in doing so.
I must say that there's a slog sweep on the one hand can look like the simplest shot in the game, and yet there's a lot that goes into it technically. Forward comes Sarfraz Khan here, now just nudges it behind square on the leg side. They take a single. Sarfraz is up to 17 in no time at all. India 298 for 4.
The latest 6 there, it's such a natural shot from around the wicket with the spin, a big stride, and just get all your weight, and there's plenty of it from Sarfraz to get into the ball. Goes way over deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, he doesn't even get his knee all the way onto the ground. He just hits it kind of standing.
Here's Joe Root in once again, and does land this one in a good area, but it's again a single as Jaiswal just nudges it out towards mid-wicket. Bob Woolmer became a dear friend of mine, sadly passed now, but he, as you know, Bumble, was one of the original great scientists of coaching and the game, and he would apply a theory and some science to everything. And I remember him describing the slog sweep. I mean, most batsmen before Bob came along just thought, well, you just whack it over mid-wicket. That's how much thinking can you go into a slog sweep? But Bob did. He applied a great deal of science and theory to the shot.
It is still a slog sweep.
Yes, but you've got to get your pad here, and you've got to get this out there, and the weight's got to be on.
It's natural. It's just such a natural shot. And the other thing, there's lots said about Bob Woolmer. Having played against him, he was a crack short leg. He was a brilliant short leg, Bob Woolmer. And he wasn't a small guy. He was quite tall. We were getting into height again. He was a 6-footer, but he was good there, short leg, for Kent when he played at Kent.
Oh, he's a handy batsman and a useful medium pacer as well.
Yeah, just about useful.
In the right conditions.
He modelled himself on Colin Cowdrey, the way that he played, the sort of languid way that Cowdrey played, and Woolmer as well, a stylist.
Next one played away defensively. India's lead 425. Rian Ahmed in again to Yashasvi Jaiswal, who of course retired hurt yesterday on 104, but has re-emerged at the fall of the first wicket today and has taken that 104 on to 139. Sarfraz Khan has 17. India are 299 for 4. As Rian Ahmed is in once again. That's slightly short and allows Jaiswal to flick it away out to the deep square leg boundary of Tom Hartley Fields, and that brings up the 300 for India and the lead of 426.
Getting back to Bob Woolmer and his time with South Africa, you remember the 1998 series, 97, 98? We got hold of this thing called StatsMaster, which is analysis.
Another slog sweep from Sarfraz Khan. He's picked it on length and has dispatched it out towards the deep mid-wicket region, which is unmanned by a fielder, and it bounces three times before hitting the boundary rope for 4.
Just a spurt of runs from both these batters, Sarfraz and Jaiswal, looking for the boundaries and finding the boundaries.
Not an easy shot to play. Against the spin, it's all about picking the right length. Beautiful batting. He's very positive. He's been very positive in the first innings. Doesn't look like a player who's just made his debut, playing his first test.
Go on, Bumble. You've just got
StatsMaster. Yeah, stats. And it was adapted from New Zealand and I think rugby. And Bob had seen what we were doing, and he came, what have you got there? And as you would do it at that time, well, do you have a go? You have a go with it. And so, we interchanged. And you have a look at it and see how you adapt it for your team.
He had a remarkable library of information. He was always innovating, and he made some fundamental changes to the way that the game is played, which remain to this day. I think he was the first coach who actively coached wicketkeepers to take throws in front of the stumps, having always been told.
And that's always been a debate, hasn't it? Is it right? Is it wrong? Fractionally better.
Well, you know, the reason that he came up with that was the introduction of the square-on television decisions, which were introduced in South Africa, and that was the only reason he changed, because he thought it would be impossible for the naked eye. Here's Hartley again, forward comes Jaiswal playing defensively. He said it would be impossible, to the naked eye it would make no difference. In fact, he thought it might be confusing if the keeper took it in front of the stumps and then broke them with the momentum of the ball. He said it's easier for the umpire with the naked eye to see the keeper take the throw from behind the stumps and then come forward to break them. But he said everything would change with the introduction of television camera decisions, and I think he's been proved right. 304 for 4, next one played defensively.
Is it right that he always had a bit of a joust with Daryl Cullinan?
Yeah, well, everybody did.
Oh no!
I mean, it's not very hard.
No, it's not. One of the game's pricklier characters. That one is driven. That's very full outside the off stump, and Rian Ahmed does the fielding on the cover boundary.
There's another 11, the prickly 11. Just select a team, prickly 11, and you can do it in club cricket, league cricket, male, female, the pricklies.
I immediately got half a dozen names. I'm just trying to work out who'd captain it.
Would you be happy if you were selected in the pricklies? Oh yeah, that's it. That's me. That's how I am.
And you get the pricklies that side of the boundary rope and this side of the boundary rope, and you get the ones who are only prickly that side of the boundary rope. White line fever. 305 for 4. Sarfaraz Khan on 21. Shazvi Jaiswal has 141. And Sarfaraz now back and across, nudges it off his pads behind square on the leg side.
Yeah, you want to be a prickly character on the pitch, and then off the pitch you want to be a good guy. The good guy's 11. But if you were in both, if you were prickly on and off, you've got a problem.
And there are quite a few like that in cricket.
Well, there was South Africa's tour of Australia in 1998, and Daryl Cullinan had a huge problem with Shane Warne, and that one is right up in the block hole and sort of semi-dug out and semi-driven to Ben Stokes at mid-on. And Bob faced a dilemma. He had to do something, and and his options were drop him, or hide him, or make him better against Daryl Cullinan. He ruled out the third option. That wasn't going to happen. You're not going to do that overnight or in a week. So Warne had cleaned up Cullinan in the Test series, and the one-day series was due to start, and so Bob thought, well, we'll hide him, but we'll hide him in plain sight by making him open. So therefore he'll be able to avoid Shane Warne, and he'll have 30 or 40 before Warne comes on to bowl. So Cullinan, who'd never opened before, went out to open. And what did Steve Ward do?
Open the bowling with Shane Warne.
Suddenly Warne at the ball.
And I've asked that question to Daryl Cullinan because he was a coach of ours in one of the tournaments. And I've asked him.
Next one, pushed him off, no run.
And he said, I have absolutely no clue. I saw him and I knew I'm going to get out. That was his mindset every time he batted against Shane Warne.
And he was right.
And he was absolutely right.
That sounds like Atherton against Ambrose.
All right, Shane, where would you like me to hit this one, or should I just miss it?
Yeah. And more often than not, he got him with a flipper.
Yeah. Oh, well, he got a lot of South African batsmen with the flipper.
With the flipper. And that delivery was a lethal one as well. Such a hard delivery to bowl as well. It's such a hard delivery to bowl. You don't see a lot of bowlers in modern day cricket even try bowling a flipper. They do a front of hand, but flipper is a completely different delivery.
307 for 4, India. We've only lost 2 wickets in the morning session. We're on the stroke of lunch. And don't go too far if you are wondering about making yourself a cup of tea or boiling an egg. Keep the radio on, because Bumble's going to be talking to Jared Kimber, the life and times of David Lloyd. Oh, that swung away high and handsome by Yashasvi Jaiswal for 6 over long on. That's 6 and a bit, that's cleared the ropes by 20 yards.
There's such effortless shots. The boundaries are not big enough. The timing, the purity of the shot, the equipment that's in his hand, right in the middle.
He was right in the slot, but he's not a big guy, Yashasvi Jaiswal, but hits a lot of sixes, even in Test cricket. Every innings he gets 100, he has 6 or 7 sixes in every innings. It shows he can really hit the ball far, but yeah, he's just picking the right length and such a clean swing of the bat as well. It's a real talent, this guy Yashasvi Jaiswal, and Manners, he's en route for another double 100 if he keeps batting like this. Is 148 already.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you'd said that half an hour ago, I'd have thought that'd be fanciful, but it's realistic now.
Now, what the umpires are out there with the 4th umpire, and it looks like they're changing the ball. Have they lost the ball? Is it going to be a new ball? I don't think England have taken the new ball. I think they've lost the one, or Jaiswal has lost it. Where's it gone? It's disappeared down the tunnel.
It's gone into the grounds.
Oh, it's stayed up in the rafters. It's up in the rafters. They can't get it down.
That's right. It's gone into the groundsman's tunnel and then bounced up into the roof.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness me. So replacement ball it is. I wonder if they have one that's 81 overs old. This is a very good leg spinner from Rian Ahmed. Pitches in the footholds outside the left-hander's off stump and then bounces steeply.
And this is modern day cricket. This is the last over before lunch as well.
Rian Ahmed in again. It's to make life difficult by exploiting those footmarks outside the off stump.
Do you know that last delivery, just the one that we've just had, is fabulous batting, because he pitches, he does everything right, and he rides the ball. He just pushes it with a spin, and again.
Pushed away defensively out to the offside.
And softly, really, really softly, as he gently comes forward into the footholds, and he just knocks it into the leg side. No danger at all.
Oh, that's short to drag down from Rian Ahmed, and it's flicked away out towards Tom Hartley at deep square leg for a single. That was the last ball of the over, and I think it was the last ball of the session as well. The batsmen are just having a look at the umpires to see whether lunch will be called, and I think it has. 314 for 4. India's massive lead is up to 440. They are 440 ahead. We haven't seen any sign at the ground yet of Ravichandran Ashwin, but word did reach us that he was due to arrive, expected to arrive, or hoping to arrive at around lunchtime, and I suspect that India will want to have him on the field. Well, they will want to have him on the field at the start of the 4th and final innings, when England start the chase for whatever it is. It's going to be more than 440, that's for sure. Anybody expecting or hoping for a lunchtime declaration is going to be very disappointed. With Jaiswal going so well on 148 and Sarfraz Khan also looking in ominous form, there's going to be a lot more pain to come for England.
Yeah, let's wait and see how long India bats. I guess India's going to bat for another hour, and they're going to go hard after lunch and try and get to that 500 mark as quickly as possible and put England in, Bumble.
500, well, the coach said we'd chase 600 plus, and in the interview last night, Ben Duckett, fantastic. 2 things. He said they're only 330 on, and we will have great fun chasing it down, is what he said last night.
It's not 330 anymore, is it?
No, if it's 500, I think that's vulnerable, because the coach said we'll go for 600 easy.
If it's that easy, then I don't have a lot to say, but it's not going to be that easy on this pitch chasing 600.
You might as well just gather up all of the world's wisdom almanacs and burn them if England chase down 550 in the 4th innings. because records will mean nothing anymore.
Kuldeep Yadav uses his feet well and smashes Tom Hartley over mid-wicket for 6.
Go on, son. We'll have a bit more of that. What a shot from the night watchman.
Anderson is in, goes full. Beautiful shot from Shubman Gill. 2 full, almost half volley length. And Gill pings it through the covers for 4. Oh, Kuldeep down the pitch to Hartley. Smashes him back over his head for 4. Well, Kuldeep sounded the bugle there.
Down the wicket comes Kuldeep, driving it to Stokes, and brilliant fielding from the England captain at mid-on. He's gathered that very quickly on the bounce, thrown it to Hartley, who takes the bails off.
Rayan Ahmed goes in. Is that a catch to Joe Root at slip? It's going to go upstairs to Rod Tucker, the third umpire.
No, this is out.
Oh, that's a full toss. No, that's gift. Smashed. Got exactly what it deserved. That's gone for 6. Oh, that swung away high and handsome by Yashasvi Jaiswal for 6 over long on. That's 6 and a bit, that's cleared the ropes by 20 yards.
There's such effortless shot.
They are 440 ahead, 314 for 4.
You're listening to TalkSport 2 and also watching us via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Welcome and thanks for being with us. Early doors, still dark out there in the UK, and it's looking a little bit bleak for England as well. Well, they wouldn't admit as much. Ben Duckett, I'm sure, hopes that India bat for another, 3 hours and really set England a challenging total if his comments last night are to be believed. And why wouldn't they? He hit 153 in the first innings. He's bound to be feeling confident. This is an England team that want to break records and change the perception. Well, if they overhaul this India lead, they'll do exactly that, because India's lead has stretched up throughout the morning. Started the day leading by 322 runs, which would have been an ask, and now they lead by 440. 2 successes for England in that session. Shubman Gill was run out for 91. I'm not sure he's calmed down yet. And Kuldeep Yadav was caught at first slip by Joe Root from the bowling of Rayan Ahmed for 27. Root picked up an injury fielding and taking that catch, which seems to be hampering his bowling. He's not gone off the field, I don't think. He certainly bowled a few overs. In fact, he's bowled 100 overs in this series. That's the first time that's ever happened. Comfortably more than the 68 that he bowled against Pakistan in a 3-test series last year. And of course, as Gareth Batty mentioned, there's still 2 tests to go. So plenty on his shoulders at the moment. England have been interesting with their use of DRS. They went for an inside edge LBW shout, which was of course turned down, and then didn't go for a LBW shout against Yadav, which would have seen him gone 2 balls before he ran out Shubman Gill. So their use of DRS still has a little bit of improvement there, but essentially Gareth Batty and Abhishek Jhunjhunwala, who are alongside myself, John Norman, in the commentary box for the next 20 minutes or so. The question is, when are India going to declare? Bats, over to you.
My take would be just for the headline of the number, I think they want 500. From a game situation point of view, I think they possibly want to be looking at 2 bites of the cherry, so have 8 to 10 overs maybe at England pre the tea session, and then go again and make the batters start twice with the natural break in between.
Well, they've been going at 5.6 for the last 10 overs. So if they go at 5.6 for the next 10 overs, that will get them up to 500. Abhishek, do you think that this India side will put England in 10 overs time if they reach 500?
Yeah, I think they'll bat for an hour. They will bat 1 hour after lunch. That they should. And if they're not confident in restricting England at 500, then they're not confident in restricting England for 700 either. So it doesn't matter how many runs you get after 500. I think India should look to declare at 500. The moment they reach 500, they should declare. They shouldn't go for personal goals. I know he can get another double 100 here, Yashasvi Jaiswal, but they shouldn't be worried about.
Well, Jaiswal is still some way off that, as Anderson is in, and down the track it comes the opener. He's back in the side, by the way. He did pull up injured yesterday with a back spasm, which meant that Patidar had to come in and bat with about 7 overs to go on day 2. Patidar didn't last long. He was out for a duck. Kuldeep Yadav seeing the innings through to its conclusion late on day 2. But Jaiswal has come out, and he's 149 not out, alongside Sarfraz Khan, who dealt a little bit of tap to Rayan Ahmed just before the lunch break. He's going at a run of ball 22. England opening up with Jimmy Anderson after the lunch break. Let's have a little look at the bowling. This will be Jimmy Anderson's 11th over. This is wide, keeps very low, and evades the inside edge of Jaiswal's bat as he attempts to cut the ball through the offside. No run.
Yeah, I mean, it shows intent from England. The easy thing from an England point of view would be to rest up Jimmy Anderson, stick him at fine leg, and just say, right, we'll see how many India want to get, and we'll rest our premier fast bowler. No, none of it from an England point of view. They've come in, they've set aggressive fields again, 2 drive men, a couple of scouts out. They were looking to take wickets still.
Wide again, really asking Jaiswal to come at Jimmy Anderson here. That's not the nagging length and line that we expect from Anderson. It's short and wide, and quarter wide as well.
Yeah, I think that's the plan, isn't it, Barry? To try and restrict them to score runs as quickly as they can, because they want to take... I'm not sure if England wants to take time out of this game, because it doesn't really matter. They're going to still come out there and play positive cricket and try and produce a result.
Jaiswal, a little movement to the offside and dabs this past the fielder that's just inside the... Well, if you imagine a circle in Test cricket, fielded at backward deep point, and Jaiswal raises his hand again, or his arm again, and bat aloft. He takes the applause, and this is a sight that England players and England spectators are starting to get used to. 150 for the young man. He's only played a year's worth of cricket, 13 tests, and he averages 66. It's not bad.
Yeah, near perfect innings, I would say. He's had periods in the game where he's absorbed some pressure when England have been on top. Then he's had other periods of the game where he's gone right into 5th gear and smashed the ball to all parts. He's shown an array of skill, an array of talent. More importantly, a very good cricketing brain to get India to a point of where they're in total dominance in this game.
Anderson is in again with a leg slip in place, and also a very straight, quite short mid-on to Sarfraz Khan. I think we know how Sarfraz is going to go about things. Abhishek, this is defended though.
Yeah, he's going to be positive. I think both these players will look to score runs as quickly as possible. But again, going back to Yashasvi Jaiswal, what Barry said, exactly that. He's got such a matured head. He's still a very, very young cricketer, just in his early 20s, only 1 year old in international cricket. There's so much promise.
This is on the pads of Sarfraz. He'll take a single. Rayan Ahmed will field fine leg. The lead moves up to 443. One thing I'll say about Jaiswal though, yesterday, I'm not sure if it was the shot selection that led to his back spasms, whether it's overhitting or, I mean, I don't know. You guys will be able to tell me whether there was anything to do with it. But the problems did seem to come quite soon after he was launching Hartley and the like towards that mid-wicket boundary. Who knows? Sarfraz, or rather, well, Jaiswal has gone a little bit Joe Root in his shot selection there. He's moved across the crease to Anderson. He knows that Anderson's going to be bowling wide, and so he's just, with a packed offside field, taken that out the equation, and he has just scooped this up over where leg slip would be positioned and away for a boundary 4.
Yeah, very smart. Again, it's intelligent batting. Jimmy Anderson has flagged where he's going to bowl. It's going to be 1.5 foot outside of stump. It's going to be relatively full. It's going to try and clip a little bit of the rough. So Jaiswal moves across, and he, what would you call it, like a falling over ramp, ends up on his back, but the outcome magnificent of 4. But again, it's just smart, it's intelligent. You know what the bowler's going to do, and then you've thought about your process and you've counteracted it.
Yeah, it's just game awareness. We often talk about he's been very smart with his batting. As you said, he soaked up a lot of pressure when Jimmy Anderson was bowling really well yesterday. When they came out to bat, gave himself a bit of time and then went into 5th, 6th, 7th gear in that middle period. Got to his 100 very quickly and carrying on from there. It's been a terrific, terrific knock from him.
Did Ramps ever play the ramp shot?
Ramps had the hack, didn't he? If he felt like he was getting bogged down, he'd run down and have a random slog from nowhere and then go back to batting again when he wanted to put something back on the opposition.
Yeah, there is method in it, isn't there? It's definite method.
It's gone on for years. I remember Alan Butcher talking to me about batting, and he was saying, look, I played a lot with Sir Vivian Richards down at Glamorgan at the end of his career, and he talked about Viv used to have a plan of he'd play more shots in his first 20 balls of his innings to try and put the bowler onto the back foot, lose all the catches, and then he'd just bat properly. And I mean, we're talking about a great of the game, an absolute great of the game in Sir Vivian Richards, and that was part of his psyche against the opposition.
Yeah, it all makes sense, doesn't it? You want the fielders away from you when you're batting.
You do.
If they're in, if they're all close to the bat, just start smashing it around and they'll soon start being posted. As Sarfraz Khan chases this wide delivery from Rayan Ahmed. It's gracefully played as well. A chase on for Anderson, and he has done brilliantly at running down to third after this little dab shot from Sarfraz Khan. And I think that he saved his team a run.
Yeah, just the commitment, unbelievable. I mean, he didn't need to put that dive in, but just the commitment we often talk about Jimmy Anderson. He's been there for so long. And again, saving every run is going to be crucial.
Some would say, Abhishek, it actually isn't that important. I'm sorry, but it's like, well, they lead by 450. Yeah. It's your premier bowler. He's 41. And we've seen Jack Leach injured twice doing such things. McCullum himself used to injure himself regularly. And it, of course, comes from him a lot. Defended by Jaiswal. 324 for 4 if you're joining us here on TalkSport 2. India, the lead 450. They're just within England's range now.
It's the selfless nature of sport, though. The other young lads seeing Jimmy Anderson doing that at this point.
Forward, clipped to Stokes. Wicket, who tosses the ball back to Ahmed, but he's square to the wicket. And he tosses the ball, realising that Sarfraz Khan isn't watching and it's heading in his direction. Dragged down, and Ahmed gets away with this, gloved to the fielder, stationed at a shortish fine leg.
I think it just lifts the mood of everyone in the team when you see a commitment from the senior player like that.
Tossed up, full toss, driven, and Besto is not going to come close to chasing that down. There's a gimme ball. And Jaiswal moves to 158, the lead to 454.
Yeah, Rayan Ahmed trying to hit that rough area outside the off stump. Unfortunately for him, the ball has to bounce for the rough to come into play.
This is a touch flatter, and Jaiswal stays deep in his crease and plays this to the leg side for a single, gets off strike. He's a slight man, isn't he? You expect the power punch from the Sarfraz, but he can hit the ball. There's no doubt about that. He's got all the shots, but he's got the muscle as well.
Yeah, he's a modern day sort of player where he understands ground force, so he gets set early. You'll hear people talk about got his base. It's kind of a set position. It's getting the force from the ground, and then he swings against his body. So yes, there's incredible bat speed, but it's no good if you're not swinging against the ground force and your feet being in the ground. And I think that's possibly what you were alluding to with his back, because he does have that huge extension, Lara-like big swing, but it is that ground force that generates the power.
A little bit of chirping going on between Bairstow and Sarfraz. Wide again, just inside the tram line, and a look to the umpire, nothing given. Anderson has gone wicketless in the second innings. You expect him to play though in the fourth test bats. You were saying he looks ready. He looks...
Yeah, I mean, it looks fine, doesn't he? He's running in fine now. He chased that ball fine to the boundary after, literally, the ball after his over. Fitness-wise, absolutely fine. You've got a surface to look at, and I think England would look at Anderson and Robinson as the same type of skill set, and then you'd look at Wood and Atkinson as the same type of skill set. One delivering a bit more chin music than the other, and the other having more subtle skills.
Here is Anderson's a full toss on the pads. Jaiswal has latched onto this on the sweep, and he has just helped this up and over deep square for a 6. Well, Anderson has got his length wrong there, and Jaiswal has punished him. 335 for 4 now, India, and the runs are really starting to come.
Yeah, you know what Anderson was trying to do there. He thought that Jaiswal is again going to move outside the off stump and going for that Yorker, just missing the length ever so slightly. But Jaiswal was up for it, sweeping it.
Wide again, and this is clubbed by Jaiswal. He's going to go back to back. What a shot this is. Helped up over extra cover, and it's not often you see Anderson smash for successive 6s, but that is exactly what's happened. And you know what, Abby? Maybe India will stay out there until Jaiswal gets his double ton.
Probably his 9-6. How many times do we see a guy hit 9 6s in a test match? Again, brilliant. Just the footwork, the extension of the hand, the force he generates from that strong base. Brilliant.
How often do you see a young man advance down the track? Goes again! 6 from the bat of Jaiswal. Anderson, the bowler. This is incredible stroke play. Dismissive. Anderson has just been plonked straight back over his head at long on.
Oh wow, this is incredible batting from the young. Look, I'm going to make no apologies for it. I'm an England fan, but more than anything, I'm a cricket fan, and this young fella is setting this stadium alight. The batting prowess, a sweep over square leg, a beautiful extra cover drive flat for 6, and then straight down the ground. I mean, this young man is somebody to behold, and he's at the start of his career. That's the exciting bit. He's on the verge of another double 100. In his 10th Test match, shall we say? It's minimum. I mean, this is just cricket point of view. This is what, 1, we all want to see, and 2, the game needs. This young fella is taking it by the scruff of the neck. It's amazing.
Yeah, it is. It's the array of the shots. He's played it all around the ground. He's got every shot in the book. He rammed Anderson earlier, then swept him, then went over his head.
Here's Anderson again, full delivery. It won't be a 6, but it will definitely be a couple more to the score. Mark Wood runs round from wide mid-on. And Jaiswal adds another couple, 475. It's not going to take 10 overs to get that lead up to 500 at this rate.
No, this is what we're talking about with Jaiswal. He's managed to control his emotion. He's gone 6-6-6-6. Jimmy Anderson, slower ball full, knocks him for 2. And as he hits it, he's going 2. He's telling his partner he's in complete control. It's phenomenal from a man so young to be in such complete control of his emotions and his skill. Brilliant batting.
Little conversation at the top of the bowler's mark between Jimmy Anderson and Ben Stokes. I wonder what the most expensive over Jimmy Anderson has bowled in Test cricket. We must be approaching it.
He must be. He's already gone for 20, and I wouldn't be surprised if Jaiswal goes for another one. If he gets it in his arc, he's going to try and leather that ball again.
Yeah, I'm thinking back to early on in Jimmy's career in South Africa. I think it was 2004. He had a difficult time at the bull ring. I think it might be Herschel Gibbs that had a bit of a pop.
I'm sure Gary Morgan is on it. Last ball of the over, and Jaiswal fancies facing the strike at the start of the next over. He went for the big, expansive heave over extra cover, but in the end, the length wasn't quite there, so he cuts the ball down to backwards square, takes a single, and all of a sudden, Jaiswal is 180 not out. The score for India, 350 for 4, and the lead has swelled up to 476. And I'm not sure I've even mentioned Sarfraz Khan.
No, and he'll be down the other end going, come on, Jaiswal, let me have a go at this. But all the great players, how many great players do we see? I'll have a single off the last ball. This is my time to shine.
Yeah.
You can sit down the other end and wait. It's everything you see about this young man is just where you run out of superlatives to say about him.
You do, and if I was Sarfaraz Khan, to be honest, I would be enjoying this. I would love to be on the non-striker end and just watch him bat.
Yeah, that's the good human trait. He's also at the back of his mind going, come on, I could be doing something similar here. Let me have a go. Let me at him, let me at him. Who was that Scrappy-Doo that used to do that? Let me at him.
There's a little bit of Scrappy-Doo about you, Bats, wouldn't you say, back in the day? Come on, let me at him.
That was just rubbish. I was trying to just do whatever I could to...
20-year career, he played for England, stopped downplaying it. And, well, it could be a mix-up here because Jaiswal is well down the track. He's halfway down before he realises Sarfaraz Khan has got his back turned on him. He thinks there's a run there as he pushed the ball up to mid-off. Sarfaraz up mid-on, rather. And, well, he's just run a single, but he's run the strip.
But it was
halfway down and halfway back.
It was not his call. It was not Sarfaraz's call. He had to run. Jaiswal was coming to the danger end.
There is a single here. It's nicely turning leg break into the pads of Jaiswal, who moves to 181. And we are going to see a little bit of Sarfaraz Khan.
Yeah, and a very easy single, that one. But you should have seen Sarfaraz take off there. It's an easy single. He scampered down there. He knew he'd made a mistake the ball before.
Now Sarfaraz tucked in a little bit to Rayan Ahmed, didn't he? Just before the lunch break.
He did. He played some big shots against the spin. That's the impressive part of his striking. He hits into the spin.
Yeah, the right-handed. He goes again, but this is a top edge. It's gone to square leg, and it has just dropped between Mark Wood running in from the boundary and the fielder that was stationed at a kind of leg gully position. Possibly it's put Mark Wood off. Maybe just started to pull back as he ran in. We'll have to watch it again. Either way, on the slog sweep was Sarfaraz Khan, and he's a little bit of a lucky boy.
Yeah, he's a bit lucky to be still out there.
He's taking a single as well as Jaiswal plays this leg break off the back foot and plays it to point. No run.
It's the first time the camera just panned to Ben Stokes. It's the first time he's shown a bit more negative emotion, sort of can you believe you look sort of a scenario.
Full delivery that Jaiswal turns into a full toss. Good commando style rolling half stop from Johnny Bairstow at long off, and it means that it's just another couple. Most runs from an Anderson over today. 21's third on the list, so he has gone for more. The top one was in 2013 against Australia at Perth. Oh, that was George Bailey, wasn't it? I think. As Sarfaraz pulls this gently to deep square. 354 for 4. Yeah, I think that might have been George Bailey. And then in Kandy in 2007, he went for 24 against Sri Lanka. So the 21 that he gave up today, that is in the top 3 most expensive overs, bowled by Jimmy Anderson in his 21-year international career as a test bowler.
Yeah, it's just the way it is. You put yourself out there enough times, it can't all go your way, and Jaiswal really did take a piece of Jimmy Anderson the last over, but Jimmy will have plans. You don't become a great by taking the back seat and taking the easy options. He's at the end of his mark now. He'll have some plans in place. He'll have some ways of trying to disrupt and make it difficult for the two young Indian batters who are absolutely freeing themselves completely up here, and all bets are on from their point of view at this moment in time.
Morning everyone, just gone 7 o'clock in the UK. Thank you very much, John. Andrew McKenna back describing the action, and what action it is. 354 for 4 India. Anderson goes in, round the wicket to the right-handed Sarfaraz, who flicks him through square leg for 4. There is a man out there, but not quite square enough, and the new over starts with a boundary with a 4 that takes the partnership to 100. 358 for 4. It means India's lead is 484.
Yeah, they've just taken on Jimmy Anderson again. The first delivery, beautiful shot, though there was a deep mid-wicket sort of a fielder, but managed to play it in the gap. A little smirk on the face of Jimmy Anderson. He's definitely got his plan, but at the moment both these players, 100-run partnership comes off. Just 88 balls for these two. It's been absolutely brilliant.
Well, Anderson did have a quiet word with Jaiswal in passing at the end of the last over. I imagine it was a fair play, mate. Anderson goes in. Now, God, now that's going to tax me to describe that. Sarfraz has got down initially to play, I would say, the scoop over his own head, but bails out on it because it's in the wrong place. He's turned the bat sideways and used the edge to play it to mid-wicket. Would that be about fair, gentlemen?
Pretty bang on to me.
If that's going to be on social media, you've got to see a replay of that if you are listening rather than watching the TV and listening to our commentary. If I did that justice, then I hope I did, but that may be the most difficult thing I've ever had to describe. Anderson goes in. Now Sarfraz plays a better looking shot and a more normal looking cricket shot there. Straight back down the pitch, Anderson stops in his follow through.
And he's got a very different way of playing the scoop, a bit like Tilakratne Dilshan, where he doesn't really get out of the line of the ball and scoops it over his shoulder. He just picks the ball bang in the center over his head, which is a very, very risky shot to play.
4-8 for the lead. If you are just joining us this Sunday morning, it's just gone 7 o'clock in the UK. Maybe the alarm is going off, getting ready for a Sunday morning game. Anderson is in, and he's wide of leg stump. Sarfraz will clip to Rayan Ahmed, who's at deep backward square on the boundary. They will take a single. If you are just joining us, you'll have missed the news that Ravichandran Ashwin is back with the Indian camp today. He has made the journey back. I've not seen footage of him on the balcony yet, and I would imagine that as soon as he does arrive back, we will see him. But he's dealt with whatever he needs to do in Chennai, and it's making the journey back to rejoin the team. So when India do declare, they will have Ashwin available to bowl, which is another factor to mix into this game. It was announced that he wouldn't take any further part in the game. Well, that has been updated today, and he is going to be back involved. Very much involved is Jaiswal. 182 not out of 208 deliveries. He's taken to Anderson already. Where's he going now? Well, Anderson is in, and it's just very delicately played through very fine third, using the outside half of the bat, guides it all along the floor. He goes to 186. India go 363 for 4 here on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, it doesn't matter about any moral victories at this stage of the game for James Anderson. Decent sort of ball. He's gone back over the wicket. He'd been predominantly around the wicket and finds the outside half of the bat, but because of the situation, there are no slips, and third man is very, very wide. It's just gone off that fat outside edge and run down to the boundary. It was nicely played to an extent by Jaiswal, because he didn't go at the ball. He played it with softish hands, and the ball ran off the face and went down.
Anderson to go in once again. Now Jaiswal's had a little fiddle at that one, trying to run it down to third, and doesn't get anything on it, and it's through to the keeper. No run. End of the over from Anderson. 87 gone. 363 for 4 here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. India's lead 4-8-9. And bearing in mind how positive he's been and in everything he's done stroke play, that little fiddle from Jaiswal didn't really fit with what we've seen from the rest of his innings.
But again, you've got to give a lot of credit to Jimmy Anderson. Still running hard, still trying for that wicket. Great attitude. We saw earlier on the field where he had that dive to stop that one run, and then still running hard and bowling, giving it everything out there. But Yashasvi Jaiswal, 186, 14 short of his second double 100 in the series.
Well, he's hit 10 sixes now. Yeah. I don't know how much of a badger he is, as Rayan Ahmed will start the new over to Sarfraz, plays it on the offside, no run. But the most sixes in a test against England is a pretty famous innings, actually, if you think about it. It's Nathan Astles at Christchurch in 2002, when they were playing on that postage stamp of a ground, when he got 11. So Sarfraz is in and is swinging away through square leg to a delivery from Rayan Ahmed. They're appealing. Ben Foakes has caught the ball. Sarfraz doesn't look concerned at all. And I think that we're going to have an umpire review to see whether there was any glove in that. Is this an umpire review rather than a player review? Joel Wilson is the standing umpire. Kumar Dharmasena is now going to wander in from square leg. At first look, I don't think there's any glove in this.
Stokes has signalled review, though. Whether the umpires have seen that, as he was walking in, he just did the gesture that he wanted to review. He may as well. I mean, burn them all you want now.
Well, we'll find out from Rod Tucker whether it's an umpire review or a England team review.
TV umpire to director, we have an umpire review for a fair catch. I've checked both feet, it's a fair delivery. Sorry, it's a player.
Hang on, there seems to be some confusion.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for court.
So that implies the
I've
umpires
checked both
don't think
feet,
it was
it's a fair
out.
delivery. Can we get it front on, please?
So this is an England review rather than the umpire review, so the outcome is important in terms of losing a review or otherwise. Right, now we see the delivery.
Okay, it's gone close to the glove.
No,
I think we've got ultra edge here to give me a split screen, please.
I just heard
Certainly
a
hitting
noise
his
in my
arm, whether it's touched his
headphones.
glove
Now, I
on the way
don't
up
know
to his
that
arm,
that was
I'm
actually
sure
part of the replay. I think that might have been a technological issue.
Coming up now. Ball going past the bat. And past the glove.
It misses by quite a long way.
Hitting his arm. And just keep rolling it through, keep rolling it through. Just make sure it doesn't, keep rolling through, make sure it doesn't touch the bat on the way around.
Right, Rod Tucker said hits the arm. There was no
Still
movement on ultra edge at all. It then hits the shoulder, and again there's barely movement.
Joel, I'll come back to you on
the
field.
wave
Stay with your original decision of not out. You're on screen now, signal now.
Anyway, it matters not. There was quite a lot of space between bat and glove and ball and all of that there, and it does mean England have no reviews left, just for the technicality of the whole thing. Rayan Ahmed then around the wicket to Sarfraz, pushes out on the leg side, straight to a fielder to Ollie Pope. That's why the cry of no, no, no comes, and India remain 3-6-3 for 4. Rayan Ahmed goes full round the wicket, is well outside of leg stump. Sarfraz plays down to Johnny Bairstow coming in off the deep mid-wicket boundary, and they'll take a single 3-6-4 for 4.
Yeah, it's got to that moment where the England openers we saw on shot a second ago, Ben Duckett just going through some routines, practicing some shots, started to think about his batting.
Rayan goes in once again. Now that keeps low on Jaiswal. He's outside the line as it clatters into his pads, but he is playing a shot, but they definitely stayed down that one, which will alert everybody. Rayan Ahmed drops a little bit shorter. Again, not a huge amount of bounce on that. It's quite low on Jaiswal's bat as he's punching to Duckett at long on, and the single is taken to end the over. It's TalkSport 2, end of the over, 3-6-5 for 4. So India's lead is approaching 500 now. They're 491 in front. Jaiswal 187 not out. Sarfraz 34 the not out men at the crease. Abhishek Janjanwala is with us.
Yeah, I think we can fairly say that the Indian team is definitely going to wait till Jaiswal gets his double 100, if he gets his double 100. And once he gets it, I don't see any point in them batting any further.
Yeah, I mean, they've been so quick, the scoring rate since the break. I think they've scored 51 runs in 6 overs. I mean, it's gone better than possibly they would have anticipated. So time is now on their side. You can go for that personal milestone. It's not going to affect the game as a whole. It's not going to take much time out of the game.
Joe Root is going to resume bowling. And the reason that's noteworthy was he did have a bit of a problem before lunch. He took the catch that dismissed Kuldeep, didn't celebrate, and immediately went off for some treatment. It appeared that maybe he got a bit of a finger problem. Of course, he had a couple of issues earlier on in Visakhapatnam, and he went off to get some treatment and appeared to have a bit of a problem holding the ball as he resumed bowling. But he is going to be back with us. We've got a change in the comms box as Jared Kimber and David Lloyd move in alongside me for what, well, if it carries on this way, is going to be quite a lively half an hour, gentlemen.
I just thought with Root, what he was struggling to get it in between his fingers without really forcing it in, and I thought it might have been the callus, which might have been when he took the catch as well. But we'll have a look.
Right then, Jaiswal. He's taken on James Anderson and returned him his third worst over in Test match cricket. So you fancy trying to take down Joe Root as well? Stand by your beds, folks. Root in, around the wicket, floated up. Jaiswal hits hard. Straight, though, out to the cover sweeper, Zach Crawley, and a single will be taken. 365 for 4.
Draft ball. They're playing draft ball. Fantastic. Smashing it everywhere.
As Rahul Dravid was famous for.
Yes, exactly. Played more shots in an hour than Rahul did in his entire career.
Jaiswal's gone for Anderson twice now. The most runs off an Anderson over, I'm assuming, is George Bailey.
No, there's one more than that. Sri Lanka.
I was at the George Bailey one. I honestly thought that was the end of Anderson's career. Probably the highlight of George Bailey's career as well, if we're being honest. Although he was just a chairman of selectors for a World Cup, so he's done okay recently. But what did you make of Jaiswal going after Anderson? Because he's done it twice now. He did it yesterday as well.
Well, he's really fancied him and he's tucked into him.
Sarfraz on strike. Joe Root is a long way down the leg side. Sarfraz simply helps it on its way. The tap on its head leg glance helps it around the corner. He gets a single to go to 35 from 37 balls, so he's going along at a rare old pace. India's lead now 493.
First Indian batter to hit 10 sixes in a Test match, Jaiswal.
Yeah, power to add. Root is in. It's a quicker one in towards the pads. And there is a single taken. Jaiswal goes to 189.
Who would be his contenders? I'm thinking Yuvraj for a start.
Sehwag
was the one
Yuvraj. And you remember Navjot
Singh?
He used to just he would block for like an hour, and then suddenly he would just run down the wicket and hit a six off a spinner as if he was bored. But he probably didn't hit a lot in a row.
Root is down the leg side to Sarfraz. Sarfraz looking for a little glance on it. I don't think he got anything on it. And they will take a leg by.
We're missing the obvious one, Kapil Dev.
Kapil. I thought Kapil was it against Eddie Hemmings?
It was at Lord's. Yes. You've got the answer, by the way. The previous best was Navjot Sidhu with 8 against Sri Lanka in Lucknow.
Just an incredible player of spinning. Had 2 modes.
Full ball from Joe Root. Jaiswal drives to long off, a single taken. Actually, Mayank Agarwal also got 8 against Bangladesh in Indore 2019.
Srikanth?
Chris Srikanth?
Yeah.
He was a good hitter of the ball. And Navjot also one of the more bizarre cricket commentators to have ever lived.
It's putting it politely. Root is outside of Sarfraz's off stump. Sarfraz hits to mid-off, no run.
He would say things like butter through a knife, and then he would say, but the fox is cunning, but the chicken hath wings. Oh, the chicken still can't fly though, can it? And I couldn't work out if he'd got it wrong or it was a comedy bit. He was incredible, well before his time.
Had his own style.
Now, Jaiswal is actually... the physio has just gone running out. Now, he had to retire hurt with a back spasm yesterday. I think it's just additional fluids, but he doesn't look overly happy at the moment, does he?
Same thing. He's got the same thing. He's got spasms or cramps.
Well, we just mentioned I'd like him to stay out and have a run at another record, because the most sixes England have conceded in an innings is 11 by Nathan Astle at Christchurch 2002.
I was there.
Yes. And the most in a Test match is 12. An old mate of yours, Bumble, Wasim Akram against Zimbabwe.
Didn't he get a double 100?
Double 100, yeah.
He hit 12 sixes in the innings. That is the record.
That's the record, is it?
Yeah.
He was dangerous as well, Akram. We all talk about his devastating bowling, but he was dangerous as a hitter round about number 8.
My memory of, there was a lot of spinners in that game, and he just kept getting down on one knee and hit everything over deep mid wicket. Is my memory of that innings anyway.
Well, we're prattling along at the moment because Jaiswal is now putting his kit back on. So if you are just joining us here on TalkSport 2 this morning, just a reminder that India resumed today 196 for 2. They are now 4 down. The third man out was Shubman Gill, who was run out for 91. And then Kuldeep, the night watcher, was 4th man out He'd got it to 27 before Root took the catch off the bowling of Rehan. So Jaiswal had resumed his innings after his back spasm yesterday, and Rehan is out around the wicket. Jaiswal is pushing into the offside, and there is no run. He's taken that 104 on to 190, and Sarfaraz is 35 not out at the other end.
And just by the way, we've had 3 minutes of watching the grass grow. Nothing has happened. A drink and a towel.
Rehan Ahmed is in, bowling his leg spinner outside of the off stump, turns back in. Jaiswal turns to mid-wicket, no run.
It's absolute nonsense. Umpires just stand there, ICC do nothing.
Rehan Ahmed in around the wicket. Jaiswal clips to mid-on, and it will be just a single. 371 for 4, the lead up to 497.
I mentioned that there's 3 minutes where the batters have just had an impromptu drink. If I were him, Ben Stokes, I'd say we'll have one. We'll all have one. If you're having one, we'll have one. And make a real farce of it. Make it last 10 minutes.
Right, Sarfaraz, the right-hander, on strike. Rehan's going to stay over the wicket, pitching it outside of leg stump, turning it back in towards the pads. It's a nice shot. He's clipped it away for 1, and the lead goes to 498.
I can't believe a team hasn't done that. When the batters just take an impromptu break with drinks and a towel down, we'll have one.
Rehan Ahmed, Jaiswal staying tall off of his hip, turns through square leg, and it's 1 more to the total. Jaiswal goes to 192, the lead 499.
Because what's happened, and it's England are actually in the field, it could be any team, they just stood around, they're just waiting. We just have to wait for you. Who agrees? I mean,
Go off and have a shower like Dennis Lillee?
Absolutely. It's just coming light in the UK. There'll be early rises. What do you think?
Rehan Ahmed in, staying deep in his creases, Sarfaraz, and he guides it to Ben Duckett at short third, and it's the end of the over. 90 gone, 374 for 4. The lead is therefore 500 runs. If that was the target for India for a declaration, they've got there. Well, Jaiswal's 8 away from another double, so that might be another target. I'll get some more thoughts from Bumble and Jared, and Neil Manforth will come in and pick up the ball by ball.
I'm sure they will definitely wait for the double 100. I should think they'll carry on.
It's either double 100 or 550 at this point, you would say?
Well, just keep carrying on and see if this pitch deteriorates. There's plenty of time left in the game. Joe Root will continue. 1 for 84 from 23 overs. It's a lot of bowling.
The most he's ever bowled in a Test series already.
Here is Joe Root again, and pushed away defensively by Sarfaraz. I can't believe that the number of runs you want to lead by is still a thing in Test cricket. Surely. Here's Root again. Sarfaraz can't play as defensively on. I mean, Jaiswal, for sure. I mean, you know, he's 8 runs away from a double 100, but surely it's how many overs do we want or need?
Henry Sessions, how many overs do we need to bowl?
I mean, does it really... The relevance and significance of the target, I think, is gone now. Root in again, round the wicket, bowls to Sarfaraz, no run.
And if it was the UK, you'd be looking at the weather forecast. Is it going to rain? Is there any time going to come out of the game? Got to gauge all that.
Sometimes in some of the Asian tests, you've got to worry about light, taking half an hour every day.
All driven straight back to Root, and I think it just fell short of him, perhaps, did it? Or did it... Was that all the way along the ground? It's gone, burst through his hands and hit the stumps at the non-striker's end.
A chance, I think. I think this is a chance.
His hand almost every ball now as well.
Well, he's obviously got damage to his bowling hand, his spinning finger, we think, or maybe that's the third finger, but it doesn't help when you get the ball whacked straight back onto it as well. That's nudged away by Sarfaraz down towards short fine leg, fielded by Jimmy Anderson. They go through for another single.
They say George Headley used to do that when he would face spin. He would run down and whack it back at the spinners along the ground. This wasn't along the ground, and it was dropped. Right on that right hand again.
It bursts through his hands and just nestles in the stumps. it's a very, very low chance. It's about 6 inches off the ground all the way.
So Sarfraz on 37 has an escape. Joe Root with the Lasset Malinga delivery there. That was almost literally round arm. It's almost come from 90 degrees, but it's pushed away defensively. Not interested. Sarfraz remains on 38.
That looked like to me a man who was saying, I don't want to bowl another over.
I just wonder, he's been quiet throughout the series. He's done that much bowling. Does it weigh on your mind mentally?
Well, just from you're someone who did bowl when you were younger and then obviously become a batter. Your preparation is different. The way that you think about the game is different. How tired he is when he goes out to bat is going to be different.
I agree. He's bowled a lot of overs here. He's bowled more overs than Rehan Ahmed.
Here is Rehan Ahmed at short cut out to point, fielded by Ollie Pope. And there's no run.
Well, they both think they're specialist batters.
I'm just thinking of the...
At least Joe Root, at least England aren't 10 for 2 all the time now.
You know, all-rounders, they tend to be about number 6, don't they? Throughout the game, the all-rounder who has bowled a lot, which is what he's done, but he's a number 4 batter.
Yeah, you would have, Callis is probably the only exception. Well, they didn't bowl a lot of overs, but about 20, 22 overs per match.
Oh, he bowled a lot in the first half of his career. It was only later when Graham Smith used to nurse him. That's pushed away by Sarfraz out towards point, and they set off for a run.
Vinay Mankad is another one. A top order player who bowled a lot of overs.
Manoj Prabhakar.
Do we call him a top order player?
He opened the batting and the bowling.
He did.
But I'm saying Vinay Mankad would have done it through majority of his career.
Here's Rehan Ahmed again, and pushed away defensively by Sarfraz.
One for you, Neil. It was the Wanderers coming down that tunnel, all the steps down there for a training session. South Africa, they're all coming out. Jacques Callis is at the back, and his words were...
Rehan Ahmed into Jaiswal, punches it down the ground to long on, go through for a single.
I hate this. Didn't fancy it at all. It was just a training session. Not bothered.
Well, that must have been in the first half of his career, because in the second half of his career he didn't bother.
He didn't turn up to tell everyone he didn't want to be there.
Yeah. No, he did. You know, he there were several training sessions. He was 33, 34 by then, and he'd just sit on the cooler box with the drinks, and that's how he'd spend the whole training session. Swing and a miss here from Sarfraz Khan, hits him on the pad, and there's a yelp and a cry of anguish rather than appeal from Rehan Ahmed. It's pitched outside leg stump and it's disappeared away for a leg bye.
No, that was an appeal from Ben Foakes, right? And
an appeal for what?
Well,
help?
That is going to be my point. That pitched 4 foot outside leg stump?
Absolutely.
And
it's an appeal for mercy. It's an appeal for a declaration, surely.
And all I was thinking is, no wonder they're not particularly good at their reviews, Manners. We've got another break here.
More drinks. There's another drinks break.
Sarfraz Khan's a thirsty lad. He needs rehydrating.
God gracious. Inzamam, training.
Well, Inzamam was one I was thinking of, who just sat on the cooler the whole time, didn't he?
Pakistan.
They got him a chair eventually, do you remember?
Training. I was there, training session. They're all running about, sprinting. He was sat by the nets in a deck chair with his pads on.
Here's Joe Root, and it's a full toss. It's a low full toss, and Sarfraz Khan has driven it without pure timing, I have to say, but it's 4 runs anyway. He used his feet. I think it was going to be a full toss had he not taken a step and a half down the crease, but he's moved on to 43. It was always going to be a full toss. He turned it into a juicy full toss.
Inzamam at Old Trafford Test match.
Joe Root in again, slog sweep from Sarfraz out towards deep mid-wicket, and he's bisected deep square leg and deep mid-wicket. It's Jimmy Anderson and Zach Crawley out there, and he's split them absolutely perfectly.
This is a merry-go-round. Having great fun, these two. They're smashing it.
Again, it wasn't perfectly struck by Sarfraz. He's trying to hit that for 6, isn't he? I mean, he's not trying to split the fielders on the leg side. He's trying to hit that for 6, so it's come off the toe end of the bat. Root in again, bowls. Forward comes Sarfraz, pushing it out to Ollie Pope at square leg, and there's no run. 388 for 4. The lead is 514. Why is Joe Root still bowling? Surely somebody else could be doing this.
25 overs.
But I mean, theoretically, he could be batting in 40 minutes' time.
Is Hartley injured? Have we seen Hartley out on the field?
Oh, I think, yeah. As far as I'm aware, Root in again, and this one is heading down the leg side and takes Sarfraz Khan on the pad. Rian Ahmed has to chase it down towards the boundary at very fine leg. 2 more leg byes to the total.
Back to Inzamam, Old Trafford, fast asleep in the dressing room. Bob Hobley was the baggage master, and it's a declaration, it's time to field.
Here's Root again, who bowls around the wicket. Sarfraz pushes it out and leg side, no run.
The team manager said to Bob Hobley, can you wake Inzamam up and tell him it's fielding? So he gave him a shake, he opened one eye. Inzi, it's fielding. He closed his eye, turned over and said no.
So the search was on for the 12th man.
That's it.
Root again around the wicket, long way down the leg side. So far down the leg side that Sarfraz Khan can't reach it. Glares accusingly at the umpire. Ben Foakes only barely reached it with his gloves. But the umpire is unmoved. It remains a legitimate delivery. 390 for 4. It reminds me of the story when Graham Smith captained the World 11 against Australia in 2004 at the SCG in the Super Test. Graham Smith, 23 years old, captain of the World 11. Inzamam ul Haq, captain of Pakistan, 12 years older. And Graham Smith discussed the field placings the night before the first test, or the only test, I beg your pardon, the night before it started the first day's play. Jaiswal drives off the back foot down towards long on and goes through for a single as Jimmy Anderson does the fielding. And so Smith said, well, I'll be at first slip because that's where I field, and we'll have Callis next to me, and Inzi, you'll start off at third slip. And he went round and gave everyone their fielding positions, and so they walked out. Mark Boucher was the keeper to start the Super Test. Rian Ahmed in again. Sarfraz Khan tries to cut it bottom edge down into the ground, no run. And Boucher takes up his position, and Smith checks that everyone's in place, walks to first slip and finds Inzamam standing there. There's another slog sweep from Sarfraz Khan. And he misses it, hits him on the pad. And it's another yell from Ben Foakes. I refuse to accept that these are appeals. Jared thinks that they're appeals from Ben Foakes. I think he's just shouting. I know he can't be appealing. That's pitched a foot outside leg stump. Another single to Sarfraz Khan, who holds his arms out aloft and is now having a full-on go at Yashasvi Jaiswal, who's 196 not out. Sarfraz Khan is giving him an absolute gobful and carrying on.
Carrying on?
Having seen his running from the first innings, I'm not sure I'd be having a go at anyone else's.
Amazing. Jaiswal is 196 not out. Rian Ahmed in, punches it off the back foot to Jaiswal out towards long on, and they go through for another single. Anyway,
Inzi's at first slip.
Graham Smith says, Inzi, I think you'll find that I'm fielding there. And he says, no, Inzi fields at first slip. So Graham Smith had to wedge himself in at half slip between Boucher and Inzamam because he refused to move.
These two are not getting on. These two at the crease just arguing with each other. And the captain's not happy either. It's just, we've just seen the balcony and he's saying, what are you doing? They're still arguing. They're still at it.
Oh, and now there's a very reluctant glove punch. More of a... They were like two magnets at the wrong poles bouncing off each other.
He's still going at it. Sarfraz, it's his run. He thinks he should have had two and not a single.
Well, we'll have another look at it. We'll describe it. go on. Sarfraz wants the second run. Jaiswal has not moved. So Sarfraz has cut it out to the sweeper on the cover boundary and has turned for the second run. Jaiswal has not moved. And then they've just had a full go at each other. Amazing.
It's a 2. It's definitely a 2. Jaiswal jogs.
Yeah.
Sarfraz runs hard, as he should. Turns. It's a 2. He's just jogged and said, no, I'm going to have a bat.
He wanted the strike.
I think he just wanted to face the leggy.
Yeah.
I think it was as simple as that. And he probably thought to himself he would get away with it. And as we can hear, it's still happening.
They're still going at it.
He's shaking. Jaiswal's shaking his head and Sarfraz just keeps talking to him.
The amazing thing is that here's Joe Root again. It's a wide, high, harmless, juicy full toss, and it's driven, slapped out to extra cover. Ollie Pope fields, and he's got away with one there. But you remember that Sarfraz Khan is on debut, and Yashasvi Jaiswal is only in his 5th test.
He's giving him a real spray there, Sarfraz, and it's still going.
Here's Root, another round arm slinging delivery, and it's pushed out by Jaiswal towards mid-wicket. Jaiswal
the opposite happen, though.
He's the senior pro in his 5th test. Yeah.
Jaiswal's just run down the wicket looking for 2, and Sarfraz this time walked down. So they're trying to steal the strike from each other. Macca thinks that what is happening here is that they're going to declare, and so Sarfraz is worried he's not going to get his 50 before the declaration.
That's so sad.
I hope that's not true.
So do I. Root is in to Sarfraz.
You surmise, and it keeps showing the balcony, and the 2 elder statesmen, if you like, Jadeja and Rohit Sharma, they're unimpressed by this. They really are not impressed by what's going on in the middle.
I have to say, it is unimpressive. I mean, it's sort of dark theatre, if you like. If you like that kind of thing. Vaudeville.
There have been plenty cricketers who like the strike. Count to 5. I'll have a single, I'll have the strike again.
394 for 4. The lead is a massive 500 and it's too much for me to add up. 530, 550, 521.
Like it came back on the screen, didn't it?
We'll take our pick there. How many is it then?
521 ahead at the end of 95 overs. 395 for 4.
Now, a captain, after what we've just seen with these 2 in the middle, and you talk about it, what about my 50, what about my 200, the captain might just say, OK, we'll declare now.
And neither of you can have it.
That's it.
It's
Athers is at the ground, isn't he?
Yep. It's unedifying what's going on from an Indian perspective.
We saw this in the World Cup with with players. Was it KL Rahul who was upset that he hit a 4 instead of a 6 to get his 100, and there was Virat Kohli game where it was basically being played for him to get his milestone?
Here's Rian Ahmed around the wicket again to Sarfraz, plays it out the rough, outside his leg stump, knocks it onto the onside.
But I don't blame the cricketers. I blame cricket for caring that much more about the 2 extra runs from 98 to 100 than anything else.
Well, I mean, it's sweep shot here from Rian Ahmed, from Sarfraz Khan. I just think that there have been plenty of teammates who have big egos who don't get on, but sort that stuff out in the changing
I give you
room.
that. This went a little bit too long.
Here's Rian Ahmed into Sarfraz, and he nudges it behind square on the onside and reaches his second 50 of the Test match on his debut appearance. And well, I won't go so far as to say he's milking the moment, but he is enjoying it.
Oh, Glasnost, they've just had a hug in the middle.
Yes, Yashasvi Jaiswal has walked down the wicket from the non-striker's end and given Sarfraz Khan a hug. Peace has broken out, as Bumble says, Glasnost. And now Jaiswal pushes one into the offside, and he moves on to for a single to move on to 199. A second double century of the series beckons. He is the first Indian to convert his first 3 Test centuries into 150 plus scores. Here is Rian Ahmed to Sarfraz and pushes it defensively out on the onside to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
But usually when you get your skates on at the non-striking end, 199, you go one batsman on 199, get your skates on, he's looking for a single. Jaiswal there never moved from the crease. It's the end of the over, he's got the strike. 209
he made in the second Test match in Visakhapatnam.
And the second highest score was 34, I think.
That's
Extraordinary
right.
scorecard.
Yeah, he played such a dominant role in India's series levelling victory. Sarfraz Khan is just blathering on and on and on, and seemed to be shouting at anybody at all. Here's Jaiswal on strike. He gets the single, which brings him a double century for the second consecutive Test match, and he celebrates in very similar fashion. Off comes the helmet, up goes the bat, the kiss of the badge, the acknowledgement of the standing ovation from the crowd at the Niranjan Shah Stadium in Rajkot. And Yashasvi Jaiswal, in just his 5th Test match, has a second double century to go with 100. It's been a brilliant performance.
I'd say he's going to be a star in the future, but he's kind of already there, right? It's an incredible start to your career. The way he converts, so many players can get in and get 50s. His ability to just keep going, and he's had to restart this innings. He had the back injury, he also had the second day's play, and everything's been going on.
Sarfraz Khan celebrates with another slog sweep, his favourite shot, celebrating his mate's double 100.
And Sarfraz, by the way, before that single was completed, he was celebrating like he got the double 100. So for all the arguing, these two obviously get on very well. Maybe they get on too well.
Well, they're friends again. He took his helmet off and he looks a child. He looks a young boy.
23, isn't he? 23 years old. Here's Joe Root. Down the wicket comes Jaiswal, smashes an 11th 6 of the innings. He's one short of the all-time record. Wasim Akram of Pakistan with a dozen sixes in a single Test innings. Jaiswal has just struck his 11th straight down the ground. He moves on to 206.
This is a whopper. Absolutely nails this. The flow of the bat finishes up round his back. I think this is in the second tier. It's got airtime, that's for sure.
Goodness me. Well, in India lead by 531, so evidently the double century is not the cue for the declaration. Maybe it's tea. Here's Root again. Jaiswal goes for another one. Is this a dozen? It is! Equals the world record with a 12th 6 in the innings. Yashasvi Jaiswal, unstoppable. Crowd are on their feet, absolutely loving it. Wonder whether Rohit Sharma is aware of this record. Can we have a 13th? Here's Root. No, Jaiswal pushes it away defensively.
Disappointing cricket, really, wasn't it?
Well, there's nothing Bazball about that. Sarfraz Khan, 51 not out. Do you know what? There's some truth perhaps in that maybe they get on too well. They get on well enough to have a fight in public. Root in again around the wicket to Jaiswal, nudges it away through square leg for a single.
They're going to declare any second.
Talking of declarations, we have a triple one in the commentary box because we're all getting ready to change. Rohit Sharma is in his whites. That's what Bumble spotted. He's changed into his kit. He wants to have a bowl before tea. Just a few overs. Drinks are coming onto the field. And in fact, Rohit's not the only one. All of the Indian players have changed into their whites. So that's a fairly obvious sign that the declaration is imminent. Abhishek Junjunwala, Gareth Batty and Andrew McKenna will take you through. I don't know how much action you'll get, Macca. The declaration's imminent.
Yeah, I'm going to be reading the scorecard very shortly, I think. Well, the entertainment for the last 20 minutes has been absolutely magnificent. Jaiswal, 213 not out from 235 deliveries, 412 for 4 in 97 overs. Sarfaraz, 51 from 67 at the other end. It has been absolutely staggering stuff. It didn't look like the declaration was that imminent. And then Rohit Sharma went and put the whites on. That's always a clue. And then we've just seen Jasprit Bumrah starting to do some stretching and warming up. Just touching his toes, just loosening those first muscles. So it's not far away. It's 5-3-8 at the moment. And in fact, it will stay 5-3-8. Because I think the declaration has come... No, hang on. Rohit's saying carry on. The batters were walking off. Rohit's got a face like thunder going, what are you doing? I haven't said come in. And actually waved them back out. Rohit's not a happy man. Whatever his message was has not been delivered properly. Now, Ben Stokes is shouting up to the Indian dressing room from the field going, what's going on? Have you declared or not? Ben Duckett was almost over the rope. There is total confusion as to whether India have actually declared or not. Now, the umpires are walking back out and are getting properly stuck into some of the players about what is or isn't going off. And the answer to the question is, India have not. Breaking news, India have not declared.
I think all we need now is a few poodles out there, a man juggling some balls, and we've got the full thing.
That was bizarre.
It was very bizarre, Macca, because, I don't know, the batters just started walking out. They must have got some message from the guys who bought the drinks. Otherwise, I don't think they would walk out. Some sort of a confusion. Ben Stokes wasn't very happy either. But yeah, finally, India is going back to bat.
Yeah, whatever the message was got ever so slightly lost in the passing of it. So, yeah. They're 12 away from 550 lead. So that potentially comes into it. Maybe there's someone in the dressing room who is keeping the stats on the sixes and said, well, if you're going to carry on, let's... Because one more six puts Jaiswal on his own in world record territory. He's got 12 so far, equaling Wasim Akram against Zimbabwe. Maybe there is someone in the dressing room who knows all of that. Well, anyway, it's a very long drinks break. And we're about to resume. Just a reminder, of course, that there is more football coming your way. Once we're done and dusted, probably about 11:30 today, we're going to be turning our attention to football, and it's Brighton taking on Liverpool in the WSL. So that will be coming your way on TalkSport 2. Tomorrow night, more Premier League action coming over on TalkSport. That's Everton against Crystal Palace. Both sides in need of points, and a lot of discussion about both of them in all sorts of different aspects of the game. Well, they'll meet tomorrow. It is live over on TalkSport. Right. Come on, lads, any danger? I mean...
It has felt like a very long drinks break, this. It's just dragged out a bit. You would think, well, why do India need to be in a rush there? In the dominant position.
Well, Scott, our producer's just told me in my ear, it's been 4.5 minutes, this pause. Right, we're going to get back underway. Rayan Ahmed bowling around the wicket to Jaiswal. Stays in his crease, chops through the covers, out to Tom Hartley, out on the cover sweeper. One more to the total. 214 to Jaiswal, the lead 539. Jaiswal's second double hundred of this series. What a player, what a start to his test match career. He made 180 odd on debut, then rocks up with 209 in Vizag after making 80 in Hyderabad. Now he's 214 not out and leaning on his bat. It's Sarfaraz swinging Rayan Ahmed into the leg side on this occasion, over the leg side, over mid-wicket for 6. And Sarfaraz is getting quite pumped up at the moment in his celebration. He's gone to 57. 419 for 4 are India.
Again, what a shot against the spin with all the fielders being on the boundary. Still has self-belief, confident to clear the boundary, and he did it with ease on this occasion again.
He was signalling to Jaiswal, the extra bit of bounce means I can get under it, so I'm not just going to kick it away or take my singles. I can dispatch it, which he did.
Right, lead now 5-4-5. Rayan Ahmed over the wicket to Sarfraz, inside out over extra cover. That'll be 4 more. Stokes can't get around from long off. The lead now 5-4-9. Sarfraz goes to 61 from 69.
Surely you're not letting him get 100 here. Surely not. He's still 39 runs away.
Blimey, you've raised the stakes with that one. I wasn't even thinking of that, but let's see. Rayan Ahmed goes in. Sarfraz takes him onto the leg side. It's over the leg side, and even the ball boy 5 metres over the boundary can't catch that one. It's another maximum. India are now past 550. The lead 5-5-5, and they're staying out there. Sarfraz goes to 67.
I feel like this is more from a mental damage to England. A bit of tax-free hitting going on. He's doing it very, very well.
Poor effort from the ball boy. Should have taken that one, in fairness. 4-2-9 for 4. Sarfraz 67 from 70. Keep saying it, the lead is 5-5-5. It's a monumental effort. Rayan Ahmed goes in. Sarfraz now played a very, very late dab into the gloves of Ben Foakes, and the ball came out and hit the deck. Now, was there a feather on it? Just the body language seems to indicate that there might have been something on that. Always run it straight off the face of the bat. This one again is shorter and wider. Guides it down to the third boundary and will take a single. And that is it for Rohit. Well, the declaration has now come. So, well, I'm not quite sure what the last 5 minutes has done that they didn't already do. But India declare 430 for 4, a lead of 556. Rohit has decided that's quite enough of that, and Jaiswal will finish not out with the small matter of 214 to his name. It's been a stunning display. 214 from 236. He takes the helmet off, he raises the bat, he gets hugs from the backroom staff, now Mohammad Siraj as well. Sarfraz gets a really good reception from the backroom staff as well, as he leaves 68 not out. 430 for 4. So England, well, India's lead is 556. It's a mountain to climb, plus well, another mountain on top, let's be brutally honest. Let's take you through the scorecard of that Indian innings. Jaiswal 214 not out, Rohit 19, Shubman Gill 91, Rajat Patidar a duck, Kuldeep Yadav 27, Sarfraz Khan 68 not out from 72 deliveries. The bowling figures for England: James Anderson 13 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 78. Joe Root 27 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 111. Tom Hartley 23 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 78. Mark Wood 0 for 46 from 10 overs, and Rayan Ahmed 25 overs, 1 for 108. So we're about to start the final innings of this third test match, and we are basically halfway through this game, as we're halfway through day 3, with India leading by 556. Abhishek Jhunjhunwala.
Yeah, I think it'll be a lot of fun to watch how England goes about their business, and if anything, we have to go by the interview of Ben Duckett from last night. There will be a lot of fun watching it. 556, I think it's going to be very difficult. Not very difficult. Yeah, it's an impossible task, and if England manage to get anywhere close to it, they'll have to play the best cricket they've ever played. Again, going back to Jaiswal, what a cricketer. At 22 years old, if you can do that, I mean, only you can guess what's to come in the future. when he's have a bit more maturity, still very, very mature for his age. But 2 double hundreds in a series against a very good England side was going to boost his confidence a lot.
Can we ask about that being a youngster in India breaking through? You know, there's been so many of them, and we spoke earlier about the fact that it was Rohit, and then obviously you've got Kohli, and then Shubman Gill was kind of going to be the next one. There's always the next one. Jaiswal, in many respects, he's got all the cricketing ability, but it's going to be the pressure that now comes from the expectation of 1.4 billion people. That could be what maybe defines where he goes with this career, because as we've seen in these test matches, he's got the skills to pay the bills.
I think the pressure he has taken from a very early age of just playing cricket and the adversity he has to go through to be where he is today, I think he is somebody who can handle it quite easily. Yes, there is a lot of expectation in India when you play in front of 1.5 billion people. But what he has shown in a very short career in the last year, when he's played for India and even for Rajasthan Royals, he's done exceptionally well in the last couple of seasons. I don't think that pressure will bog him down in any fashion.
Yeah, I obviously don't know the man, but you watch how he goes about his business. It doesn't strike me that the outside noise, the noise that's created by us on a microphone or somebody in the written press, it doesn't strike me that, or even on Twitter, social media, it doesn't strike me that he's that sort of a lad. He's all about, and he's engrossed in cricket and trying to be the craftsman that maybe yesteryear you used to talk about, with obviously a very modern take, because you don't hit 12 sixes in an innings and not have the modern where the game is moving forward and the knowledge that we have now that maybe wouldn't have been there 20 years ago. He just strikes me as being a purist of the game and somebody who all he cares about is just being as good as he can be.
I think so. I think what he wants to be is the best he can be. He's not chasing anybody else. He doesn't want to be a Rohit or a Virat Kohli. He wants to create his own name, and so far in a very short career he's managed to achieve that. And as he progresses in his career in the future, I think he's gonna break a lot of records going forward. And it's just good to see players like him coming from such backgrounds and just doing what they're doing at the moment.
So let's put some context onto this. India lead 556, the highest targets in a test match in India that has been chased successfully, 387, which was India against England back in 2008-2009. That is the only score successfully chased of over 300. 276 is then the next best score, and that was done twice, once by the West Indies in 87-88 and the other by India against the West Indies in 2011-2012. In first-class games at Rajkot, because keep reminding people, there's only been 2 test matches on this ground previously, so there's not a huge amount of stats to go by. But in first-class games, the highest total to win batting fourth, 251 for 4, which was Mumbai against Tamil Nadu in 2017. So 556, we know England will talk about getting it and chasing it down. How do they, I mean, well, I was about to say how are they going to go about it, Gareth Batty? We know how they're going to go about it. Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley will just play their way, won't they? The scoreboard kind of becomes irrelevant, doesn't it?
Yeah, you stick to a process, and it's the process for those two is to come out and be very positive. The one thing that would be mentioned, I'm pretty sure of this, in first-class cricket, there are certainly 2, if not 3 people in that squad who've been involved in recent times chasing down 500. It's doable, of course it is, but it's the steps you have to take to get to that point. Is it doable in India with the deterioration of surfaces against this sort of an attack? It makes it doubly hard, of course it does. And you can never say it is impossible, because everything is possible. But the realism and the history that we know of this ground, India, the bowlers they're up against, 99% says you can't win. 1%, which is the freak innings from 2 people, I think it's got to be, that have got to copy Jaiswal and just have an incredible day out. And England have to cling to that, and they have to think about the process rather than sometimes the words that are coming out, and we'll sort of question, we'll laugh at it, snigger about it, whatever you want to say. they're actually taking positive approaches, and as long as, like the batting coach this morning, Marcus Trescothick, talked about the process of how people go about it. If England do that, who knows? That 1% might be what we're about to see.
Yeah, I think the way they need to go about this is that they're batting first. They won the toss and they batted first, and they want to put a big total for India. That should be the mental approach. You cannot look at the scoreboard. If you're chasing 555, you're not looking at the scoreboard. You're just worrying about your process. You're just worrying about how you're going to go about the business and try and see where you finish. As Barry said, it's not going to be easy against that attack, and with Ashwin coming in, it's going to be double hard now.
I think the way England play, batting-wise, I don't think they look at the scoreboard anyway. They look at the next ball, they look at what they're thinking about doing and their best foot forward, which is, it's kind of why you never commit to the 100%. It's impossible. Because somebody will prove you wrong at some point. You do it enough times, somebody will prove you wrong. As I say, I think that's the exciting bit, that we're still going, look, I can't fully commit to this is done. And that is credit to where England are at, but also it's also a little bit naive to think that the Indian attack, who have so many wickets and so many class bowlers in their armoury, on a deterring surface, can't be on the right end of this.
Yeah. I mean, there's 43 overs left today, 90 tomorrow, so 133 overs to score 556 is 4.2 and over.
Easy.
Which in English, if you break it down like that, you go, well, fair enough. And also, you've got to remind people, it has done a bit. This hasn't completely exploded as a pitch yet. It may do, it may not do. We'll see over the coming time, but you can still play your shots. We've just seen Jaiswal play some of the best shots, and Sarfaraz playing some of the best shots we've seen in the game so far. That's on a pitch halfway through day 4. So it's not a minefield.
I think it's the perfect test match wicket. What we have seen so far, yes, there will always be wear and tear. Doesn't matter where you're playing, which part of the world you're playing. There'll always be a bit of wear and tear. But we haven't seen any demons on that pitch. We haven't seen any balls spitting. There is nothing which a batter can't tactfully handle. So I think England will still feel they have a chance. The pitch is still good enough for them to bat on.
Right, now the one question we've not answered yet is something, so please everyone, let's get our eyes on this one. Is Ravichandran Ashwin out on the field? If you weren't with us right at the start of the day, it has been confirmed he is rejoining the squad. He has dealt with whatever issue he needed to deal with in Chennai, and he is going to be back with the group today. We were led to believe that he might be with them as early as lunch. He's not been picked up by the cameras or anyone yet. It won't be him to start though. It'll be Jasprit Bumrah to bowl to the right-handed Zach Crawley. In he comes, right arm over. It's outside of off stump. Wow, that carry through to Jurel. He's taken that in front of his nose. Has taken off, and well, there you go. 0 for 0 after the first ball. England in the reply, trying to make this quite remarkable 556.
Yeah, I think this is where we throw around momentum and who's in the ascendancy in games a little bit too freely in the modern world. But I think in this instance, it really is everything, every bit of energy has been loaded into this Indian team.
In goes Bumrah once again. There's 2 slips in place, swing and a miss from Crawley. And that was a bit of a swish, if we're being brutally honest about the whole thing. Quite wide. And maybe that was the intention from Bumrah. Stick it out there and say, well, if you want to drive without moving your feet, we've got a cordon of a couple of slips in the gully. Zach Crawley did have a swing, but did not make contact.
And also India was again there for 92 overs, which gave enough rest to the bowlers. So the bowlers are going to come fresh again. And yeah, a bit of zip for Bumrah with the new ball.
Bumrah waits at the end of his mark. Comes in past umpire Dharma Sena, bowls right arm over. It pitches. Crawley leaves it, and then it swings a little bit away, actually, once it's gone past the stumps. Jurel taking it away to his right-hand side. Well, Jerusalem is belting out from the Barmy Army and the England supporters, trying to help them get some belief into them. If you are just switching on 8 o'clock this Sunday morning, India are in the pound seats and the 50p seats and the 20p seats. They're all over England this morning. Jasprit Bumrah is in. Crawley gets bat on this one. No real timing, actually. And it bobbles up to mid-off, no run. England set 557 to win this Test match after India declared 430 for 4. Jaiswal 214 not out.
I think that the interesting question would be, and I'd love to be in the head of Rohit Sharma or Rahul Dravid, do they really, really deep down have any belief that England can chase this? Because if they do, whatever England have been doing up till now, it's worked.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's absolutely right.
Jasprit Bumrah in. It's off the inside half of Zach Crawley's bat out towards square leg, and there's no run. Well, we keep talking about the Shubman Gill interview in Vizag, you know, when it was 399, and he said it was 70-30 in India's favour. And we all howled with laughter when we heard that, 70-30.
And probably that's the reason India went batted a bit more and got to 550, where they could have declared it 500. But I think there is a bit of doubt, and they still believe that England can get this total.
Bumrah to finish the over. Crawley solid, defensively played, and it's back to the bowler and his follow through, no run. First over of I was about to call it the run chase, let's call it the fourth innings, because 5:57 doesn't really feel like a run chase. Some more thoughts from Abby, and Gareth and John Norman will take up the ball by ball.
Yeah, I mean, we will never know, but it's a fascinating place to try and second guess. I think the comment by Shubman Gill, as soon as you're talking under 400, you're a session away from being, you know, chasing the game a little bit from the fielding team. You know England score so quickly. It just does not compute in your mind to think that it is possible for 5-5-7 to win the game in the last 4 sessions of a game with wonderful spinners in deteriorating conditions. But that is what Bazball has done to people.
Yeah, I think it's put a doubt in everyone's mind. And even if Rohit and Rahul Dravid, even for a second, if they thought that 500 is chaseable or England can get close, let's get 550, then whatever England has done so far with this new brand of cricket, you can call it whatever you want, that has worked.
Here is Mohammad Siraj, and first delivery, bang on the money, on good length, straight. And this is another point here, because teams learn, right? In all professional sport, you change things around, and for a while it works, and then teams work out how to combat it, and then you have to move again or whatever. But one of the changes we saw yesterday was that India started out bowling to Ben Duckett, and they weren't hanging it out there in the corridor thinking Siraj is in again on and off stump line. What teams have done with Duckett, I would suggest, is over the last year or so, is they thought, well, this guy loves to get bat on ball, he loves to play outside the line, and he loves to play at balls that usually would be left alone. So, okay, well, we'll turn his strength into a weakness, and we'll keep putting it out there, and eventually he'll get caught behind, or he'll chip one to cover or whatever. Straight again by Mohammad Siraj. And then, as we saw on day 2, that didn't work at all, did it? So come day 3, morning of, and they went straight, they tied him down, and as Bat said, instead of having an attacking field at times, just put the fielders out, give him a single if he wants, and say to him, you're not going to be hitting over the top. He's not a power hitter. And then they're back asking the question of Duckett now, aren't they? It's not like you've got 4 slips in place. Straight again, this time a bit leggy, and flicked past kind of like a forward short leg, very, very short mid-wicket fielder. Is that Rohit Sharma there? Either way, they're now asking Duckett different questions, and we're going to find out whether he's got the answers.
I think in professional sport, if you're not moving forward, if you're not evolving, you are slowly dying, you're slowly regressing. And I think that's what we're talking about from the Indian point of view. They're learning. It's the algorithm that keeps moving forward, it keeps evolving.
Duckett readies himself and punches this just short of that short mid-wicket fielder. Is it Sharma? Who is stationed there?
Rohit does come into short leg and other places close to the bat a lot of times, so I wouldn't be surprised. But again, as you were saying, John, we know the plan against Duckett. They're going to bowl very straight, they're going to bowl wicket to wicket, And so far, and he's somebody who will want to hit boundaries. He doesn't like taking singles. So it'll be very interesting to see.
No, just one slip in place and a gully fielder. Now there is the width. And it's scuffed into the turf, and Shubman Gill runs up and there's a crowd catch.
Yeah, I think the difference to the first innings, though, the width came in the last ball of the over, not the first 2 or 3 balls. So Duckett has slowly, in 5 balls there, his feet haven't moved, his weight distribution hasn't been quite... I mean, we're only talking about 5 balls, which is crazy, but in the first innings, in those first 5 balls, he'd already played a couple of big shots, played and missed, to get his feet going, so that when he played, or when the ball was a fraction wide, he was in a position to have a go at it. This way, you kind of... It's just that little tapping away. You're tapping and you're saying, OK, I'm holding you. You're not doing what you want to do. So that then when you give him what he wants, he snaps at it and he doesn't quite get it and crunches the inside half of the bat.
Yeah, then just one thing for the stats people. Has England played 2 maiden overs since they've started baseball?
I was about to ask the same question, Abhishek. As 2 slips in place and a gully fielder for Zach Crawley. Bumrah bowling. And again, no timing in Crawley's attempted back foot push, which goes out to mid-on. Yeah, yet to score a run after 13 deliveries.
That doesn't happen very often. But the plan is very simple from both these bowlers. Even to Jack Crawley, Bumrah is bowling very wicket to wicket, very straight, because both these players love any room on either side of the pitch.
So instead of packing the cordon, they've pushed the fielders in front of the batter at mid-wicket and at cover.
I think it's relatively orthodox here to Crawley. 2 slips, a gully, and then 3 on the offside, a deep fine leg and square leg and mid-on. Because the plan 100% will be from Bumrah just to run the ball back in from 4th off stump to the top of off stump, do him through the gate, hit him on the pad. You don't want to love big booming drive.
This is on the pads of Crawley, who will get off the mark to the 8th delivery that he's faced, and this is played nicely through vacant backwards square leg for a 4. England on the charge now, chasing 557, and they've knocked 4 runs off of that.
It's a lovely shot. Great head position, great balance. Often you see when players play those shots early in the innings, the head tends to drop a little bit towards the offside, but he was in complete control and all the way along the ground as well. Lovely shot.
But there is that ball, isn't it? It's got it slightly wrong, but it's a classical off drive there from Zach Crawley. Pings the ball to mid-off, no run. But that's it's not really a danger, is it? But just by erring slightly, he's just gone a little bit too leg side, and it's allowed Crawley, or a little too straight, and it's allowed Crawley to play that shot.
I think when you're working in small margins, you're better off to err and Crawley hit you through the leg side like that and miss that side than actually giving him too much width and getting his feet going outside off stump.
It's words of Gareth Batty, head coach at Surrey. This is a slower delivery, I think, from Bumrah. And Crawley does well, actually, because he sees the width and he's come through with a shot, but he almost realises at the last minute it's not going at the pace that he's expecting, and it kind of pulls out of the shot. Maybe I'm being a bit polite to Crawley, possibly there, I'm not sure. But
no, I think it's slowed his swing down, which means his balance must be good. Because if you're on the move, it's really tough to slow your hands and your back path down. But if your feet are in the ground, you can slow your swing. No, I think you're bang on, boss.
2 balls left of Bumrah's second over. And this is on off stump, and Crawley helps this around the corner for another single. He moves to 5, as does the score. 5 without loss, England. Chasing 557 after India smashed their way to 430 for 4. What an innings from young Jaiswal, who's equalled the world record for the number of 6s in an innings of Test cricket. He's up there with Wasim Akram. I mean, come on, he's only played 13 Tests.
Even in the previous game, John, he hit around 7 or 8 sixes when he got the double 100. He loves hitting 6s in every innings. We've seen that.
Do you know what? I'm already looking forward to seeing how he shapes up in England. India tour England next year. 5 Test series across June and July. Bumrah is in, and this is straight. Bumrah has come around the wicket and angled this into the left-handed Duckett. It was another cutter, and Duckett, who can sometimes get into a little bit of trouble playing to mid-wicket rather than straight, bringing the leading edge into equation. Deals with that. So that is the end of over number 3. Duckett yet to get off the mark. Crawley's 5. England 5 without loss, chasing. Are they chasing 500? Are they really chasing 557?
Yeah, I think they are. I really do think they are. But for all their, I suppose, trying to say what they may not be thinking or doing to the media, they will definitely be breaking down this into sections. It will be session by session, hour by hour, and looking to dismantle it. You can't look at the end result and expect to plot a path to it.
Siraj on the pads of Crawley, likes it there, and he may well pick up another boundary. Yes, he does. Similar part of the field to where he picked off Jasprit Bumrah in the last over. Straight from Bumrah, and Crawley gets his bat round the pad and plays this along the ground to deep square leg, and he moves to 9.
There's no trigger movement at the moment for Jack Crawley. He was very still, head very still, played it beautifully, that delivery. I've seen him make a trigger movement here and there, but on that occasion, maybe because of lack of pace from Shiraz, he was very, very still.
Siraj has been expensive with the new ball. Touch fuller, and Crawley's not quite all the way forward on this drive. Squirts out to mid-on for no run.
Yeah, I know it was something that a few of the batters were talking about going to India. They don't want to give the bowlers their front pad. They want a clean bat path. They want to play the bat down the line of the stumps to take out dismissals. And I know it was conversations that sometimes trigger movement where you go back and across takes you across towards point, which can, if you get your timing wrong.
Siraj again, fraction more width, and another really handsome drive fielded at extra cover by Rohit Sharma on the bounce.
Yeah, if you get the timing wrong, you can get the wrong side of the ball, which creates the dismissal, which creates an uneven, not a clean bat path, I suppose, and staying still basically makes that an easier proposition.
Yeah, and also the lack of bounce in India as well. Maybe that's one of the reasons that you can save your front pad from getting hit.
There's a little bit of conversation there between Rohit Sharma. He's shaped to throw the ball at the non-striker's end, where's Ben Duckett standing, and I don't know, it didn't seem that polite, the conversation that was taking place between the two. And they're two quite happy, mate. Although Sharma has been a little angry this series at times. The cameras picked him out in the dressing room. He got a bit stressed when Sarfraz was run out. He got a bit angry when the batters decided to declare, pointing out that's his job. On the back foot and punching this to mid-off is Crawley's. Seems to be timing the ball well. He's picked up 2 boundaries in his stay so far, 9 without loss, England.
Yeah, I think this is also the period that Rohit Sharma would know would be the best time for batting. Newer ball with the lacquer on, just skipping into the blade. You've got a bit of pace to work with for the batters. We've already seen slower balls with a newish ball, which people that just watch cricket in England would think that's crazy, what is going on. But there's definitely a good time. If India can strike here, it's only going to serve them better when it becomes a bit harder.
Yeah, you look at the runs scored in the series so far, there's plenty of change about the approach to cricket these days, but some things stay the same. Pitched up again, touch fuller, just a touch. Crawley forward, blocking, but there's runs from the top 3, right?
Yeah.
Shubman Gill, century in a 90. Ollie Pope, 196. 2 double centuries for Jaiswal. Rohit Sharma with 100. Crawley hit 250s in the last test. And then it kind of drops away, doesn't it? Obviously, who did hit somebody hit some runs lower down the order. Oh, Jadeja, first innings, coming in at 5. But in the main, the bulk have been scored by the top 3. Last ball of Siraj, second over, and he's targeting that pad. He's drawing Crawley forward, he's on the drive, thick inside edge, onto the pads and away. No run, and that's as close as India and Siraj has come to an early breakthrough as Abhishek Jhunjhunwala is replaced in the commentary box by Jared Kimber. Bumble's about to come in as well. You are listening to Talk Sport 2. We've got plenty of football coming up across TalkSport and TalkSport 2 over the next 24 hours as well. It's Everton against Crystal Palace. Two teams under a little bit of pressure. That's on TalkSport. That's the 8 o'clock game on Monday night. TalkSport 2 has got another side from Merseyside in the WSL. It's Brighton against Liverpool. But we will be with you for a few hours yet. We're pushing towards the tea break on day 4 of this, the third test match in Rajkot. And it's Jasprit Bumrah who will continue. Round the wicket to Ben Duckett. Just outside off stump. Very little width on offer for Duckett so far. He's yet to get off the mark. Earlier today, young Jaiswal hit 214 in a test match. Double ton in succession. I wonder what it's like to score 214 in a test match, you know. Jared?
Well, let me take you through it.
I bet there's been some great 214s.
Well, it's a very specific score, isn't it? There is Bumrah, middle and off again. Straight, 2 slips in place and a gully for Duckett. He only had the one in the last over. Wideish first slip. Yeah, 214.
It'd be splattered with 6s, as we've just seen.
How many balls did Jaiswal take? I think he's
236.
That seems about par.
I'd say so. We're a little slow, actually.
How many 6s was it?
Just the 12.
Any 4s?
He doesn't really bother, but I suppose, yeah, he hit 14. 14 fours.
What's your top score in Test cricket, Bumble?
I'll have to just think. I think it was 214.
Was it?
Exactly the same. Not out. Yeah.
Get out.
Yeah.
Who are you playing?
India.
No.
Do you remember how many 6s?
Oh, there'd be loads. I think it must have been.
Well, what is 214 divided by 6? Because it must be that.
The 6s had to be 10, 12. How many did I hit?
Less than that.
What, 11? 10. Okay, 10.
Well,
Less than that.
slightly lower.
How about none?
You got no 6s.
No 6s.
Well, 6 is part of the game back then. Duckett tried to get on the front foot. Plays up to mid-off, no run.
Bumble's so old, you say, that he played in that competition when they used to have the thing around the boundary where it wasn't a boundary and the ball just stopped and you kept running.
I definitely played when there was no boundary. There was just, the concrete at the end. That's it.
I was going to say.
They used to run 5s. You used to run 5s regularly.
How many stumps?
Well, Manners just said, when you started, was it only 2 stumps?
No, we had 3 stumps and the bits on the top.
Just a twig. This is straight again, and it's discomforted Ben Duckett. He's just going to have a little moment. He's going to have a little moment to himself to think about all those things that he's been saying to the press after play.
Well, do you know, in these first few overs, the lack of footwork has been alarming from England. And I can understand it. You're just mentally fatigued after all that time in the field, to get your batting head on. Yeah, he's taking a blow.
I know, we heard the crowd react to it. I don't think I've ever heard 30,000 people go, ooh.
Can we be fair to Bumble for a moment? 17
yes.
4s.
So
17.
many.
Well, I'll tell you what, Manners is about to come in, but I just wonder whether...
Do you want the balls?
No,
I think
Duckett does.
It'll be loads.
396 balls for your 214. But here's a fun fact. 9 players have made 214 in Test cricket history, and only you and Jaiswal are left-handed. When I said it was a fun fact, can I retract fun?
The other thing, seriously, about that game, there's not many who've been on the cricket field in a test match for every delivery.
You were on for everything there?
Yeah.
What did the crowd say after you made your 200?
Bummer again, and Duckett will get off the mark. Plays this to mid-wicket.
They must have been in ecstasy watching the genius.
I will never forget what was said. As I clothed one into inside edge into short mid-wicket and lifted the bat as you do and got congratulations from my mate at the other end, got down for the next ball, and one solitary voice that you could hear all round Edgbaston, how much longer?
I thought you were about to say that's where the get on with it
Well, he could have said that. That is something that has gone out of the game, the barracker. You don't hear the barracker. We had loads of barrackers.
There was one at the World Test Championship final who was thrown out.
I didn't leave him to it. It's fantastic, a barracker.
Sorry, this over is taking forever. Manu should have been in 5 minutes ago, and then well, Duckett held it up for a bit, but he's not facing. It's Zach Crawley with a very, very straight mid on, and that is the over. Defence back to Jasprit Bumrah, and for a little bit more about the barracker, I'm pretty sure there's still a few at Yorkshire. It'll be David Lloyd, Jarrod Kimber and Neil Manthorpe.
Do you know, I'd think it's gone out of the game, the barracker. Ball him a piano, see if he can play that. He'll never die of a stroke.
Well, there's a statue of the famous barracker at the SCG, isn't it?
Yeah, oh gosh, what's he called? I've forgotten his name. There was Loppy Lugs at Worcester, who he used to play the bugle. He used to play a bugle all the time, Loppy Lugs. There was Big Ed at Old Trafford. Jim at Warwickshire.
There's a very famous one at in Trinidad as well. For
Yes.
many years.
Yes.
Yabba is the SCG.
Yeah, Yabba.
And there's a statue, so when you would have seen this, Manners, there's a statue in the stands of where he used to sit. Leave Our Flies Alone to Jardine, I think was one of his, wasn't it?
Yes. That's his famous one. Here's Mohammad Siraj, bowls to Ben Duckett, tucks it nicely off his pads through square leg, and they set off for a single. Rajat Padikar is in pursuit, but he can't get there, and in fact the fielding is completed by Jasprit Bumrah.
At the Gabba, Brisbane, England 517 in the second innings, drawing the game comfortably. There's not a soul on the ground except one guy, Ricky Ponting's captain. He's put a fielder right next to the non-striking batsman. This chap shouts out, "Good thinking, Ricky. The last catch that went to silly mid-on was 100 years ago. There's bound to be another one soon."
You've got to admire them, haven't you? Well, look at this. England 12 for naught into the 6th over. Driven by Duckett for a quick single. Fielded by Ravi Jadeja. And they scuttle through. Duckett 4 off 14 balls. Zach Crawley 9 off 18.
The fascination for me is that mental process of having fielded all that time to get your batting head on, open the batting against wonderful bowlers and a new ball. And I mentioned they've not moved the feet at all. You just got to get into it. You've got to get into that batting scenario after fielding for so long.
When Ben Stokes spoke to the English media before the Test match started, 2 days before, this one is an open-faced glide from Zach Crawley down towards third man again, and there's a substitute fielder on down there. Or is that Devdutt Padikkal? He is the substitute. I think it's him. Just lost his sun hat. It is Devdutt Padikkal down there at wide third man. But when Ben Stokes spoke to the English written media as opposed to the electronic media, he spoke about his preference for losing in pursuit of victory ahead of drawing. I wonder whether that view would be reviewed in a situation in which you can't win, but a draw is a possibility. Here is Zach Crawley driving that one up towards mid-off. He was referring to the last test 8 years ago, you see, when India were 170 for 6 and wobbling a bit in the fourth innings, having been set 300 in 50 overs, which was thought to be a very conservative target. He said that if in a similar situation, he would rather lose in pursuit of victory instead of a draw. But I know that mathematically it's possible for England to win this game. They need 557. But is there enough time? Is there enough overs? Even if they score at 5 and over, I don't think they'll get there. They won't get there. I've just done the maths. And that one is driven out towards extra cover, and it's fielded by Shubman Gill. Jared's going to tell me now. 5 and over is pretty much on the money. They have to score at 5 and over to win the game. If we get all the overs in, over comes to an end. 6 done, and England are 14 without loss.
I'd suggest they're playing for the draw, the way they're going at the moment. This is the second slowest start to a game in an innings by England since Bazball began. And that is the most balls that Duckett has taken to get off the mark. So they're shutting up shop. This is them blocking it out for a draw, Manners.
Here's Mohammad Siraj down the leg side, and terrific athletic take from Dhruv Jurel, diving to his left. He certainly saved 4 byes there. Crawley couldn't get a bat on it.
How many overs are left in the day? Roundabout. How many overs are left today?
35.
35, and if they go 3 and over, say they get 100. Say they get 100 from now on. So they're 115. So they need tomorrow 440-ish.
That's right. In 90 overs.
Right. They would say, okay, we'll go for that. If it was, you've got 90 overs to get 440, England would say, okay, we'll have a go. So that's what they need here is a massive start. But if it was 90 overs, 440, he would be saying, or they would be saying, the England team will have a go.
5 and over.
I think the question is what happens when they get 7, 8 wickets down in the middle session tomorrow and they can no longer chase the total. Do they shut up shop?
Do they try and play for the draw? Yeah. Here's Jasprit Bumrah around the wicket, and forward comes Ben Duckett. And he's set off for a single. He's going to be run out. He's run out. Oh my goodness me! He's set off for an impossible single. Duckett realised that Crawley hadn't moved. He was halfway down the pitch. He turned. He tried to regain his ground, but an excellent piece of fielding at mid-on, and Dhruv Jurel, the keeper, has whipped the bails off, and Duckett is yards short. England are 15 for 1.
What a waste, what an absolute waste. Duckett herring down the pitch. Crawley doesn't move. Whether he's not heard the call, was there a call? But it's brilliant fielding. Again, that little bit of magic.
We have an umpire,
and we're going to have a look at a review. I'm sure all they can be looking at, has he broken the wicket? That's the only thing they can look at, the wicket keeper. I think it's fabulous fielding.
He came up, and I think he slid a little bit. I think that might have confused the umpire, but I don't
the ball cleanly.
He was fine.
And broken the stumps with his hands.
It's just because his knees have slipped past, and if you're the umpire, you might have thought he clipped it on the way through, right?
Thinking, can you just show me that in real time, just so I can see the ball go in his hands? Because I haven't seen the ball at any stage
slid
there.
past the stumps, and that entirely fair enough. Optical illusion entirely possible here because
that's great. Thank you. I've made my decision.
It's absolutely not a shadow of a doubt. No controversy whatsoever. That's very, very good work from Dhruv Jurel. The keeper not known for his glove work, but that was excellent, and his awareness as well, his body positioning and awareness. He slid past the stumps and taken it cleanly. Mohammad Siraj was the fielder at mid-on, and terrific work from him actually. He's worked incredibly hard on his ground fielding, and it paid off.
Well, that's super duper, it really is. It's a thrill of fielding. It happens so quickly, it's got to be right. Talk about the pickup, the release, the accuracy, and fabulous from the wicketkeeper, who slides on his knees past the stumps and then just knocks the bails off with his gloves as he's in motion. Ollie Pope.
If they were trying to draw this match, which obviously they're not the best start to run out your opener, but it's not a particularly good start when you're chasing 500 ever. I'd say don't run out your opener if you're chasing 500.
Or even just try and avoid run-outs altogether. that would be certainly amongst the priorities you would have thought. Jasprit Bumrah, 2 slips in a gully for Ollie Pope, and first delivery is nudged away behind square on the leg side, and he's off the mark. First ball fielded down there in the deep by Ravi Jadeja.
So when you see it, there's one batter, Duckett, who's herring down the pitch. The other one, Crawley's not moved. And so the calling, have you not heard the call? Has there been a call? Equally, you should be looking at each other. He should see that he hasn't moved. He's more than halfway down the pitch, isn't he? And had to turn round, and he's out by a distance.
Here's Jasprit Bumrah running up to the crease now, or strolling up to the crease, and then breaks into a run for the last 3 or 4 paces, and that's pushed away by Crawley to backward point where Devdutt Padikkal does the fielding. I wonder how when I said the draw is possible, I wonder how many teams, I don't have to wonder, because Gary, our magnificent statistician, will tell us within seconds, I would imagine, how many teams in India have batted over 120 overs to draw a test match. That's what England need to do, closer to 130 overs actually. They will need to bat in order to draw this test match. That seems more likely than scoring 557. Just the one slip now for Zach Crawley. The other one's gone to short straight mid-on. Shubman Gill down the leg side from Bumrah. And it's Jurel couldn't stop that one. He got a glove to it, parried it, it's a bye.
We've just seen a replay of the run out again, and you can clearly hear Crawley say no. Clearly.
Straight away. It's really early call as well.
Straight away, you can hear Crawley.
The ball goes to the right hand of Mohammad Siraj. It's just not a run.
It's never a run. It's
right
never
hand to
a
a
run.
fielder, just not a run. And Crawley was so early. He picked it so early. And Duckett had just overcommitted by that stage.
Bumrah's slower ball. It's a bit early for that. It's pushed away by Ollie Pope towards square leg.
He's bowled a few. He's bowled a few offies. And definitely, I think in his first over he bowled one at Crawley. But whose fault was it? It's Duckett himself. There's never a run there. Crawley gives him an immediate no, and he keeps going.
And he got halfway down, didn't he?
Also, we're saying great work from Jurel, because he was on the move sliding and also had to take. It wasn't the most accurate. Well, no, actually, I wouldn't say it was a bad throw. It's just he was moving in the wrong direction, wasn't he? But you see, a lot of non-specialist wicketkeepers wouldn't have gone to the stumps, wouldn't have been in the position to get that run out. AB de Villiers, the amount of times I saw him just not come to the stumps, just be like, well, it's a direct hit, or I'm not bothered.
That's very true. He wasn't a specialist keeper though, was he, as you said. Full toss from Bumrah, looking for the Yorker, and driven out by Pope towards mid-wicket, sets off for a single and makes it.
Well, when you're a specialist fielder, it isn't your instinct to go to the stumps all the time. Whereas if you've grown up wicket keeping, it's the first thing that you do, right? At the end of each ball, you come up to the stumps.
Zach Crawley 11, Ollie Pope 2, England 18 for 1. Ben Duckett run out, 7 overs gone. The target is 557. India declared their second innings closed at 430 for 4. And only the third time that India have made 400 plus in both innings of a test match.
Oh, there was something else you were saying before about the overs.
Yeah, how many teams have batted 130 or more overs in the fourth innings to draw a test match in India? I'm going none.
It's a great question, but I think what I was going to say is I think India generally bowl teams out within 60 overs when they set targets. So,
60?
Yeah, so you're talking about double that.
More than? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. It's 130 overs is what we're looking at, and we've got probably the last one of those before the tea break on day 4. England. This is also the highest fourth innings target ever set by or for India. In India. Ravi Jadeja the bowler. Last over before tea, he goes past the outside edge of Ollie Pope's tentative push at that.
He's feeling for it. It's a good delivery. It's good speed. It pitches and spins away, and he has a feel for it.
Jadeja had a modest game with the ball, that is, outside the off stump, and left alone. He'd made a wonderful 100 in the first innings, of course, but he's still carrying that tight hamstring, and that's the reason that he has been under-bowled. But he's a very, very fine cricketer with the ball and bat and in the field. That one is 2 wide, left alone by Pope.
You just seems sort of forcing himself through his action a little bit more, just because he's being held up. What am I saying? We've got an expert. Were you left arm figure spinner?
Of a fashion.
Were you left arm?
Can't remember. Forward comes Pope, pushing it out to Silly Point. No run.
And he looks a warrior, doesn't he? You see, he looks menacing. Dark glasses with a yellow tint all around, a bandana, shirt out.
Jadeja in again, and drive and a miss. Ollie Pope, it was up there for the drive. It was tempting. He accepted the invitation, played a lavish cover drive and missed it. Spun past the edge. Oof.
Oh, it's a flat batted swipe.
He really is trying to overhit it, isn't he? That's pushed defensively out to Shubman Gill at cover, and does no run. I don't know if that is the last over for T. It went through very quickly. Jadeja does get through his overs exceptionally quickly. He's been timed at under 90 seconds bowling an over, and I think this means that we probably will get another one. Crawley is 11, Pope is on 2. England are 18 for 1, needing 557 for victory. Alternatively, needing to bat another 122 overs, depends on how many we get in, but around about another 122 or 123 overs in order to draw and to go to Ranchi for the 4th test match with the series still squared. And if you're wondering, wherever you may be listening to us or watching on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, there's no rain forecast tomorrow. Here's Jasprit Bumrah into Zach Crawley, brings the bat inside the line, leaves it alone. Taken by Dhruv Jurel.
When's rainy season in Rajkot?
September starts.
I only asked that because I knew he'd have an answer for it.
Sometimes it comes early, late August.
Well, I tell you what, today is a tester for Abhishek, who went for a net yesterday afternoon. It's raining in London. I just wonder if he'll have to go indoors. 5 nets, all full yesterday, outside in London.
I know, I couldn't believe that. I was thinking, I can't stay up for the mud when the park where I am. Here's Bumrah, LBW appeal, a passionate one, up goes the finger. Kumar Dharmasena had a good long think, a long look, belatedly. A finger went up, and Zach Crawley doesn't think it's out. He's walked down to Ollie Pope and said, I don't think he's shaking his head. He said no, but Pope says you go for it then, and he has reviewed.
I think there were 2 noises. I don't know how quickly he reviewed though, because it looked like Pope was coming down to him telling him to do it. So really, really interesting if he thinks he's got an edge on this.
Coming up now.
Just having a look, and he's not got an edge, so it's a leg side.
There's no bat, we'll confirm that.
That's what he's hoping for.
Hit him on the top of the knee roll, and he is 6'4", Zach Crawley.
Yeah. He's in trouble.
We've seen some bouts though, Bumble.
Yeah, he's in trouble. What will save him if he's over the top? He's not hit it. We've got past that. He hasn't hit it. It's above the knee roll. He's a tall man. He's not well forward.
No.
He's been given out. It only needs to be clipping.
Impacting line.
And clipping it is. The top left-hand corner. Just touching the top corner of leg stump, and I mean by the barest of margins.
Oh, that's unfortunate, isn't it? I mean, you can't hit any. That's almost a one-day wide. It's almost missed leg stump, and it's on height as well. It was a beautiful delivery. He set him up for that as well, but they've just got away with one there, India.
It's hitting the stumps. It's as simple as that. It's hitting the stumps. The shake of the head and a no way from Crawley, but a perfect little session there for India. England 18 for 2.
Well, I think it's impossible for a target of 557 to look further away. It's so far away at the start that you can barely see it or imagine reaching it, but at 18 for 2 at T, it is now all about. I know that you won't necessarily see this reflected in the way England's batsmen go about it, but it is effectively all about whether they can bat for 121 overs and take the series to a 4th test match all square.
557, the theoretical target. batting out 4 sessions. More realistic target. Slightly more attainable target, shall we say. And Jasprit Bumrah to bowl the first over after tea. Completing the over that he started before. To the right-handed Joe Root. 2 slips in the gully waiting, and it's pretty easy pace delivery actually, and it's played out on the offside, no run. So Root has faced his first delivery. Pope is at the other end. He's 2 not out from 9 deliveries. Both England openers have gone. Duckett run out for 4 when the score was on 15. Siraj doing the fielding. Brilliant take by Jurel though. The wicket-keeper running up to the stumps, gathering the ball in. Weight going the wrong direction and still is able to take the bails off. And then Crawley LBW to Bumrah with that final ball of the session. And Bumrah is on his way once again. Right arm over. Root plays up to points, and there is no run. And as John and Jared just mentioned, stationed at mid-off, Ravi Chandran Ashwin. He has not been involved in the match since day 2. He disappeared off to Chennai to deal with some family matters. He is now back on the ground in his whites, and he during the tea break did a sort of a quick warm-up, some catching practice, some fielding drills and a few deliveries as well to get him going. But he is back involved and he is on the field of play. Bumrah is in, bringing Root forward. Is there inside edge on that? Is it pad first? Is it outside the line? Those are all questions that umpire Kumar Dharmasena is asking himself. And now the Indian Review Committee will get together to ask the very same questions as well. I turn to my right and look at umpire David Lloyd.
I think he's hit it. I don't think leg byes have been given. They're not going to review. They've had a chat about it, but it looked as if he got bat on it, and a fair amount of bat. No review.
The most animated out of them all was Sarfaraz Khan, who was saying, I'm sure it's got an inside edge to it, and also maybe impact outside the off stump.
It did cut back off the seam. There was an inside edge, and it is given as runs. So Joe Root is off a run. I mean, it would have been outside the line anyway.
It's not got a lot going for it, to be honest, and you can tell that everybody's excited. It might be pad first, but he's well outside off stump, outside the line of the stumps.
It was given as runs. Jasprit is in once again. Ollie Pope pushing to mid-on. Now that's going to be a quick single to Rohit. Rohit got the ball away quickly, but without much accuracy. If that was more accurate, that would have been very tight.
Do you need to take those singles in Test match cricket when you're 19 for 2?
He's just diving in desperate. And there was a similar episode just before the break where Crawley and Pope had a bit of an interlude. But he dives in as the ball flashes past the stumps. He just about gets in there. Interesting just to see Jasprit Bumrah at the end. He looks a thoroughly nice guy. And you can tell, I know what he was saying to the umpire, and did he hit it? And the umpire said, yeah, he's got an inside edge, and just a nod of the head, as if to say, I thought he did.
Yeah.
Well, of course, with DRS now, they don't signal if it's going to be a leg by, because they don't want to influence one way or the other. They wait till the clock has gone down, then they make the signal. So they don't want to be sort of giving influence one way or the other on that one. Right, it's going to be Jadeja to continue, who looked very much a handful, shall we say, before the interval. Ollie Pope's just having to get a clean pair of gloves because he's got so much dirt on it from sliding into third base, baseball style. But right down his front, it's absolutely filthy.
I think you could do with a clean pair of trousers and a t-shirt as well.
Just hose him down later.
He looks like he's been diving in a goalmouth in the 90th minute.
So then, Jadeja comes in, left arm around. That's an absolute worldie. Pope is playing the line of that. It turns and bounces past the outside, suits the keeper, no run.
Yeah, I said it earlier. Jadeja will be unplayable on this surface at some point because one ball will go straight with the arm and one's going to rag the way it did.
Jadeja in once again. Pope is coming forward. He raises his bat high. There's a lot of excitement from behind the stumps, both keeper Jurel and also Rohit Sharma at slip. That's where all the volume's coming from at the moment.
He's got to be careful how he's leaving the ball. He planted his foot on the middle stump. I could still see the off stump when he left the ball.
In goes Jadeja. Pope is leg side of it, pushing towards cover point. Shubman Gill fields no run.
92k, 94k, 87k. 3 deliveries.
Now, of course, the other one is now he's established that he's turning it big. When does he put the arm ball into the equation and then just runs on? In goes Jadeja. It's edged by Pope and it's caught by Rohit at slip. He's tried to force it off the back foot, and England, in the shadow of this enormous target of 557, inside 10 overs, a 20 for 3. Pope goes for 3. Jadeja has his first, and England in a world of trouble just after tea on day 4 of this test match.
Yeah, again expecting the ball to turn, and that went straight with the arm, and that's why it was too cramped for him to play that shot. And a wonderful catch by Rohit in the first slip. But again, Jadeja is going to be very, very difficult bowler to face on this pitch, and what a start it has been for India.
In disarray, England. The 3 down, they've no answer. Giving one away with a needless run out. An LBW, Zach Crawley, and then a nick to slip, and a batter coming in who didn't score in that first innings, Johnny Bairstow. He's been quiet in the series. He needs a score. England needs something. You talk about positives and whatever. I'm not into that camp, but you've got to come out with something that you can say, well, that went okay, because up to now, after day 1, everything's not been okay.
Bairstow on his way out. And you can hear the noise around the stadium. A good crowding, actually, Sunday afternoon. Still lots of school children. And that's the noise that you can hear, the India chant from them. And, well, they're already thinking of a big victory. 5-5-7 the target. And England are 20 for 3 inside 10 overs.
I think there's still plenty of time. India is thinking there's plenty of time to bowl England out today.
Well, I mean, let me just get the score in front of us, because I'll tell you how many overs are left. Then, of course, we can have half an hour as well extra, should it be needed. There's 31 overs after this one, plus another 7 for the extra half hour. 38 overs. Yeah, that could be more than enough.
Well, every chance that this finishes today.
And with Bairstow arriving, there's more company around. There are 2 slips and the silly point. In goes Jadeja. Bairstow is pushing into the offside. It's been misfielded by Siraj at backward point, and it'll run away for 4. So Bairstow is off the mark. First ball with the boundary. England 24 for 3.
Well, that's a relief for Johnny Bairstow. This will be quite difficult against Jadeja. It's just a push into backward point area. Siraj misses it completely, and it just trickles away for 4.
Final ball of the over. Bairstow finally settles in. Jadeja comes in and bowls to him. It's the outside half of the bat. Shubman Gill is the man at second slip, gathers that ball in. It is the end of the over. 10 overs gone here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. England have been set 557 to win the 3rd Test match. They are 24 for 3. David Lloyd.
And you'll find that Jadeja will consistently bowl 4K quicker than Tom Hartley. He'll drive the ball into this pitch, and he looks like he gives it a rip as well. The ball is spinning, and of course he's got the ability to bowl that delivery that goes straight on with the arm, that doesn't spin, which brings Bold and LBW into place. So 2 Yorkies, Root and Bairstow at the crease.
Yeah, and the difficult bit is that even Jadeja doesn't know which ball is going to go with the arm and which is going to turn on the surface, which makes it even harder for the batter.
Bumrah to start his 6th over. He's got 1 for 10 so far, in he goes. And Root is playing off the back foot. Nice punch. Wide of the point fielder, and it'll go away for 4. The Root. Middle of the bat has been found. He's got his first boundary of his innings. 5 not out, England 28 for 3.
Do we think Joe Root will play a similar shot to what he did in the first innings in this session?
I think yes. I think he will 100% try and do something like that. Just to make
a defiance, yeah.
There are still 2 slips and a gully in place. He was, of course, at second slip on the reverse in the first innings. Jasprit Bumrah goes in. Joe Root, now that one stands up a little bit, gets a bit tall on him. Root plays it back down the pitch to the bowler. No run.
Yeah, because I read a statement, I don't know if it was made in this test match or earlier. He said, my percentage with the reverse scoop is better than my defence. I get a lot more...
that was Ben Duckett.
Yeah. It was Ben Duckett, because I saw an article where it says Joe Root underneath, so...
Well, Ben Duckett definitely said it in Abu Dhabi before the first test match.
Oh, right, okay.
So he definitely said... Root may have as well.
Yeah, I think
Root may have as well, but Duckett definitely did.
Yeah. It says, I get out more times defending a ball than playing that shot.
Bumrah is on his way. He's in. It's covered up by Joe Root into the offside. No run.
Well, that just makes sense that you're going to play defensively in Test match cricket because there's some good bowlers knocking about, so you're going to get out as well.
Our cheery ray of sunshine, Gary Morgan, our stats expert, has just put on our little WhatsApp group. I don't want to tempt fate, but so you can imagine what's coming here. England have lost 8 wickets in a session 22 times in Test match cricket. The last time, August 22, 111 for 8 against South Africa. Joe Root is getting a full ball from Jasprit Bumrah, turns it to mid-on, and there is no run. Of course, 8 wickets is what was required to win this match by the end of today. Well, they've taken the first of those, with Ollie Pope being caught at slip.
Our game changes. You can look at England on day 1 in a fabulous position, and since then it's gone badly wrong.
And this is where the difference between process orientation and outcome orientation is so big. Jasprit Bumrah is in. He's bowling an in-ducking ball to Joe Root. Root on the drive hits it to Shubman Gill at extra cover, and there's no run. Process orientation says you judge things by the outcome, so it either works or it doesn't work. Process orientation says, well, did you do it right and maybe just made a mistake? And this is why England always talk about trusting the process.
I thought that's when you went out with a map. You go out into some mountain somewhere.
It's one of the few things I remember from my sports psychology degree many, many years ago. Root waits for Bumrah. It's a slower ball. It's very, very well bowled, but Joe Root is not fooled by it 1 iota, and he's playing solidly forward to end the over. England 28 for 3 at the 11 over mark in the second innings here on TalkSport 2.
I think India's quicker bowlers have got more out of this than England's, and the quality and the pace of Mark Wood and the ability of Jimmy Anderson, but Siraj and Bumrah have got far more out of this and done more with the ball. They've done more with the ball.
Yeah, every time Bumrah has come into ball, it looks like he can take a wicket, which never fell. You didn't feel like that when Anderson and Wood bowled, especially in the second innings. In the first innings, it was much better spell from both of them.
Joe Root's just having a couple of painkillers between over. He did have that finger problem earlier, and just the way he pulled the batting glove off there didn't look the most comfortable in the world.
He's not, but then he's bowled most overs. He's bowled most overs in England's innings. Bowled 27 overs.
He did indeed. Tom Hartley bowled 23. Didn't really bowl that much today either. Rayan Ahmed ended up with 25 to his name. James Anderson 13, Mark Wood 10. But Joe Root was certainly struggling at one stage, gripping the ball.
Have England got a reserve batter out there? Because this next test match starts on Friday.
Dan Lawrence.
Dan Lawrence, of course.
Let's hope from Joe's point of view. Jadeja to start a new over. Johnny Bairstow has swept across the line, missed it, and he's out. LBW. Joel Wilson raises the finger. Bairstow starts to walk off. Gets called back by Joe Root to say, well, hang on, let's have a conversation about this. We've got 3 reviews, but they won't use one. Bairstow's going to walk off. England are 28 for 4. Bairstow goes for a boundary from 3 deliveries, and Jadeja has 2 for 4. And all the talk about Ashwin coming back. He's been on the field for about 10 minutes. He may not need to pick up a ball in anger in this innings, because England are falling apart.
Well, it's a sorry look as Johnny Bairstow departs on the sweep, and it's absolutely plumb. Doesn't bother. They always review, don't bother.
Yeah, I'm really sorry, but whatever your approach is, that's a terrible shot to play. When you just phased 2 deliveries before that one, playing across the line to one of the best left-arm spinners in the world, on a pitch where everything is happening at the moment.
Well, the man in his 100th Test match, an issue that we kind of got overlooked really since the coin went up a couple of days ago, but the miracle man, the boy wonder as Steve Harmison calls him, Ben Stokes is walking to the crease, and I tell you what, if England ever needed anything from Ben Stokes right now.
Well, they talk about having some fun. This doesn't look much fun to me, 28 for 4. But he's the fella. He's the man. He's just glove punched with Joe Root. There's a wry smile between the two of them. This might be quite entertaining because it's going to finish today.
If we're going down, we're going down in flames.
Yeah. I think he'll have to get a 350 here.
Well, he's got 1300s to his name so far. Stokes' first delivery from Jadeja is pitching on leg stump in towards the thigh pad. He turns it around the corner. There's no run.
There's one for listeners here. I've spent a lot of time with Shane Warne, and like it or not, the great Shane Warne said, if you're going to go down quickly, get it over with.
Yeah.
The 16th player to get to 100 caps for England. Stokes is across his stumps. Big appeal from Jadeja. I think he might be just outside the line there. Abhishek Junjunwala's got his finger up in the commentary box. Rohit's asking. He's going round the committee. What do you think? What do you think? The timer is at 6, 5, 4.
Review it.
They are reviewing it. Surely for Stokes, you've got to.
I think it looked outside the line of off stump, but I just felt where the ball hit, it was just in line.
TV umpire to
He
director,
just couldn't
we
get
have
out
a
of the
player
way.
review for
I think
LBW.
it's
Original decision is
unbelievably
not out.
close, this.
Checked both feet. It's
Rob
a fair
Tucker,
delivery.
good luck, mate.
Can we get a front on, please?
Here we go then. Left arm around. Where does it pitch? Outside. Takes a piece of the pitch. It's coming back in. There's no batting ball.
I don't know. I can see middle and I can see leg stump. He might just get away with this. It's very, very tight.
Remember,
coming up now,
initial
John.
decision is not out, so it's got to be hitting more than
There's a gap
50% of
between
the
bat and
ball.
so there's no bat involved.
Of the
So we've
stump.
got a ball tracking
Yeah, I
when
think
it's
it's
ready,
just
please.
Here we
outside.
go then. Now we're on to ball tracking.
Ball tracking coming up now. Pitching outside
Outside.
off. Impact outside off stump.
Outside.
So you'll stay with your original decision of not out.
Calm down, everybody.
Joel, stay with
Places.
not out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen now.
That's a good decision. There was a lot going on there, and Joel Wilson has got that one right. But wow, it's like a T20 game at the moment. Every ball an event. This is what it's going to be like, folks, and this is what scoreboard pressure does to you. A pitch that hasn't done a massive amount suddenly looks unplayable.
We keep having a view of England tour groups in the crowd and they look bemused.
Jadeja is in. Stokes forward, pushes into the offside. They will take a single because Stokes has found a nice little pocket of space, and he is off the mark. England 29 for 4, and it's quite telling that the TV company have changed the graphic on the screen from England need however many runs to win. It's now changed to India needs 6 wickets to win.
Yeah, a pitch which was looking very, very flat an hour ago seems like a minefield now. That's how quickly it changes.
Well, the pitch and the quality of the bowlers and the way they've got more out of this, they've got far more out of it than England have, the bowlers.
So it'll be Joe Root on strike with 2 balls left of this Jadeja over. There will be short leg, silly point and slip around him. He's got 5 from 9 deliveries, but it's not about runs anymore, it's about survival. Jadeja around the wicket, gives it some air. Root plays out on the offside. Stokes takes 2 or 3 paces down the pitch as if say, if you want to come, I will come. But Root says, no need on this occasion. 1 ball left in the over. Jadeja around the wicket. Root again is guiding it towards third. There'll be no run as it's cut off. End of the over. 29 for 4 are England with those 6 wickets standing. Neil Manthorpe's going to come in. Just as I move out the way though, Bumble, just we've not mentioned, I don't think so far today, announced last night the sad passing of Mike Proctor, of course, a great player and ICC match referee, and a man who, of course, you will have had great many dealings with down the years. Maybe some quick thoughts on him as Manners comes in to pick up the worldwide ball.
Well, a wonderful man and an absolute warrior. Overseas players would be at county clubs for years, and he's part of the fabric of Gloucestershire County Cricket Club. He was there for such a long time, spearheaded the attack, an absolute handful to play against, but off the field, an absolute gent, a good friend. He'll be sadly missed.
He will, by many people, and particularly Gloucestershire supporters. I think it's the only county that has been unofficially renamed after a player. It was many years it was known as Proctorshire. Jasprit Bumrah continues to bend Stokes outside the off stump, and it's left alone.
And as he came across at Mike Proctor, he came across to the UK from South Africa with Berry Richards, another all-time great, and they dispersed. One went to Hampshire, one went to Gloucestershire, and they came across together. And of course his hat-trick included, Mike Proctor's hat-trick included Berry Richards, didn't it?
Started with Gordon Greenwich.
Not a bad pair.
Yes, that's right. Greenwich and Richards. Oh dear. Here's Jasprit Bumrah walking and then into a trot, and bowls to Stokes, hits him on the pad, bounces out on the offside.
What about that for glory days of county cricket? So you've got them 2 at the top, Greenwich and Berry Richards, opening the ball in Andy Roberts. Oh, fabulous. Vintage county cricket.
So unfortunately yesterday Mike Proctor in intensive care after a cardiac arrest. He'd had surgery, but unfortunately didn't make it, and he will be very, very sadly missed. He was South Africa's first coach as well, and they returned to international cricket in 1991 and took them to the World Cup. Here's Stokes playing forward defensively, pushing it behind square on the offside, and he didn't take to coaching for all of the right reasons, because he was too good a player and too instinctive and too natural a player. He didn't understand necessarily the technicalities of why he was so good. There was a perception that he bowled off the wrong foot. It wasn't quite true, but it was a bowling style that he completely made up himself, and he taught himself to bat rather well too. He scored 500s in consecutive first-class games. So you'll hear the stumps being knocked out the ground. That's because Jasprit Bumrah has knocked Ben Stokes' off-stump out the ground, but Stokes had backed away. There was some movement behind the bowler's arm that distracted him. He pulled away, Bumrah bowled anyway, to everybody's amusement.
I'll tell you what, it's a good delivery, is that?
That was a very, very good delivery. But he had to bowl, because if he tried to stop with his action on that occasion, there's a lot of heavy chance of getting injured. It's good that he went through with his action and finished the ball.
I wouldn't like to play that. That's an absolute jaffa.
It swung away late, doesn't it? Very full length.
Uprooted off stump.
I think Ben Stokes got very lucky there by not playing that delivery, getting out of it at the right time. Probably he knew something we don't.
There was some movement behind the bowler's arm. There's no doubt about that. There's no kind of question that it was gamesmanship from Ben Stokes. And whatever that movement was, it's not the cameraman, is it? the TV cameraman. He's wide of the sight screen. Here is Bumrah, bowls to Stokes again, and flicked away behind square on the leg side. There's a chase on from Mohammad Siraj, who slide tackles the ball very nicely and flicks it back to Jadeja, who gets a throw in over the top of the stumps. They've gone through for a couple. Stokes 3, they ran 3. Thank you very much. Stokes is up to 4 then, and with him Joe Root. England still in terrible trouble. Their target is 557 for victory. That's 557, and they've got still 28 or 29 overs today, and another 90 tomorrow.
It's just a matter of 1 wicket, I think. If they get 1 more wicket quickly here, India, they will roll England out today.
And of course we're in the west of the country, so bad light's not a problem, is it?
Not a problem.
So extra half hour's a possibility. We could have a 3-hour session, potentially. As Bumrah is in once again to Joe Root, comes forward and plays defensively, no run.
Well, it's a mental test, isn't it? 32 for 4. The batters that we've seen come and go have looked scrambled. These two have just got to, I mean, all the experience, have got to relax at the crease and try and build any sort of partnership. But they've got quality against them, real quality bowling.
And also the English batters, to me, look like a bit unsure the sort of innings they want to play, chasing 557, and also given they want to be positive and attacking.
Bumrah into Root, forward, playing a very orthodox looking off drive. Can I just finish about Mike Proctor? I wasn't being disrespectful about his coaching. He was a brilliant coach in a mentoring role, which is perfect for South Africa after their period of isolation. But I'll never ever forget when he was in the nets. The first tour that South Africa went on was to Sri Lanka in 92-93, the first test tour. And Richard Snell had never been outside of Johannesburg in his life. He's a very fine swing bowler, and batted 8, so could bat, but had never experienced an Asian pitch before ever. And he was in the nets, and he said he was batting. He'd been batting for about 20 minutes, and he said to Procky, he said, "Coach, Jadeja in again to Ben Stokes, and that's flicked away through the leg side out towards deep mid wicket, and there's no run. There's 1 run, no more than 1 run." And he said, "Procky, coach," he said, "what? I keep hitting the ball in the air." Obviously, it was a slower pitch. He'd never experienced anything like it. He said, "All my drives, everything's going in the air." Jadeja in once again, and forward comes Root, playing defensively, no run. And Procky looked a bit bewildered and said to him, "Well, just time it."
Hit it for 6.
Flicked away out towards mid-on. Bumrah fields, no run. It came so naturally to him. Everything came so naturally. He worked hard, but he knew how to time the ball. Many others didn't. That's defended again by Root to silly point, no run.
And a high-quality number 4. A proper player, a genuine all-rounder of the highest calibre.
Here's Jadeja, pushed away defensively again by Joe Root, and there's no run. 1,400 wickets in first-class cricket. Over 1,400 wickets I'll tell you exactly, actually. 1,417 wickets at 19 and a half. Punched off the back foot to backward point once again by Root, who remains on 5. He also had the little matter of 21,936 runs with 3,600s. No, 4,800s. 48 first-class hundreds to go with 1,400 wickets. Yeah, it's Michael John Proctor. Be very, very sadly missed.
It's a brilliant record, isn't it?
It was just outstanding. 4,800s and 1,400 wickets. You wouldn't find many better than that.
He played in that Gloucestershire side. They were a wonderful side. Shep played. Shep, the umpire. A genial character. They were a good crew. They were a real good crew, Gloucestershire.
The point about Proctor as well is that his skills were just kind of, he Here comes Bumrah, a bouncer. Good one, really good one to Ben Stokes. Really hurries him. He had to sway out of the way of that one at the last moment. It's just amazing. Oh, it was a no ball. That's why it can inconvenience Ben Stokes. He's got too close to him with that. No, but seriously, amazing how he can generate pace on a pitch that seemed to have lost it.
Yeah, there were a couple of very funny mic conversations of Rohit Sharma and Jadeja in the first innings when Jadeja bowled a few no balls. He's like, how come you never bowl a no ball for MS Dhoni in the IPL?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Like that. 34 for 4. As Bumrah is in once again, and Stokes comes forward and plays defensively, and there's no run. I wanted to ask you, Mumble, about, so just final for the moment anyway, Proctor, his knees went in his late mid-30s, and he took to bowling off breaks really properly, not like Ian Botham off breaks. And he's still, because of that extraordinary arm speed, you know, there's so many batsmen will tell you, come in and bowl you a couple of overs of really proper turning, ripping off breaks, and then he'd get frustrated, and he still had the quick one.
I'd rather face him as an off spinner. He used to run miles. No wonder his knees went.
But of those 1,417 wickets, over 100 were taken at the end of his career bowling off breaks.
It's unbelievable. That is unbelievable. A lot of people take up off spin at a very young age and still don't manage 100 wickets in first class cricket, doing it for a long time.
And then he thought he'd have the quiet life as a match referee, an ICC match referee, and controversy followed him. Stokes forward to Bumrah here, punching this one up towards mid-off. Rohit fields, and there's no run. And he ended up, rather than having a gentle round of golf either side of a test match and enjoying the lunches, he presided over some of the moments in international cricket.
It was all going on at that time, and of course you just mentioned Ian Botham's off spin. I can tell you, he thought he was Jim Laker.
He was the only one, wasn't he? Did anybody else take them seriously? England are 34 for 4 in the fourth innings, needing 557. It's as hopeless as a position as you'll find in a test match, and it almost becomes worst here as Bumrah finds the outside edge of Ben Stokes' bat. But he did play it nicely. Sarfaraz Khan does the fielding, diving to his right, but it was a genuine edge, but he did play it softly, didn't he?
And that's why he gets away with it. Look at where the bat is. He plays this so very late, Ben Stokes, and always the bat hitting the ball down, and hence the ball also most of the time goes down to the slip fielders. But again, going back to Jasprit Bumrah, what a spell he's bowling on a pitch we thought is absolutely dead for fast bowling.
Yashasvi Jaiswal and Sarfaraz Khan are in the slip cordon at the moment. Oh, another one. Ben Stokes has backed away. Bumrah in once again, bowls. Ben Stokes backs away at the very last second. Very, very late indeed. And he's now frustrated. Stokes is really frustrated.
I think it's the spider cam. It's the spider cam.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's not moving behind the arm.
So it gets the camera, the thing that's attached to whatever,
the
floodlights, the wires and everything, gets in his eye line. That's what's happening.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Stokes is now glaring. He's either angry with the sun or it's spider cam.
I'm sure he's not angry with the sun.
He should be used to that by now.
Who's the production company? Who are they?
Yes,
there are quite a few actually.
You know what? As he's backing away, he's looking, he's gesticulating with his right hand, holding the bat in his left hand, gesticulating with his right hand to spider cam. Here's Bumrah again. Stokes plays defensively, and there's no run. I have to say, whoever is in charge of the production will be very red-faced at the moment.
Who is the production company? Name names. I've been involved in this for years. There'll be a production company, a director and a producer.
Think of all of those figures and how embarrassed they'd be feeling now.
And also, a lot of places now, they don't use the spider cam, they don't use the wires, they use drones.
Yes, of course they do.
They use it much better.
Here is Jasprit Bumrah then. Walk, stutter, stumble, run. bowl down the leg side. That's hopeless. That's gone down for 4 wides, hopefully. Oh, yes. Joel Wilson's called byes there. It just annoys me as a bad former wicketkeeper myself. You need all the help you can get. You don't need the umpire calling byes for that. That's
He's
just
never
a nonsense.
getting anywhere near that.
There has to be a rule for them. They have to come up with something different. It cannot go as byes here.
It's just a complete nonsense.
Well, he should be, the wicketkeeper should put a DRS on this. I don't think it is.
They were wides. The keeper, he couldn't even get a dive in. By the way, do you remember the last time there was a major controversy with the spider cams when South Africa were on tour in England and Enric Nortje got knocked over in the outfield by the spider cam? That's outside the off stump and is left alone by Stokes. And there's no run. And the poor old operator of spider cam got stood down. He lost his job. Actually, he couldn't actually get sacked. What happened is that he was sacked from operating Spidercam. They just moved him onto another part of the production, probably collecting the takeaway lunches. Route 5, Stokes 5, England are 38 for 4 after 15 overs. A reminder of the day and how it's transpired. A dominant day for India, a completely dominant day for India, who eventually declared at 430 for 4, with Yashasvi Jaiswal, the opener, finishing unbeaten on 214, back-to-back double centuries for him, and Sarfraz Khan unbeaten on 68. It left England with a target of 557. Jadeja in again, nudged away by Joe Root through the onside, and they go through for a single. Root moves on to 6. And since then, Ben Duckett ran himself out for 4 with the help of some excellent fielding from Mohammad Siraj, but it was entirely Duckett's misread of the run, which didn't exist. Zach Crawley, LBW on review to Jasprit Bumrah for 11. Ollie Pope caught it slip by Rohit off Jadeja for 3, and Johnny Bairstow, LBW, missing a sweep shot against Jadeja, his 3rd ball. He went for 4. England with 28 for 4, they're now 39 for 4, and the overriding question is whether they can take the game into a 5th day at the moment. As I said we're on the west coast of India, so it stays lighter for a lot longer. There's only one time zone, despite the size of the Indian country. Pushed away by Stokes defensively on the onside. In the east, it gets dark very quickly, very early. On the west, not so much. And we could have an extra half hour, so a 3-hour session is perfectly possible today if Jadeja is in again. Stokes plays defensively, no run. Jared Kimber and Gareth Batty alongside me. Jared, you were about to say something?
How many time zones should it be? Do you know?
Well,
I'm assuming 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, exactly. Yes. That's clipped away out on the onside. I was going to say the very obvious. The country's quite thin at the bottom, so that's okay to have one time zone there. But up north, it's 3. The time is definitely 3 time zones at the top.
I come from a country with multiple time zones. It's not fun. I mean, I don't know what happened with Adelaide. How the hell they went half an hour?
I know the story behind that.
Disgusting behaviour, Bats. They should have been kicked out of the country just for that decision.
Do you know the story about that? Was it water distribution? The story behind it. Here's Jadeja. It's defended by Ben Stokes behind square on the offside, no run. It's too hard to explain. You have to Google it. If any listeners or viewers on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel are watching us, and wherever you may be listening, here's Jadeja again. Stokes comes forward and it's pushed out wide of mid-off. Bumrah does the fielding. They do go through for another couple.
In the summer, Queensland's on one time, Victoria, New South Wales and Tasmania on another time because Queensland won't do daylight savings because of the cows. Adelaide's half an hour behind. Darwin, which is 4,000 million miles away, is also half an hour behind. And then Perth 3 hours behind the main time zone. I mean, that's not a country.
It's not. It's just a collection of time zones.
I've never understood it. I've always thought Melbourne should just go out on its own. But
Gareth Batty, can England take this game to a 5th day? I know they can. Are they likely to take it to a 5th day?
Sorry, man, as I've just woken up about the time zones of Australia. 4 for 41, 2 for 7 off his first 5 overs, Jadeja. I mean, look, you really want it to be the case. You really want England to put up a bit more of a fight and extend on this partnership and really form a partnership just to show and put a little bit of belief back into that group. They'll be despondent right now. I certainly don't see the pitch having too many demons, so yes, I do believe they can.
Siraj in, hits Joe Root on the pad. Suddenly Siraj and Bumrah are getting lavish seam movement, and it looks like the kind of deteriorating pitch type seam movement, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, but the one thing about both seamers in this innings compared to first innings, they've been so disciplined, like ridiculously disciplined. So wherever the ball has been pitching for 4 days now has some kind of in England you get like the little pitch marks in the surface. There's something for them to work on, whether it be cracks, whether it be a change in pace, change in bounce. There's just enough, and they've got the added pressure of the runs on the board and England in a bit of strife.
41 for 4, Joe Root for that on the back foot, pushes it out towards cover. Paddy Tell Fields, no run.
That one that hit him on the pad, just having a little bit of inside edge onto the pad, flew up not far from point. When it bounced, little pebble came up.
Yeah, exactly what made me say
Pebble?
it's deteriorating
the wrong
pitch
word?
movement.
Hey, what, you mean it missed the worm who was trying to head it onto the outside edge?
It's a little piece of the pitch.
I like pebble. I'm not apologising for pebble.
Here's Siraj again up to the crease now. Bowles Root forward, playing defensively. There's no run. No sign of the reverse scoop from Joe Root today. He's playing very, very straight, very orthodox. In fact, I'm not so sure that he's played a horizontal bat shot at all. I think he's just playing very straight.
What, Jadeja with a hamstring catches that, because that went to him. He's saying he was... I don't know, what is he saying?
There was some kind of action that, could I have dived forward? Should I have dived forward?
My hamstring stopped me from accelerating towards that. He did say he's not 100% fit before the game. Here is Siraj again, and it's clipped out towards Joe Root, to Sarfaraz Khan by Joe Root at mid-wicket. I think that's what it was. I saw it late, couldn't push off the ground, couldn't get there.
Wouldn't surprise me if Akshar comes in next test. They just give him a rest. He's made his runs. He's bowled a little bit. Probably bowled more than he wanted when Ashwin wasn't around. So just bring Akshar back in, and if you've got an understudy that good, you might as well use him in that role.
It's his home ground as well, so it's been nice to stay at home for an extra week as the circus moves off to Ranchi for the 4th test. Siraj in again. That's defended by Root once more. 41 for 4.
One thing I would say about Joe Root, certainly in this innings versus the seamers, he's looked to advance down the wicket a bit. He's almost standing outside the popping crease from time to time, a little shimmy down the surface. Is that because he's trying to make DRS and the umpire's decisions harder by getting further down the wicket, so the ball's got to travel more if it does hit him on the pad towards the stumps, and so on and so forth? Or is it just that he's trying to disrupt the bowlers in a really sort of classical manner?
Forward comes Joe Root, this time to Mohammad Siraj, and guides it gently up towards mid-on, straight to the fielder, and there's no run. Root 6, Stokes 7. More from Jared Kimber and Gareth Baddy. John Norman will take over from me. If you were addressing me, I'll listen.
No, you don't have to listen. Didn't even need you involved. Me and Bats have got this. John can have a break if he wants to, have a nap. I was going to say, since the wobble ball has been kind of not worked out, but batters have done it, that's what they've been doing, right, using their crease. And that's essentially what he was doing with the reverse scoop as well. He's saying, you want to bang this ball in, on a length just outside off stump. I'm going to flick it over the slip's head. And this innings, he's gone back with the more traditional thing. And so what Root does, he's got 3 methods. Sometimes he just bats out of his crease. Sometimes he takes a little step and a half. And sometimes he actually bats well inside his crease.
Jadeja to bowl his 6th over. He's picked up 2 wickets for 9 runs. This is played into the offside by Ben Stokes, who's 7 from 21. 41 for 4. England. India needs 6 wickets to win the match. As Jadeja is in again, and this is clipped away past a diving short mid-wicket for a run.
We've seen Rohit do a similar thing, come down a couple of steps, even try and loft the bowler back over their head. And you can see the global averages. So when wobble ball first took over,
Over the wicket to Root. Jadeja on off stump and played comfortably by Joe Root. No run.
The seam averages came down to 25 in 1 year, which is, I think, about the lowest that we've ever had since World War One. And now they've gone back up to closer to what they were. Not as bad as it was before, of course.
Fielders all around the bat for Root, who's forward defensively playing.
And that's just bad as working things out, right? And just working out new methods and ways of handling that. And the first thing they all tried was batting on off stump, remember? That didn't work.
Touch flatter, pushed through by Jadeja. And Sarfraz can't complete the fielding duties at Silly Point. No run.
But you look at the England and the Pakistani players, their inception points have completely changed in the last 2 or 3 years. And then you got someone like Daryl Mitchell.
Touch more air, and Stokes sends Root back. No run there. We've had one run out today. Actually, we've had two run outs today.
Haven't we?
One per innings. Ben Duckett, the first of 4 wickets to fall. It's never good when Gary Morgan sends a list of lowest scores ever scored by opposition in India. England at one stage were 28 for 4 after just 11 overs, 11.1 overs.
As a professional cricketer, what's the worst run out? Chasing 500 or batting in the 3rd innings and in your 80s and 90s? They're both bad.
Yeah.
Good answer.
Don't know, I'm going.
This is radio.
I'm going.
We're being recorded.
And watched.
Oh, it's a tough one. I'm going for Duckett's been the worst.
Ben Duckett, who was 4 not out when he tried to take a run on that Zach Crawley was quite clear early on, wasn't there, but Duckett was halfway down the track before he started to turn back, and he was out by a good couple of yards. He'd given up essentially. Mohamed Siraj round the wicket to Ben Stokes, who helps us off the pads. Square leg can't stop the ball. It's Patidar, and there were 2 fielders converging by the boundary. 4 runs to the score.
Yeah, interesting there, Siraj. At the end of his run-up, he's almost trying to disguise where he's holding the ball, trying not to give the batters an idea of the shiny side or the wet side or the rough side, just covering it in the front of his hand and trying to have a bit more deception.
Was Patidar blocked off there by umpire Joel Wilson at square leg? Would he have fielded that ball if not for the umpire standing his ground? We shall never know. A touch fuller, just a touch, and Stokes drives to mid-off. 46 for 4 England.
It's part of the skill of being a square leg fielder though, isn't it? Because you feel like you're too far back if you're behind the umpire, and when you're in front of the umpire you know that you can't quite get the angles right.
I used to love square leg when I was a bit younger because all the umpires had sweets back then. Werther's Originals and all sorts. I used to love it. I used to try and talk to them. They'd hate me by halfway through the game because I'd sworn at somebody or done something wrong, but I'd get a few sweets at the start.
Here is Siraj, and he beats Stokes on the drive. He's been bowling very, very straight, has Siraj. But just a little bit of a tempter to the left-handed Stokes.
Yeah, from around the wicket, it gets very wide on the crease, does Siraj. So he draws the left-hander into the shot because the angle's always coming into him. You feel like it's coming into your zone and the stumps within the stumps. That DRS line that we see drawn on the TV screen, but it just stayed outside and just held on the outside edge on Ben Stokes.
You're listening to TalkSport 2 as wide of the crease Siraj comes in. This is straighter again. Stokes stays where he is. 12 not out from 26 deliveries. It does look a little bit desperate now, doesn't it? Root was, of course, criticised so heavily for that shot early on. It was yesterday, early on day 3, when seemingly England in a good position suddenly weren't, and they've just never recovered. They collapsed in the first innings. They've had a collapse at the start of this, and they certainly didn't run through India when they were bowling. Just 4 wickets given up by India, who smashed their way to 430 for 4 before they declared about 40 minutes before tea. Pitched up again and driven again by Stokes to mid-on, no run. I mean, we heard Duckett yesterday, and England have fairly or unfairly. I mean, sometimes it does seem like they're speaking to the dressing room rather than to the press, but it's going to be interesting to see how they, not put a spin on things, but how they dissect and talk about this seemingly what will be a big defeat. They're going to go 2-1 down with 2 to play. Something miraculous is going to have to happen on the pads this time, and Stokes will certainly get a couple here. There's a chase for Patidar, who failed to chase the ball down in the last at the start of the over. He successfully does in this time, dragging the ball back just inside the boundary at mid-wicket, but not before Stokes completes the 3rd run. 49 for 4. There's some handy batting to come, but you struggle to see where the 50s and centuries are going to come if they're not to come from the bat of Stokes and Root.
Yeah, and it's the one thing we've seen in this innings from India. They've been super disciplined, really on it. The fielding's been so much better. They've been sharper as a group, obviously because they're in the ascendancy. They're sniffing out the win. Only 6 wickets they need to take now to get that W in the box.
It seems like the belief is back as well, which sounds a bit strange when you consider how they dominated the first 2 days at the first test. They did win comfortably, if the scoreboard will tell you. In that second test match, they're of course missing a couple of players, but this is the first test match where certainly they've been absolutely bang on it with the ball at the start of the second innings, and also actually they were bang on it with the ball at the start of day 3 as well. Despite that great start for England, runs were much more difficult to come by than they had been at the end of day 2, when all hell seemed to be breaking loose, especially when Ben Duckett was at the crease. But we're now in that kind of more familiar position that we've grown accustomed to whilst watching India at home over the last 10 years. That is a very flat and quite fast delivery from Jadeja. Almost seemed to hurl that one in.
Just on the scoreboard here, they've already switched it over to India needs 6 wickets to win.
Yep, they have. That's been up there for a good 20 minutes or so, I think, as Stokes defends into the leg side.
And so generally, we always argue about this, because teams will be chasing 480 and they'll be like 5 wickets down and it'll still say 386 to win.
Defends into the offside as Stokes. He's 15 not out.
Like, it should always be the most likely result at any stage is the one that should be on the scoreboard.
Just seeing a replay of the run out of Duckett. As Jadeja is in again. There's a turn, but Stokes plays on the back foot, watches it all the way onto the bat. Bairstow has had a poor test.
Poor series?
Actually struck on the pads. This is a sharp turn, but hitting Ben Stokes well outside the line of off stump. He's kind of playing a half shot. He's hit a couple of 30s and a couple of 20s. Yeah, but Duck in first innings. He's only faced 8 deliveries in the match for twice out, Bairstow. This is straighter, with Stokes playing around his pad. And it's a decent, smart little bit of fielding by Sarfraz Khan at short leg to prevent a run. So another over gone.
Did Ben Stokes actually play a shot to that ball? I don't think it would have hit anyway, but...
No, it was a little bit like... Do you remember the ball that Warne bowled to Strauss and it went through his legs and almost bowled him through his legs? It almost looked like that could have happened there. Ben Stokes got a bit stuck with his feet. Luckily, it shot across the floor instead of bouncing and going across sort of his body, which would have been dangerous. You could see middle and leg stump.
And he sort of had his bat in a position where he was almost thinking, well, I need to pretend this is a shot, whereas actually probably what he should have been thinking at that stage is, I need to stop this spinning back into my stumps.
Yeah. But it was the first over that Jadeja had gone over the wicket to him, so a different line of attack, and Jadeja's got the desired result. A bit of indecision from the England captain. I mean, had that have spun that little bit more, I think he gets the wrong side of it, and you can't actually physically get your bat around to stop it hitting the stumps. He went a long way across. Anyway, the end result is nothing happened, and it goes down as a dot in the scoreboard.
I love that Strauss ball by Warne, because it happens like over a decade after the Gatting ball, but Strauss's face is the same. He's like, he's faced him, he's gone through, he knows who Shane Warne is.
I'm just trying to think which one, because
the one where it's
2005,
2005,
or the one in 2006 at Melbourne, the wicket number 700 ball.
No, 2005.
Kuldeep Yadav has just replaced Mohammad Siraj, and there's no run from his first ball. He bowled brilliantly well yesterday at the start of day 3. As he's in again with a short leg and a slip in position. This keeps low, hurries on as well, and Root does well to jam his bat down in time.
2005, round the wicket into the foot marks.
Yeah.
Strauss gets bowled behind his hip, or behind his pads, and then he's looking at the pitch and the stumps, trying to work out, which is exactly what Gatting did. If you remember, Gatting was looking at the pitch and looking back as if to go, how did it get from there to there? 10 years on, of having seen Warne do it so many times, it still confused him.
Outside edge, wristily played by Root, almost like he wanted to dab this down to third, but there's a slip in place and it just dropped short of Rohit Sharma.
Yeah, this is the danger from Kuldeep Yadav, bowling over the wicket but spinning it back into Root. The angle is taking it outside the eye line to spin back in, and it'll take him a few balls to get used to the different line, the different trajectory, and the different dismissals that come into play, and that front shin is a massive dismissal for Kuldeep.
Very straight on the wicket. He's very, very straight here, Kuldeep Yadav. He's bowled it on a leg stump line, and it's short. Root has rocked back to try and pull this, but it's kept so low, it's nutmegged Root. And the keeper's done very well to collect this, by the way. And it's just gone past the leg stump.
Not a no ball?
Did it bounce a couple of times? It did keep very low, as Root this time is forward and defends.
So you will know better than me. The second bounce of the ball was just past the stumps as the keeper collects it.
Oh, I thought it was before.
There.
No, it's before. It's after.
So it's before the stumps.
Yeah, and I don't know if it needed to bounce twice before the crease or the stumps.
Right.
Anyway, it was so close. The umpires may not have picked it up.
And it kept so low, and this one keeps low as well, but there's turn as well. And again, Root does very well. He's playing very deep. He whips his hands across with the bat and does take a single to square leg, but good luck.
Kuldeep's bowling subterranean. He's a mole man. You see him in, the IPL and everything. He's getting spin and bounce, whatever. We've seen him so much in this Test series, just rolling balls along the ground. Pea shooters.
Cool. If you could teach people to spin it a little bit but roll it along the ground, there'd be an absolute jet, wouldn't there?
Let's start a business. Just tell people we've worked it out.
Yeah.
50's up for England, though. Root's got off strike, and now he's going to have to face another challenge. Shadej is going to continue 2 for 10 from his 7. He bowled a maiden last time out. He just readies himself again. Fielders all around the bat as Root plays it back, and this bounces a fraction more than he was expecting.
So last over they're rolling along the ground, and now they're popping up on him.
Yeah, the pitch is definitely starting to play some tricks that we've not seen for the rest of the game. Oh,
well, Joe Root has lost off stump. He stepped away from the crease. There must have been movement behind the arm. We've seen this on a couple of occasions. He's clean bowled him. But it is a dead ball. There's been a couple of occasions we've seen the batter withdraw from the batting stance just as the ball is about to be delivered. In this case, Jadeja continued on with the delivery.
He was quite late, though, moving back.
Very late. Very, very late. Smothering the spin Root.
When he first started to move back, I just thought it was a shot because I'm so used to this version of England. I was like, what's he going to do here? And then I realised he was walking off.
And that's the question, isn't it? Because, as again Root is forward, it's the mark of a batter who can play or come up against this kind of deliveries. One's keeping low, one's turning. He's got he's got wrist spin, left-handed wrist spin, He's got balls popping up, but does he change his game? And so far, you'd have to say he isn't. Again, this is straight and defended by Root, who's still 7 not out.
I think it's the traditional way of playing now, that everybody talks about playing spin in the subcontinent. If you can trust your defence, you have a very good chance of scoring runs. Whereas I think Bazball's possibly gone the other way. We don't trust our defence, so we're going to play lots of shots, which has its own challenges.
This is on the pad of Joe Root. Jadeja wants it, and umpire Joe Wilson has raised his finger. There was a leg slip in place, regulation and a silly point, and Jadeja has gone straight. It's hit Joe Root flush on the boot.
TV umpire to direct.
And Joe Wilson thinks that the former England skipper's got to go. And if he does, England will be 50 for 5.
It looked pretty out to me. Usually you would say, hopefully got some bat on it, but it's called it slip anyway, wasn't it? So, looked very, very straight. Just hits above the badge on the pads, on the very bottom.
Confirm that with the ultra edge,
straightens a little bit from what, middle, I'd say, maybe hitting off.
Will show that.
Is that what you see, Bats?
I'm seeing the original decision being upheld, unfortunately, from an England point of view.
Well, Johnny Bairstow's looking at the replay.
He might be doing that quiz. The guy next to him's got a pen in his hand.
He's got the quiz question wrong, and he's seen the LBW.
Yeah, that's 7 letters.
That's Sachs. Sachs loves the quiz.
We're going through the replay. Didn't hit him flush on the boot, as Jared said. It actually bounced before. There is some turn, but we can see off stump. Root is forward.
Make sure it doesn't touch the elbow. I've got a spike there, but I've got
it's hitting the ground.
A gap between bat and ball.
Yeah, it's the bat on the ground.
Just go back again. Just go back for me.
This won't go down well.
Well, I think he hit it. He was caught anyway, wasn't he? He was caught at slip. So it would be given out either way.
It's daylight, isn't it?
But you're right. I'm not sure the umpire's watching 7 angles
I've got
of
bat
this.
on ground
The ball
when the
is
spike is there, and I've got a clear gap between bat and ball.
Thank you.
So we can go through to the pad there. Yep, we've got impact on the pad. So can we go through to ball tracking when it's ready? We've got no bat involved. Ball tracking coming up now.
Has it done
Joel,
too much?
Impact is in line and umpire's call. So be staying with your original decision on out.
Not sure it was clipping the outside of
Joel,
off.
I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen now. Signal now.
So Root's got to go. The shake of the head. And the kind of where we were with Zach Crawley. Both batters were feeling another day. The umpire's finger would have stayed down, and they would have stayed where they were, because whilst the ball was hitting, it was only doing so marginally. But hey, that's where we are. You do make your own luck in life, and England are so far behind this game, they won't feel really that they've got too much to complain about come the end of today or tomorrow. And either way, the ball was shown to be hitting the stump. So Root's got to go. Leg before wicket bowled Jadeja for 7. India are now 5 wickets away from winning this match and going 2-1 up. And Jadeja is proving to be the difference between the two sides at the early stages of this second innings.
Yeah, not for the first time. Jadeja, the destroyer of an England batting lineup. It's just so difficult to sweep. Because of his trajectory, he gets the ball to travel further than the batter thinks. It's difficult to pick length. So he just generally just creep it up. It gets a bit fuller on you as you're getting down to sweep, and that's what happened on the occasion there from Root. Could he have kept defending? Yeah, he probably could, and I suppose this is the raging debate that has been going on since yesterday. Sometimes you have to do something which looks a bit extreme, and looks a bit, I suppose, reckless, to try and get the bowler off their spot and off their rhythm. On this occasion, went for defence first and found a similar outcome.
Ben Foakes is the new batter and is forward and won't get off the mark first ball. That is the end of the over, and it's another good one for India. Joe Root, who you'd imagine is still the wicket that India want above all others, despite the fact he's averaging Well, he was averaging before this innings 14, I think. So that's gone down by another run, or possibly 2. And now India will feel that they've got one. With respect to folks, they will feel that they're kind of almost there. Is that fair, would you say?
I think India would see it that way. I think the substantial, big, long innings that historically people have played, we're at the last pair now, and you feel like that door's been not ajar now for India. It's been kicked open.
We've seen folks really struggle to pick Kuldeep, and he's going to come out and have to do it on a pitch where they're rolling along the ground as well. Like, it's just such a challenge, and we were expecting this maybe a day, maybe even 4 sessions ago. We've been waiting for the wicket to get that little bit tougher, and it's good bowling as well. They probably don't need Ashwin at this stage.
It's great bowling, but it's also, you find yourself on the back foot. All of a sudden balls are doing more than they were doing previously, and I think that's where England find themselves. The door is well and truly kicked open from an India perspective.
Here is Kuldeep Yadav, and it's Stokes facing, and he's got a man stationed square of the wicket in the offside, just so a forward silly point, and he's also got 2 further fielders behind the bat on the offside. And Yadav tosses this up on middle. You were talking about Joe Root coming up against Kuldeep and just working out his angles and the new threat. And one of the points that Jared is saying, and we've spoken about, is just how rarely batters have to come up against this particular mode of threat. Because it doesn't take Joe Root a few deliveries to get his mind around facing off spin, does it? Or leg spin, say, because he faces more of it, defended on the middle and leg line by Ben Stokes.
Yeah, I can certainly speak for the boys that I've seen practicing at the Oval. So Ben Foakes would have put down different carpets, different mats, and used a machine called Merlin, where you can set it up to give different trajectory balls coming down, and you can get used to drilling against a bowler.
Again, playing very, very deep in his crease is Stokes. And as you can imagine, the chatter levels are starting to peak in the field as the Indians are sniffing victory and a day off, possibly. On the sweep is Stokes. He's not happy with the shot. There's a huge appeal, and umpire Dharmasena has raised his finger as well. Stokes is reviewed almost immediately, and the reaction from Kuldeep Yadav suggests possibly
can we get a front on, please?
This might be a little tighter than some of those that we've seen today.
Yeah, John, I feel if it's not got an inside edge to it, he's pretty out. It's not pitching outside the leg, it feels like it's pitching in line. We'll have to wait and see.
Okay, it appears it's gone close to the bat, so we'll go to ultra edge, please. Ultra edge coming up now, Kumar. We've got a flat line as it goes past the bat. Yep, flat line until it hits the pad, so we can go to ball tracking when it's ready, please.
Well, as you heard, there was no bat on ball.
Just waiting on ball tracking, Kumar.
Yeah, I just feel might be slightly outside the line of leg stump. Very,
Ball
very
tracking coming
close.
now.
Just have a feeling.
Here we go.
Pitching in line, impact in line, and hitting the wickets. Kumar, I'll start with your original decision. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen now, signal now.
50 for 6 England, the skipper's gone. India all over the tourists today in Rajkot. Success for Kuldeep. India 4 away. Abhishek Jhunjhunwala and Andrew McKenna will take you through the next stages, and Bumble, maybe it's time to start the car.
Oh, it sure is. England are being swept away. It's the sweep that's doing for them, LBWs. If you're in line, you've got to get something on it. The spin bowlers turning the screw. Kuldeep this time with his first wicket in his second over. Oh, what a dismal performance this is. 50 for 6 in the 23rd over.
Yeah, this is quite poor. 3 batters out trying to sweep the ball from the middle stump. I wouldn't call it the smartest of shots, but India has been on the money.
50 for 6 inside 23 overs. Crawley 11, Duckett 4, Pope 3, Root 7, Bairstow 4, Stokes 15. Now Ben Foakes and Rayan Ahmed are together in the middle. They face one ball between them. Ashwin still hasn't bowled yet, by the way.
No, he's probably able to bowl now, but he's not been required. And there'll be a massive reaction to the way that England have gone about this 50 for 6. And I think they will be defiant, and that's what it's going to be like. We'll have some great matches and remind everyone about the matches that they've had and the wins, but you know, a defeat's a defeat, but it's the manner of the defeat.
100%.
I mean, you can go down in a way. This innings, one of the arguments would be this innings isn't the issue. We go back to, and I'm sorry to do this, we go back to Joe Root's dismissal yesterday when they're in a great position and then don't make as many runs as they should do, which then puts India into bat to give them the opportunity to then go and make 430 for 4 declared, which sets England 557. 557 is an astronomical target to be even theoretically thinking of trying to chase. So to be 50 for 6 in this second innings, yes, it's bad, but the argument will be that actually it's been set up by the first innings not being as big as it should have been.
What was the score on day one? What was the score? It was for 260?
They were at close of play on day 2 with 207 for 2 after 35 overs.
And then it all just fell apart.
There were
Absolutely.
319 all out in 71 overs.
And also just a couple of things, Maka. First, India scored at 5 and over in the second innings. And it didn't feel like they took any unnecessary risk. Everyone got set first and then they unleashed, they played their shots.
Here we go, back on again then with Kuldeep bowling to Rayan. Rayan is deep in the crease, punching to the aforementioned Ravichandran Ashwin. Welcome back to the game, he's fielded a ball. It's the end of the over, 23 gone here on TalkSport 2. India have England 50 for 6. They are 4 wickets away from victory in this test match. Remember, India, if they are close to victory as we get to the end of the overs is probably going to be 11:30 UK time. They can claim an extra 7 overs, which would then put them into sort of midday UK time region. So there is still plenty of cricket left in this.
But the weather's absolutely fine. It's down to the captain then. The captain would request to the umpires, we think we can finish this today, and the umpires would obviously say, yes, you can. No, it's up to him. He might just say, well, we'll come back tomorrow, but they do like a day off.
Jadeja goes in and bowls to Foakes, and bowls a beauty that grips and turns and bounces off the surface and goes past the outside edge through to the keeper.
And India has been brilliant, Mumbles, with the ball. We have seen England bowl on the same pitch. Nothing has happened. I cannot imagine that the pitch has completely gone the other way in 1 hour.
Jadeja is in, Foakes is forward, it's off the middle of the bat, back towards mid-off. There's lots of oohs and ahs and cries of catch it and all of that, as there's going to be, as India close in on a victory that would take them 2-1 up in the series. Jadeja, a little bit of loop on this one. Foakes drives, it's out to Jaiswal at extra cover, no run.
But they've been completely outplayed, and technically the batting and the young players of India have been technically better than England's batters. They'd be more suited with the ball, certainly.
Jadeja around the wicket, sort of drives that into the surface, it grips off it. Foakes is solidly forward, no run. So there's 17 overs left of the allocation of 90 in today's play, and then the 7 more if required. Jadeja in, Foakes push into extra cover again, and there's no run.
Yeah, they've just been brilliant with the ball. They put the ball in the right areas. They managed to get a lot more out of the surface than England bowlers did. It's just been terrific performance, both with bat and ball in this game by India.
Not easy to defend here, boys. Not easy.
Not easy to defend here, boys, is the cry from around the bat. You might have just picked up on the stump. Mike Jadeja bowls the final ball of the over, and folks is playing it out square on the offside. No run, of course. England say they don't play for draws, so defending's not really a factor in all of this.
Abhishek, you understand this, that the chat between the players, the Indian players, would be in their own language, but the chat that they want the English to hear is in English.
It's always been the case, and they want to make a point, they will make it. And Rohit is always so funny behind the stumps when he's standing in the slips. He doesn't say a lot, but he'll say a few things, but yeah, it matters when he says it.
So Rayan Ahmed's going to be facing Kuldeep. Just gone 10:15 this Sunday morning in the UK. Still a day to go, but well, you get very long odds on tomorrow being needed at this rate.
England team for the next Test match, we can discuss that.
Yeah. Well, Joe Root's finger's going to be part of that discussion. In goes Kuldeep, gives this one some air. Rayan really hits it hard back to the bowler in his follow-through. He's not able to stop it. And there's no run. What's your gut feeling at the moment then, Bumble?
My gut feeling is that both opening bowlers will be rested. So they need something else there. Whether it's just one seamer and lots of spinners again, I should think it'll be a good pitch, this next one, if India go 2-1 up.
Kuldeep over the wicket. Rayan's trying to force it off the back foot. The front foot is almost knocking down the square leg umpire. He's cleared the front of the body that much. It bounces and beats him and goes through to the keeper, no run.
With one thing with Rayan, you know he's going to play his shots. He doesn't trust his defence on this surface against this quality bowling attack of India. Two very good spinners.
Kuldeep is in. Big strike forward from Rayan, pushing to extra cover. Jadeja is the man there. There's no run.
I should think that Joe Root is a major doubt. The way that we've seen him taking painkillers throughout. He's bowled 27 overs. Incredible. Johnny Bairstow hasn't got a run.
Kuldeep is in. Rayan Ahmed plonks him back over his head. He's got a long way underneath this, but hasn't cleared the boundary. And Siraj takes the catch at long on. And Rayan goes for a duck. And England are 50 for 7. He goes for the big shot. He got plenty of height, but not enough distance. Kuldeep has got 2 for 1. England are 50 for 7 inside 25 overs. As TalkSport listeners join us, another wicket goes down. David Lloyd, your thoughts?
Well, it's extraordinary when you look at the scoreboard and 50 for 6, and you as a batter haven't got off the mark. There's a fielder out in the deep, and you're caught at deep, long on. You've got to go. Incredible.
Bumble, this can't be fun. This can't be fun for people watching, and whatever you say, the brand of cricket, whatever you're trying to get. But it has to make some sense.
Well, I know that when you're having interviews, sometimes you can say the wrong thing. I'm going back to last night, and they put Ben Duckett up. And you just look at the interview and think, no. We're going to have great fun chasing this down. They're only 330 on, and they're 50 for 7. You know, that last, he's a kid, he's 19 years of age, and sucked into that's what we do, that's how we play. The 50 for 6, you haven't scored, there's a spinner on with a long on, and you chip it straight to him. I'm in that Shane Warne camp. If he's going to finish it early.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, remember, of course, that Test matches 3 and 4 are back-to-back. So there's not a lot of room in this one. The Ranchi Test starts on the 23rd. After Ranchi, there is then another week-long break before the final test in Dharamshala. The plan, as I understand it, is the England players will actually go down to Goa for that week break. They're not going back to Abu Dhabi on this occasion. Kuldeep to go into Hartley. It's off the inside edge, loops into the leg side, and there's no run 50 for 7 it remains.
And this is one that jumps. Wrist spinner, and it's a googly. It hits the shoulder of the bat and lobs over short leg.
And the moment you play a ball like that, you don't trust your defense at all, and then you're going to try and swing it from your hip.
Hartley is facing Kuldeep once again. Hartley is just playing it quietly down to long on. Siraj, by the way, is in that deep, straight behind the bowler fielding position again that Jarrod Kimber's been talking about a lot here on TalkSport 2 in recent times, in that why have one fielder at long on and long off? Let's just have one directly beyond the bowler and he can cover both sides, and that's where Siraj is stationed. End of 25 overs. Well, England have at least got to that stage. 50 for 7, having been set 557 to win the game. So India are 3 balls away potentially from taking a 2-1 lead in this series.
Especially if that fielder who's directly in line, dead straight, is a good sprinter and can sprint either side.
Again,
Jadeja is in. He's outside of Folkes' off stump. Folkes doesn't play through to the keeper. No run.
going back to Rehan's shot, it was a terrible shot given the field. But if you're a youngster, you just go into Test cricket. I'll come back after this delivery.
Jadeja is in. It stands up, takes the outside edge of Folkes' bat, goes to an area where there's not a fielder close in, and is a dot ball.
And if England is looking at him as somebody who can be a proper batter, who can be number 5, number 6 batter, who can bowl a bit, wouldn't you take this as an opportunity?
Folkes is pushing Jadeja to extra cover, no run.
It's such a poor dismissal, and you can excuse it if you're going to excuse it. He's a young kid, he's only starting. Well, that's what we're supposed to be doing, that's how we play. He ain't got a run on the board.
Jadeja in, Folkes off the back foot, punches well fielded at a point to keep it to a single. That is Kuldeep doing the fielding. 51 for 7, so it means England are still over 500 runs away. India's biggest win against England in terms of runs is 317. It's going to take something absolutely enormous for this not to be India's biggest victory against England in terms of runs. 51 for 7.
This could be India's biggest victory ever against any team. Yeah.
Steve Harvey said at the beginning, said 4-1 India. I remember that.
He did. Jadeja around the wicket to the left-handed Hartley, trying to go across him but spin it back in. Hartley solidly forward, plays it back to the bowler, no run.
Next pitch, what would you expect for this next pitch?
So I recently played in Ranchi, and you can create whatever you want, really. So I wouldn't be surprised if India again try and create a turner. Why not?
Jadeja in, left arm around the wicket. The left-handed Hartley pushes to short mid-on, no run.
I think this is a really good pitch. This is a super pitch. There's something in it. The batters, as we've seen, the Indian batters especially, have scored huge runs. Win the toss, bat first. They've done that, got 445. Bowlers get to work. The bowlers have got... I don't think it's fair to say the better bowlers, they've got more out of it than England. Far more out of it. Ashwin's been a passenger. You haven't seen Ashwin. He got 500 Test match wickets.
I don't know why he has made that much effort to go and come back. We should have just stayed home. There's no reason.
It's a handicap system. India are going to play with 10.
Exactly. We don't need him.
Well, Kuldeep's given it a right old rip. And 3 overs, 2 for 1 in the second innings. So far, he will be bowling to Folkes. Spins himself a couple of catches to make sure that the fingers are still nice and loose, and then he goes, gives it a little bit of air. Push drive from Folkes. There was a yes-no moment. The aforementioned Ravichandran Ashwin is the man who is at mid-off. He will jog around and they'll take a couple. 53 for 7 England.
Do you know, there's such an interest in whatever cricket you're playing, club and league cricket, when a wrist spinner comes on, it's really interesting. You get clattered, you get some runs, but you spin it. Wrist spinners spin it.
Yeah, it just happens that bit more. Kuldeep goes in, beats Folkes on the outside edge. That one doesn't quite turn as much. Folkes plays inside it through to the keeper.
If Roy has any sense behind there, he should just be saying, just hold your bat still and we'll try and hit it.
Yeah.
Kuldeep, slip, short leg, short mid on. Folks is deep in his crease, but defending. That's Jurel, you can hear behind the stumps, giving it the oohs and the ahs.
It's been so skillful from both Jadeja and Kuldeep Yadav. They've been to the task from the very first ball. They've been right on the money. They're hardly given anything to the batters. And Bumrah and Shiraz did the same when they started.
Kuldeep is in. That was a little bit short, so horizontal, folks. Bounces a bit, turns it round the corner, no run.
So a lot of spin, and the ball is spinning and jumping time and time again. Quality spinners. I would suggest that this wicket-keeper is not the best wicket-keeper in India, but he's done fine. Absolutely fine.
He's kept really well.
Kuldeep goes in. He's bringing folks forward. Plays it to mid-on, short mid-on. Fires it back to Jurel, the keeper. Is that Jadeja under the helmet at short mid-on?
I don't think Jadeja will be ever under the helmet.
Am I right there that Jurel would not be the best wicket-keeper in India?
You're absolutely right. Yeah, everyone's waiting for Rishabh Pant, but even apart from Rishabh Pant, I think Ishan Kishan is a better wicket-keeper.
It's Kuldeep coming in, played back down the pitch. No run, and Kishan just recently lost his central contract, didn't he? All there was talk about his central contract situation. End of the over, 27 gone, 53 for 7 here on TalkSport 2. Boys, keep talking. I'm going to get out of the way for Neil Manthorpe.
I really don't know what's going on with Ishan Kishan, because he was there in the test team. Then he wanted to take some time off cricket. Rahul Dravid came and gave a statement that it's all up to him. He has to play some Ranji Trophy games, and he was supposed to play the Ranji Trophy game this week, but he opted out of it. There's something definitely going on between Ishan Kishan and the board that he's not out here.
But the point that I was sort of making is that Jurel is not the best wicket-keeper in India. Is keeping to quality, difficult spin bowling. He's done fine. In England, we are obsessed. All the debate. No, Ben Foakes, he's got to play. Ben Foakes is the greatest, this, that and the other. Other teams don't see it that way. They just don't.
I think the reason he was given an opportunity, Bumble, was because of his batting, and he's done really well in the first innings. He batted really well for his 47 odd he got. And with the gloves as well, he's done an exceptional job. That take to get run out was unbelievable.
Here's Ashwin, and on the back foot goes Tom Hartley, punching this one out towards cover, and there's no run. So Ashwin, who we were told 3 days ago would take no further part in the test match. Well, I'm delighted to say that the family emergency has to some extent been resolved. He's back, and now he's bowling. Forward comes Hartley again, playing defensively, and there's no run.
Well, that's a point about this game and this performance by England, is that Ashwin has been non-existent, really. 500 test match wickets, and it's the others that have done it.
Ashwin in again, bowls. Hartley well beaten outside the off stump. Beauty. Ashwin fizzing that one past the outside edge as Hartley's speculative forward defensive proved ineffective. England are 53 for 7. They're losing the test match today, you would think. Hartley comes forward, pushes that one out. And as for margins of victory, well, it's currently would be 504 runs.
It's a big margin, isn't it?
Maybe one of the biggest ever. Well, it is one of the biggest ever. It may be a short and cut shot from Hartley, turn and bounce over the top edge into the gloves of Jurel.
I'd just love to see a forward shot as well, along with the silly point. Just get as many men as possible in front of his eyes.
Yeah, Hartley 0 from 9 balls. Here's Ashwin again. Oh, that one keeps very low, shoots along the ground. Fielded by Yashasvi Jaiswal at mid-off, no run. Foakes has 3. Hartley is yet to score. England are 53 for 7, and must say that it's one of the more comprehensive performances England have suffered in ever.
Oh, it's a thrashing, is this? And I think it's such a good pitch. You know, such an interesting test match pitch. You've seen the effect of Siraj and Bumrah, so there's something there. We've seen a double 100, there's something there. We've seen the potency of spin bowling. I think it's a super pitch.
We have to remember what the score was at the end of day 2. England,
that's it. Oh, that's it.
England were 207 for 2. Short and wide and cut. That wasn't a great ball from Kuldeep Yadav, and 4 runs, a welcome brief respite and relief for England and for Ben Foakes. All inconsequential and irrelevant. He moves to 7 though, 57 for 7.
After that second day at England, just over 200 for 2 and no Ashwin. Ashwin's left. I thought the response from India was fabulous. The captain, the senior players really stepped up.
And the response from England was less than fabulous.
They've been poor from then on. England have not been in the game.
Here's Kuldeep again, down the wicket, using his feet nicely. Here comes Ben Foakes, driving for another 4. 2 in the over. It's actually a lovely shot. It's a lovely cricket shot. He's just not charged down the wicket, just a step and a half, got to the pitch of it, lovely straight drive.
Yeah, that's excellent batting. Great use of the feet and not trying to overhit it, just timed it. Great transfer of weight into the ball as well. Mid-off inside the circle. Had no chance.
Remember John Inverarity?
I do.
Remember
yes.
John? Coach. Wonderful man.
Here's Kuldeep. Oh, big appeal for leg before wicket. Impact outside the off stump, I think.
Rob Key tells us tale. Rob Key would be captain at the time, and he used to have a flat cap and a jacket on as a coach. Brilliant, loved it. Went out, got them all how to play spin. How do you play spin? He said, what do they call that delivery when you step down the pitch and you catch the ball on the half volley? And the lad said it's a half volley.
TV umpire to director.
He said, I don't know about you.
LBW, original decision.
I used to love half volleys. He just walked away.
India reviewed this, and I'm not getting very excited about it because umpire Kumar Damasina said immediately when he gave it not out, he said it's impact outside.
I think Rohit in India has been better in all aspect of the game. I think Rohit is just trying to match Ben Stokes when it comes to review.
Check for ultra edge, please.
I hit the pad first. The bat's very close, but it's behind the ball, so it has definitely hit the pad first.
But impact with the pad first.
I think it's probably a stump and a half wide of off stump.
He's outside off stump playing a shot. He gave that impression immediately. He gave the decision. The umpire.
Yeah, it is a stump and a half.
So Kumar, you'll be staying with your original decision.
So in other words, that would have hit the outside of a
I'll let you know when you're on
fifth
screen.
stump.
You're on screen now, signal now.
You don't speak too soon, but I think he's had an excellent game, Damasina.
Do you remember I was talking a couple of days ago about Aleem Dar, who used to get really stroppy with Hawkeye when he was umpiring? He really... And I remember... So it wasn't when he was overruled so much as when it was confirmed that he was right. Here's Kuldeep Foakes drives again only as far as cover, fielded by Jadeja. So Kumar Damasini has made a really obvious, easy decision. And then the third umpire comes on and goes, stay with your decision, Kumar, you are correct. And Aleem Dar used to go, I know, I know I was correct. Get really stroppy with it. He came to not love it, but he came to live with it, Aleem Dar. That's pushed away defensively, no run.
Table tennis, man. Loved a game of table tennis, Aleem.
What I loved about Aleem Dar is the way that the umpires these days jet around the world, and he would always, even if the international teams weren't netting, because he would go and stand in the nets, he would ask and say, can I come and, because he felt that was the best way to stay in nick,
Definite.
Stay practice. But I once found him umpiring in a club game in Australia, in Perth. That was driven down the ground towards mid-on, and there's no run. And I think, it may not even have been a grade game. It was just a sort of regular club game where the players, the dismissed batsmen would do the umpiring, 6 overs each.
Oh, brilliant in the UK. Wednesday night league, Abby.
And there's Aleem Dar, just getting whatever practice he could. Just, keep the eyes trained, keep sharp, keep focused. Oh, great man, Aleem Dar.
I might have a game this year. I might do. We'll just see how I am out, how the health is. Wednesday night, 20 overs, or 18 if it's cold, or 16 if everybody's thirsty.
Ashwin in for his second over, and forward comes Hartley playing defensively.
You'll not know much about the Pillmore League, will you?
No.
No. Wednesday night. Our team play at Newburgh Priory. There's no changing rooms. You have to come changed.
Here's Ashwin. Down the wicket comes Hartley, and he's hoisted that over long on. He's hit it very nicely indeed, actually, and it's landed comfortably over the ropes. So a little bit of consolation boundary hitting here. A couple of fours from Ben Foakes, and now a super on drive from Tom Hartley. And that has his little two-step there from Hartley, getting to the pitch of it. Nicely done.
I don't know about you, but I like our volleys.
Here's Ashwin again, short, wide, and cut by Hartley for 4 more. That wasn't a good delivery from our Ashwin, and it deserved what it got.
Lovely shot. Just rocking back. And that's the way he bats. He's always attacking against the spinners. I don't think he's too confident defending against the likes of Kuldeep and Ashwin.
Ashwin into Hartley, and this one turns and bounces and hits the outside edge of the bat, and it's chased down to the boundary by Jadeja, who overhauls it 15 yards short of the boundary. And they go through for a couple more. Fortuitous runs there for Hartley, 72 for 7.
Out with the gully.
Just one.
If you'd have had a gully in there, that's out.
I do like any league that starts after the regulation work hours, though, Bumble. You know, it used to be like it would be a 6 o'clock start.
6
wouldn't
o'clock
it?
start. Yeah.
There's another league. It's not a league, it's the last man standing. I don't know if Bumble, you know much about it.
No, go on.
Yeah, last man standing is, again, it started from Australia. And you just create your own team. Anybody can create their own team with 6 people, and they play. And there's so many matches, and it's
6 aside.
Yeah, it's a 6 aside. It's a 6 aside. And yeah,
How many overs? 6.
if I'm not wrong, everyone bowls 1 over.
So-
Something like that.
Okay.
Yes, everyone bowls 1 over or 2 overs, and it's a lot of fun. This happens all over the UK, and I've been asked to play a lot of times last man standing. But I just love the name.
Yeah. It evokes lots of images, doesn't it? Here's Ashwin, then bowling to Ben Foakes, who sweeps this. I think a big, grandiose sweep shot down towards deep backward square leg, just a single.
I'm not sure that's in the north. Has it hit the north? Which is a very good song. That is a song, Hit the North, by The Fall. People in the UK. It is. Yeah, it is. Of course, it's light. You'll remember The Fall. Hit the North.
No, Ashwin has a left-hander. He feasts on left-handers, but that's too wide to Hartley. Leaves it alone. No run. Foakes 12, Hartley 11. It's been a tale of woe for England today, with India declaring on 430 for 4. They resumed on 196 for 2. And Yashasvi Jaiswal, who was 104 not out when he retired with back spasms yesterday, returned to make an unbeaten 214. Shubman Gill was run out for 91. More inspirational work from Captain Ben Stokes in the field. Kuldeep Yadav, the night watchman, went for 27, and Sarfaraz Khan finished unbeaten on 68. So 430 for 4 left England with a target of 557. And so far, before Foakes and Hartley, only one of the England top 6 reached double figures, and that was Stokes, who made 15. I beg your pardon, Crawley made 11, Zach Crawley made 11. Ben Duckett ran himself out for 4, Ollie Pope went for 3, Joe Root for 7 from 40 balls, Johnny Bairstow for 4, sweeping his 3rd ball, missing it. Kuldeep Yadav in once again to Foakes, who clips this out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. At that stage, England were 50 for 7, so I wouldn't describe 73 for 7 as a recovery or even a consolation, but who knows? It's time spent in the middle for Foakes and Hartley. They'll be learning, no doubt, something about batting the end of a 4th day in a test match in India, but the end is nigh. Here is Kuldeep Yadav again. Foakes comes forward and steers that one out towards extra cover. Gareth Batty is alongside me with Jared Kimber. Bats, of course, knows Ben Foakes better than most people, better than many of the England supporters who are there, and you may know what might be going through Foakes' mind. Gareth Batty, and that one is clipped away by Foakes to deep square leg, another single.
Yeah, I mean, he's incredibly diligent as a player. One of the hardest working players on the circuit. He spent hours and hours before going to India. I'm laughing because of the hours spent on a machine called Merlin, He would have set it up at different angles, trying to replicate Kuldeep Yadav and Ashwin and Jadeja with the different spin revolutions that you can put on this machine, and putting different carpets down. We tried all sorts, sort of shower mats, carpets from the committee room. Also, I mean, if people knew where we'd stolen carpets from around the Oval, there'd be hell to pay. Certainly didn't leave any stone unturned.
Here's Kuldeep. That's very wide indeed of the off stump. So were you walking through a Surrey committee room and thought this carpet might replicate an Indian fourth day test pitch?
Yeah, can we talk about something? I'm going to get the sack here, but yes, you see the carpets to either wipe your shoes on that might have the...
Oh, like a doormat. Oh, okay, that's driven by Hartley down towards long on, and they go through for a single. Now that makes sense, like one of those coarse mats that you...
Yeah. I know everybody thinks that everything's made out of silk, gold and diamonds at the Oval, but it's not quite the case. We do have the things to wipe your feet on and so on and so forth. But just trying to get different surfaces to make the ball react difficultly, I suppose, is the word. You don't want it to be consistent. You want it to bounce, not bounce, spin massive, be unpredictable.
Folks 13, Hartley 12. Folks on strike down the leg side. This one turning sharply and nicely taken by Dhruv Jurel, the keeper. No run, 75 for 7.
The surfaces of these Surrey nets are it's some of the most baffling. I don't know who put that surface in and thought it was supposed to replicate cricket. It is a very, very interesting surface. And the first time I went there and saw carpets on, I was like, I think you guys can afford to just relay this.
See, there we go. Why does it always have to come down to money? You're bullying people for success. It's just not fair. It's not appropriate.
Merlin. What's the difference between Merlin and the average bowling machine?
Well, Merlin is this. It was devised by the ECB.
It wasn't devised by the ECB.
Merlin wasn't devised by the
Henry
ECB.
Pryor. Henry Pryor was the man who invented it.
Sorry, bought by the ECB. I thought they'd sort of had conversations.
It. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it is only for facing spin. It's the way that it's set up. There's a lighting system to give you cues for your pre-ball movement, and it can go to different heights and different settings. It's a fantastic machine. It is only to drill because you can't replicate a run-up and the action of a bowler, but to drill and get yourself...
Ashwin in with a straight honour to Hartley, cuts it to backward point, no run.
Get yourself practicing shots or playing shots or working on a certain technique. It's excellent. It's very, very good.
It was invented by Henry Pryor, as I said, because his son was coming through cricket and he wanted to teach him how... The bowling machine was really good for seam, but wasn't really working for spin, so they tried that.
Here's Ashwin and angles into Hartley, defends it, no run.
And then when Shane Warne came on, they were like, well, wait a minute, can we make this help us for Warne? And then obviously Warne and Murali. And then, it's been developed and changed over the years. But as Bat said, it's not like facing a spinner, but it teaches you the same angles.
Here's Ashwin again. Oh, that's a beauty! Spin, bounce! Has it hit the edge? It's beautifully taken by Dhruv Jurel, whose soft hands has risen with the bounce of the ball. And there was a lot of excitement by the Indian keeper and fielders, close-in fielders. Rohit Sharma is confused about whether to review this or not. 3, 2, what? Yes, he has. 2 seconds to go, and he's taken the review. There was now suddenly, having taken the review, there's no excitement at all amongst all the Indian fielders.
TV umpire to director.
Seconds, and he looks confused. He'll just take it.
Not out.
That's right. He does.
Yeah,
if he doesn't know and he's got one in the bank, he takes it.
I don't think he's hit this, by the way.
Bats, for your view, your thought?
I mean, everything
Coming
looks
up now.
right, but the reactions are wrong.
Well, unless it's one of...
Going past the bat there, it's gone close to the bat.
It is, yes, I agree, Rod Tucker. It is very close to the bat.
Yeah, keep going through. Keep going through.
Okay, can only be bat, right?
Keep going through to the
If
keeper,
it is,
please.
if there's contact, it can only be bat, unless it's hit the top of the off stump and hasn't taken the bail
Okay,
off.
thank
Is it hit
you.
his hip or of the
Yeah.
gloves?
Can we go to
Yeah.
Ultra,
Must be
can
his
we go
hip,
to
would be my
Ultra
It
Edge,
guess.
deflects.
Yeah, it does.
Ultra Edge coming up now.
Has it clipped the glove?
We've got a flat line there. Flat
Yeah,
line.
flat
back
line,
on.
flat
Oh,
line.
clipped the
Hit his
sleeve, the arm.
forearm.
So just go back again to confirm there's no...
Well,
the
tell
flat
you
line
what,
as it
it
goes
shows
past the
you,
bat
A,
to
how
the
much the
glove.
ball bounced, and B, how low Hartley got into the
Yep.
forward defensive push. It's hit his forearm.
Just didn't look quite right, did it?
Yeah, live it looks like when you see a
I've got a flat
deviation,
line there as
he's
it's going
had
past
all the movement, but the reaction around the bat just wasn't
hits
right.
the arm. Thank you. I'll go back on field to
Ringing endorsement.
Joel, stay with your original decision.
Technology
not out.
and the decision
You are
review
on screen
system.
now. Signal now.
Excellent. Love it when it works. It was confusing, and that's what it's there for, to resolve confusion. Pushed away out into the offside, no run.
very Hannibal Smith moment from you there. Love it when a plane comes together.
75 for 7. Well, when I started this commentary stint, India were set to win by 500. Short and wide, and not so much a cut shot, more of an attempted glide behind square on the offside is unsuccessful from Hartley. Goes over the top edge into the gloves of Dhruv Jurel, who, by the way, has looked more than tidy behind the stumps. Ashwin in again. Hartley nudges us out on the onside. I'd never seen him keep, but I was told by people like Jared Kimber, who had seen him keep, that he wasn't not the best gloveman.
He had a period yesterday, was it, when he missed a few in a row?
No, I was talking about today. I know he was. Yeah.
Oh, no. I mean, look, he's not the best gloveman because he's barely done it in his professional career. He'd have to be a genius to be at the level that you would need when he's kept so rarely in his career so far.
Yeah, and I think you watch the way that he shapes up with the bat. I think he's a definite one to invest in because his batting looked high class, and he showed that in a very short period of time he can evolve and improve with the gloves.
Just on young players developing, Tom Hartley's stance.
Graham Pollock.
It's incredible, isn't it? His feet could not be further apart.
Beaten outside the... Oh, hang on.
This might not be live.
Here's Kuldeep Yadav in once again. Drew clipped down the line of to long on. It was always going to happen, that. It was just a matter of time. Replay in real time catches you out, catches me out. I knew it was. I'm just fortunate it's only happened once. Folks on 14, Hartley on 12. 76 for 7, England needing 557.
Would you have given it out the second time you saw it?
400.
I would.
It looked more out second time. Much more out. Everybody was more confident second time round. It's 481 is the deficit at the moment. So, to reverse sweep from Hartley, and another loud and enthusiastic appeal from Dhruv Jurel, but not followed through by anybody else.
Yeah, there's some good noises we could hear on stump cam. I think it was as he's gone to strike with the reverse sweep, he's hit the ground, which is possibly the noise we were hearing.
Kuldeep 2 for 14 from 6.5 overs, and his left arm wrist burn is in again. Short and wide and cut out to Shubman Gill at cover. Was that in the air for a long time, or was it hit into the ground? Anyway, it's fallen just short of Shubman Gill. I just don't know whether it was a first bounce or second.
I think it was first bounce, man, as it looked like it just stayed in the pitch and stood up, and because he was falling away from the shot, he was getting further and further away from the ball, so he skimmed it.
Kuldeep in again, straight on her, if it wasn't the wrong end, and Hartley comes forward and plays it defensively. So it almost carried to Shubman Gill then.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. We're just seeing a replay now. Yeah, he skimmed it quite nicely. One bounce and... Oh, it spun. That could have been... we have a rule. If you miss one of those, you might have to pull your strides down for a ball.
Not reading the spin. That's a full toss from Kuldeep, and Hartley misses out on it. He tries to whip it through the leg side, makes no contact. Folks, 14, Hartley 12, 33 overs gone. England are 76 for 7. Remember, we can play until 11:30 conventional time, and then we can play an extra half an hour, talking about UK time. So this game can still go until 12 o'clock. In other words, highly likely that England will lose inside 4 days. And after another word from Jared Kimber and Gareth Batty, I think it'll be John Norman.
I just want you to hear this.
Okay, I'm here.
Is it possible England would declare behind?
What?
So they don't have to come back another day. Of all the positive stuff, they're going to lose. If they're going to lose anyway, gets to the end.
No, you can't do that.
You say that. Half the things that we've seen with Bazball, we've said you can't do that.
No, that's not happening. I kind of like where you're going with it, but that cannot happen.
I was just... Manners is back.
I think the boss must be busy.
Couldn't leave us. You couldn't leave us.
Here's Ashwin, and that turns sharply, viciously actually, into Ben Foakes, hits him on the pad. When you were talking about how much work, how much time Ben Foakes had spent preparing for this tour of India, I'm assuming that that time involved you as well for the most part, and you would have spent many hours with him. That one hits him on the pad, bounces up to short leg. Sarfraz Khan catches it. Everybody jumps up and down and makes a noise, but that was only off the pad.
I always see Bats as the guy that has the only set of keys and everything has to go through him, like the old guy in the club. So you want to go down and do something in the club rooms, you got to call.
He'd let you in.
He got it, he meets you there and he unlocks it. He goes, "Well, how long are you going to be here?" I'll come back and I'll lock it back. Instead of he doesn't even trust you with the keys. That's how I see Bats at Surrey.
What, wearing 4 bunches of keys on his belt?
It's that guy.
Here's Ashwin once again from the media end, and that's clipped away off his pad, just short enough for Foakes to play it off the pitch. Clips it out to Rajat Paditar on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and they go through for a single. Foakes moves up to 15, England 77 for 7.
No, we have gatekeepers at the Oval as well as coaches. We have we have an extensive staff that help out all the players all the time, from work you were doing in a gym to physios to several coaches. Jade Dernbach, Azam Mahmood, Jim Troughton.
Does Foakes have a special...
Short, pulled, miscued completely. Tom Hartley's trying to pull that through mid-wicket, hits the toe end of the bat and pops up and almost carries to mid-off.
Does Foakes have a special throw-down person? Because I don't think amateur cricketers know this, but a lot of professional cricketers only like one person to throw the ball to them.
Ashwin in turn, spinning, hit the outside edge, no run.
No, he's pretty good because he's evolving his routines. He doesn't want the same person, so he doesn't get used to similar arm. But I mean, it's only sort of spun between the 4 or 5 coaches that will be around. But no, he likes to change things up a little.
Ashwin in again, too much width, cut shot missed into the gloves of keeper Dural. I thought variety was the spice of life. I thought that the more difference and variety there was in throwdowns that you got, the better.
And a lot of players like the ball delivered to them the exact same way where they want it, because it's more of a routine than it is actual practice.
Yeah, it would be the drill base of their practice, their being ready for the game. So if you're well drilled, generally you can go out and just play the game because you're getting in consistently good positions.
Your friend, or our mutual friend Grant Morgan from South Africa, who was a coach in the IPL and also at Scotland, a lot of Scottish boys didn't like it because he threw it too fast and too randomly. And they wanted it in a certain spot. They were working on something, and Grant wanted to get him out because he's a competitive guy. And some throw down people are too short. There's all sorts of different elements that some players don't like.
Yeah, and you've got to work out what the player is trying to get out of his practice. Is it a drill based? Is it a challenge based? Is it an exploration of a new shot or something? It's you've got to facilitate whatever's required.
Here's Kuldeep Yadav and to Ben Foakes, who pushes that one up towards mid-off. The very first time I ever threw with a dog ball thrower.
Yep.
Is there a name
dog
for them?
stick.
A dog stick. The first time ever I hit Grant Flower in the head with a full toss. That's flipped our way down towards Mohammad Siraj at wide long on, and they go through for a single. I'd never even thrown one to the side of a net before. And he said, because he was a workaholic as a player, and he just couldn't, everybody else had finished and gone and showered and changed. He said, "Manners, can you throw me a few more?" And I just happened to be at Harare Sports Club, and I said, "Yeah, sure." It came out a lot quicker than I thought, and hit him flush on the side of the head. Driven by the left-handed Tom Hartley, and he dusted himself off and stood up and said, "Have you ever used one of these before?" I said, "No." So that was it. We packed up and went. He went for a shower, and that was the end of it. They do come out quick, don't they? Here's Kuldeep Yadav in once again, pushed away defensively, no run, 78 for 7.
Yeah, you can get long ones, short ones. You can put bamboo in it and tape it on to make it even faster. And if you're in a hot country, the plastic doesn't get soft and get all sort of wobbly. You can put tape on the cup to make it even quicker. There's all sorts of theories and wonderful things that coaches do to try and make the practice better for players.
Here's Kuldeep in once again. Hartley struck on the pad, bounces out on the onside, no run.
I'm terrified of giving throwdowns, even like to a 12-year-old kid. I can't do them. I've never been able to do them.
Just from the arm, normally.
Yeah, with either. I've tried both. It just doesn't work. And I was on with TalkSport. I can't remember who it was, but there's a professional cricketer who said the exact same thing, that some people just don't know how to do them.
Many, many years ago, Steve James was staying with me on a winter, an English winter, in these early days of the Glamorgan career. On his Glamorgan career, that one is short and wide and punched out towards extra cover, and it's a lovely shot actually. It was a poor delivery, but it was nicely put away by Tom Hartley. Yeah, and Jamo playing for a Cape Town club, and he was also pretty much a workaholic, and he'd kept me to throw at him 4 hours one day, a couple of drinks breaks, 4 hours I threw to him. Then for a week afterwards I couldn't move my right arm. It was the first time I'd ever done it.
See, if you were as rubbish as me, he would have only lasted 5 minutes.
That's
Here's
not
John
even,
Norman.
That's not even half a day for a modern day coach. You're at least 6 hours throwing every day. That's just how we roll.
But you would know this. There are just some people who just can't do it. It's a weird talent, because you'd think it was quite easy. I remember being asked by the St. Lucia players to do it, and I said, look guys, it's going to be embarrassing for me and useless for you. Let's just find someone else. There must be a kid here on the roller who can come and do it for you.
No, they can do it to each other. I think that's the thing. Lots of players don't throw to each other when they could do. I understand that. But if desperation hits and there's nobody else to throw, they could easily throw to each other.
I saw a physio do it once for a franchise team, and his reputation's gone.
6 overs left in the day as Folks comes forward. Jadeja bowling. What a day it's been for India. They've had a couple of really, really good days. We are expecting a little bit of time added on, probably, on off stump, and forced through the offside by Folks. India needing 3 wickets to win the match, to go 2-1 up in the series. Folks and Hartley both 16 not out. England 82 for 7. As Jadeja is in, he's already picked up 3 wickets as this is driven to Padikar at cover. England miles off, I'm afraid to say. Straighter from Jadeja, and Folks defensive. So where are we thinking? This over today, the extra half an hour taken, or are we going to come back tomorrow? Folks isn't going to throw anything away, and who can blame him? As he has just been caught on the cut, playing back, and Jadeja has nipped out a 4th wicket. It was tossed up by Jadeja, and Folks, who'd blocked a few, will hit them straight out the middle to cover fielders, eyeing up a point, and he walks off. And England now 8 down, India 2 away from the win.
Jadeja having a wonderful day to continue with his first innings runs. Yeah, just getting that one just to hurry up on Ben Folks. He thought he had a bit of width on the ball. He thought he could square cut. Unfortunately for him, similar to the first innings, just finds the outside edge. A good catch from Jarrell. It went quickly. Folks really throwing his hands through it, but managed to catch the deviation quite solidly in the right hand and get the left hand over the top. It was a disappointing end for what was being a promising sort of an innings from Folks, but England now 82 for 8, and Jadeja 4 for 11 off 10. I mean, the man is a genuine world-class all-rounder.
Probably wasn't his best ball. Slowed it down a little bit, but was a little bit short. I was just about to say before then, this is a good situation for Folks, because I think he prefers to pat the ball back and chip it around. He doesn't mind facing the spinners, using the angles and all that sort of stuff. That ball was probably there to be cut. I don't think it was, it wasn't as rank as some of the dismissals we've seen in this test match. So a little bit unfortunate. Good catch from Jarrell too, because, that did deviate a long way. So really good take from him up the stumps.
Yeah, and Folks is playing back, isn't he? He's close to the keeper when he takes the catch. So
what kind of Mark Wood batting are we going to get?
do we ever get any other type of Mark Wood batting?
It's imaginary pony batting, isn't it? You know how he sometimes rides an imaginary horse around the field? You don't know about that?
Come on, Bats, you must have done that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, mine was a unicorn actually.
On a stump driven, handsome. I tell you what, that's arguably the shot of the day from an English batter. He's just steered that past cover point. No ball bowled by Jadeja, so there's 5 runs added to the score. And England are 87 for 8, and Wood off the mark first ball with a boundary 4.
Yeah, incredible from Wood. Spots the no ball and goes for a big expansive drive. There's a beautiful cover drive to a fullish ball, but textbook stuff. High left arm, foot to the pitch of the ball. Off with the boundary.
Well, there's the slog that we were more expecting, and he's cleared his front leg, gone through with a shot, won't quite reach the boundary on the 4. Back-to-back boundaries at the start of Wood's innings. He hasn't given up. England 91 for 8.
Strike rate of 400. I mean, that was more a classic Mark Wood shot. This one just clears the front leg, slog sweep. Didn't smile as much with this one as he did with the cover drive. I think the cover drive, he's hoping that one of the snappers has got a nice photo of that, put that one up on the wall. Remember that time I cover drove Jadeja for 4 to save the match?
Well, he's an all-action hero, isn't he? He's got wickets with the new ball, and on day 1, run-out king, boundary hitter, imaginary horse rider. You can see why he's so popular. How's that for a stance from Hartley? Wow. That is wide. And he's bowled via an inside edge. Hartley was setting himself up for the big heave-ho. Nowhere near the pitch of the ball. The length wasn't right. He's dragged it back onto his stumps. 2 quick wickets, and means now India 1 away from a huge victory. It's Ashwin who's struck, and England 91 for 9.
Yeah, the wily Ashwin throws this one up, really gives it a bit of flight, throws it into the rough, allows Hartley to get his arms free and throw them at the ball, and unfortunately for him gets that inside edge, trying a big expansive drive through extra cover, and gets the inside edge and drags it back onto the stumps. It goes down as bowled, but it's a drag on. Nice little cameo of 16 from 36 balls, but not enough, and 91 for 9.
Also worth mentioning, obviously Ashwin has come back. He's got the issues with his mother, and he's been away from the team and flown back in. Hasn't really been needed. He's probably just bowling because he's like, guys, I still want to play a part in this if I can, and gets another wicket. I think that puts him 1 wicket behind. Anil Kumble is the most wickets in the 4th innings for India. And to be fair, with their spinners, there's probably a few guys on that list who've taken a couple of wickets. So incredible record for him. But yeah, just good for him to come back and maybe feel a part of the victory after being away for a day and a half?
Yeah.
Now, is it going to be first ball, second ball, or third ball, Jonathan Norman?
On the reverse
sweep.
Reverse sweep for Jimmy Anderson.
Let's go first, everyone.
You're going first. We all go first. Shall we hold hands? India need 1 wicket to win. Jimmy Anderson walking to the crease. Mark Wood is smiling.
Giving Anderson some tips.
Jimmy Anderson has got that kind of Clint Eastwood kind of grimace, half smile. Prods the middle of the pitch. Ravichandran Ashwin, who's back in the side, as Jared has just said, after a day and a half out of it, flying to and from Chennai to visit his mother, with 5 balls left of his 5th over to take wicket number 502 and win the match for India. England 91 for 9. Fielders all around the bat as Jimmy Anderson does not release the reverse sweep. Instead, he just plays this back up the track from where it came. 5 fielders on the offside. Around the bat on the sweep is Anderson. Conventional, misses the ball, taken by the keeper.
I'd say that's unconventional for him, playing the proper reverse. He looks better when he reverses. That's some welly, that one too.
Here's Ashwin again. This bounces more than Anderson expected, but it's also the turn as well. That means that he can't just play this to the leg side where there are no close infielders.
It's genuinely been Jimmy's thing.
Back and pops this just in front of Sarfraz Khan at Silly Point, one of two fielders stationed in and around the area.
From the first year of his career at Lancashire and England Academy, that his reverse sweep was his defence to spin.
He's coming. Ashwin is in on the sweep. There's a shout behind the stumps by Jarrell. I don't think India have got any reviews left though, so even if he has touched it. Anderson stays. That's the end of the over. Another successful one for India. You've taken 9 wickets in just 37 overs, and it means that they need 1 wicket to win the 3rd Test match.
Yeah, just a little, it'll go unnoticed unless I say something now about Jarrell, but the last sort of 15-20 minutes he's had some difficult balls to contend with behind the stumps, and he's taken the ball beautifully, with Ashwin coming back in now, changing his pace, changing his line, using the rough, hitting the fresh part of the pitch. He's looked really accomplished.
Jared Kimber is heading off. Abhishek Jhunjhunwala, who will be playing in the Legends League, or he's playing cricket in India later this week, as Mark Wood gives himself plenty of room and tries to smash Ravindra Jadeja over long off for what would be the mightiest of all mighty sixes. Another run added to the score though, another no ball, 92 for 1. Why does it's probably a topic for another day, to be honest. Why does Jadeja bowl so many no balls? It's probably not at the top of the agenda with India 1 wicket away from winning the Test match. He's in again, he clears his leg again, does Mark Wood, and just evades a fielder at point and away to the boundary for 4. He moves to 12, Wood. Abhishek.
I said it earlier that Rohit Sharma came up with a very funny, it was caught on the stump mic. He said to Jadeja, how come you never bowl a no ball when Dhoni is captain?
Steps away again, flat bats it through the covers for 4. Number 4. And Wood moves to 16, and the 100's up for England.
Or never bowl a no ball in an IPL. And why is it only happen in Test cricket? Can you just bowl like you're bowling in the IPL so you don't bowl any more no balls?
And what did he say?
Didn't have much to say as the captain, Rohit Sharma.
Well, I think if Jared was here, he'd tell you exactly how the percentage decrease in no balls, once that rule was brought in, or law rather, hit on the pads is Mark Wood stepping across the crease. This looked adjacent to me, but it's not going to be given. It's going to be another 4 runs, albeit via the thigh. And England moved to 104 for 9. No reviews left, India, so they can't challenge that one.
Pitched outside leg stump, I think.
Yeah, we'll have to see the replay. Might be just online, but as India burnt all their reviews unnecessarily, and that was plump.
Oh no, it's out. Oh, it's got to be out. Surely he's pitched in line and straightened.
That would have been a 5 for Jadeja. We'll have to see. Tracking may have seen it going down leg side. Down the track, Mark Wood. He's gone big. He's gone massive. As that smashed into the sight screen. Joel Wilson's arms are raised, and England are showing a little bit of fight towards the end of what's been a very sorry couple of days. 6 from the bat, and Wood is 22 not out.
I'm just thinking back to the LBW show. Why did the umpire not give that out? It's pitched comfortably in line. Yeah. It's straightened.
More space afforded to Woods, and there's a huge expanse in the covers, and he helps the ball up and over the packed infield and away for another 4.
Yeah, that looked very odd, Bumble.
But yeah, the LBW was just plumb, given not out. 4-day Test matches, anybody?
Well, we've had 3 of them, haven't we? This time he stays where he is, Wood. The imploring Jadeja does get the review, does get the answer that he wanted from Joel Wilson this time. The finger goes up.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. Regional decision is out.
Mark
Check
Wood
both feet, it's a fair delivery.
will send it upstairs but it's more in hope than expectation. And that surely is the moment
Coming up now, Joel.
that Jadeja and India will celebrate.
It appears there's no bat. Can we confirm that with Ultra Edge, please?
Where's this pitched? Where's it pitched? They're looking at Ultra Edge. I don't think he's hit it. Where's it pitched?
Yeah, I think still just in line, Bumble. Though there was a lot of in drift, but it just feels like pitching in line.
I really hope it is, but I think he's pitched outside.
We've got a flat line. The ball's well away from the bat, so we've got
Definitely not hit it.
no bat involved.
His knee is
Can
on
we
the
get a ball
ground,
tracking
so
when it's
and
ready,
he's hit him
please?
in the tummy. Forget that. It's not going over the top, I'm sure.
No, it's going to
Where's
be
it
hitting the
pitched?
wicket. It's all about where
Ball
it's
tracking
pitched,
coming
and
up
it
now, Joel.
pitches.
Outside.
Pitching outside leg stump. Joel, coming back to you on field, it's pitching outside leg, so you'll overturn your original decision of out to not out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen now.
So we're going to continue for a little bit longer. And whilst Mark Wood is batting, and with Jimmy Anderson about to unfurl 6 reverse sweeps in a row, I don't mind that.
He had an opportunity to get it right in that over the umpire.
He did. There was one absolutely plumb. It's pitched comfortably in line, middle and leg, just straightened.
So no 5 for Jadeja. Can Ashwin nip out a second? Anderson to face. Yet to get off the mark. England 114 for 9. On the reverse. Misses. And another smart take behind the stumps by Jarrell.
He's been outstanding. And we were having a discussion earlier. Bumble was saying he's probably not the best wicket-keeper in India at the moment, but still he's been outstanding.
This is line slightly wrong there, and possibly the length as well. It's too full on the leg stump, and it means that Anderson can get off strike. So maybe we'll see a couple of fielders pushed out a little further. Yep, that does look like that's exactly what's happening. We've got a long on. In fact, they're all going off. They're off, Bumble.
Well, these two are having a bit of fun, but there's no masking anything. This has been pitiful. Disintegrated. The 39th over, 115 for 9.
Ashwin in, and Mark Wood down on one knee has swept this straight over the fielder, stationed about 10 metres in from long off, and he's picked up another boundary.
If he keeps striking at 300, it wouldn't take very long.
Still be a 4-day test.
Yeah, 4-day test.
Down the track is Mark Wood. He goes long again, and he tries to split the field. That's a diving stop from Siraj, possibly running around from mid-wicket. And it means that Wood collects 1. Thank you, Bumble. I thought it was a bit much for him to have taken 3 there. Anderson to face.
Reverse sweep.
Yeah. He's got this field set for reverse sweep.
I tell you, it's like an accordion, this. All the fielders are coming in now. Here is Ravichandran Ashwin with Anderson playing back. There's a quarter of a shout as Ashwin feels possibly, as he got his bat down, it may have flicked the pad first, right in front of the stumps. But India do not have any reviews left. Last ball of the over. This is a drag down, horrible drag down the leg side. Another smart take behind the stumps. Another over's gone. England is still out there, just about. Wood 31, Anderson 1. Score 120 for 9. And India still need 1 wicket to win.
That was a drag down. Maybe just helping Jadeja pick up his 5. Great opportunity with Wood on strike. Jadeja knows that he's going to go after every delivery here.
Do you know, I think he's done that. He's just whizzed it down the leg side and over to Jadeja. Get your 5 for.
Yes, do you think so? I
do.
It's pretty sporting.
I mean, you expect that from somebody like Ashwin. If somebody's on 4 wickets,
look, you see it.
You do that.
You
for
see
your
it
team.
with a batter, don't you?
Yeah.
Approaching 100. I don't see it so often with a bowler, but I like that. Okay then, over to you, Jadeja. You've got 6 deliveries to get your 5 for. It's Wood facing, steps away again and flat bats this to Patidar at extra cover. No run. Either way, Bumble, and we'll be talking about this, and you will be. This has been a disappointing couple of days for England, make no mistake about it. Down the track is Mark Wood. Now there's a leading edge, and it will just pop over Padidar, who's up at cover point. There's nobody on the boundary, otherwise that would have gone straight down their throat.
Well, he's just having a whoosh and a swish, picking up a few runs. He's delaying, well, the inevitable here.
A little bit of a movement, this time to the offside from Wood, doesn't connect on his attempted, quite flamboyant, on the move, on the up sweep shot across the line.
Next game starts on Friday, so not much time. The England team will change.
Down the track again goes Mark Wood, and this time doesn't fielder, and it's quite fitting that it's the double centurion who will help Jadeja take his 5th wicket for the innings. Jaswal with the catch, Jadeja with the wicket. Wood goes for 33. England bowled out for 122, and India have absolutely walloped their visitors. They've won the 3rd Test match by 434 runs to go 2-1 up with 2 to play.
Well, just a nice snap that we've seen there, that Jimmy Anderson has gone up to Jaiswal and said well played. He's just tapped him on the back and said well played. England have been outplayed, thoroughly outplayed.
Yeah, 100%. And you've got to give a lot of credit to India, the way they came back strongly after being 33 for 3 in the first hour on day 1, where things could have gone any way, but either ways. But Rohit Sharma, Jadeja in the first innings, and then Jaiswal outstanding again, his 2nd double 100 in the series, and with the ball. I think all the bowlers were just exceptional.
It's going to be interesting to see how England discuss this,
yeah,
isn't
the
it?
reaction. And you want to see the reaction. I mentioned that this next game starts on Friday, so the doubts, you would say that Root would have to be a doubt from what we've seen, and his troublesome finger, but the opening bowlers, 2 opening bowlers, back-to-back Test matches, the amount of work that they've done, there can be a change there. The reserve batsman is Dan Lawrence. Ollie Robinson is in the wings. Gus Atkinson is in the wings. But it'll be the reaction. How do they view this defeat? Because they've been blown away here in this 2nd innings.
Well, they were blown away in the first innings as well, weren't they? After that terrific start, you take Ben Duckett's score out of there, and it doesn't make pretty reading.
Yeah, I mean, whatever I've heard so far or read so far is going to be something positive. Like, we batted beautifully in the first innings. We had the game in our hand after day 2.
Well, I mean, the other thing in the aftermath, that it will come out that we're playing entertaining cricket and we've lost one. Smell the coffee. Yeah. We've lost a game. We've won a lot playing the same way, but you know, I just say as an old stager, it's just the manner of the defeat. They had a good position on day 2, 202 for 2, 207 for 2, and then to sort of be blown away at that stage with no Ashwin. Ashwin has left the ground, the real threat. But the response by India, I thought, was fabulous. The 2 opening bowlers, Bumrah and Siraj, excellent, great leadership from Rohit Sharma. And then the spinners got to work, so an opportunity there. But it's India who come back strong